difference.
Because you get a
This is curved. Exhibit A is curved. Exhibit B is just going deviating from straight.
Yeah. So
What would we use?
Globe, water level I would use.
They would both be equated. They would be the same result.
No.
Do you have something else?
No, they wouldn't be the same result.
Please, can you give me an example or description?
Yeah, if you said that the other one is elevation change. So if you have elevation change, then you don't have level because those are different elevations. So not level. So if you put a water level there, it wouldn't be level.
True. The same thing will happen on a curved surface.
No, not on a globe because you have gravity and the verticals are not parallel. Are you talking a curved surface with parallel verticals?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then nothing because you're talking about flat Earth on both. Other one having elevation change, another one somehow not having elevation change, even though there's a curved surface on a flat surface. I mean, it's still elevation change.
Moment. Next question, real quick. Can you have elevation change that's 240 feet, which is 21 miles expanse, and on a sphere, 21 miles of 240 feet of obstruction, match both identical on a flat plane and a globe Earth?
What do you mean?
Would they be identical?
These questions don't make any sense, man.
Would they be identical in a graph?
Well, both would be curved.
Thank you.
So I don't.
My question's done. Thank you.
So in the first question, Gio, Don Gio, was you asking what was the difference between physical Earth curvature and hypothetical visual curvature? What would be the device that measured that?
No, what device would we use? Apparatus versus physical curvature over land versus elevation change.
Which would be the visual part in the equation, right?
Sure. Yes. Visual plus physical measurement would be nice.
Yeah, there's a couple things you could use because, like you said, with the water level, that's for sure. But you can also take something like actually measuring the objects in the distance, and then seeing how they appear in front of you, kind of like Rancy's mountain thing, where it's like if they're certain distances and certain heights, should they be above or below one another? So there's a couple things you can do.
Well, here's the thing, Kosho. 240 feet of drop on a globe and 240 feet of elevation change on...
No, hold on. You didn't say that when you asked me
I'm
the
saying
question.
that now. They would look exact.
Oh. Yeah, because
240 feet of elevation change on a flat plane?
Yes.
Why would that look identical to 240 feet of drop?
Do you know what elevation change is?
Yes, I do.
Kosho? What is it?
It's when you change your elevation, man.
What is curvature? What is curvature across land on a sphere? Same exact thing.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
It's deviating from straight.
The problem is that on a curvature, they
hold on.
They go against the core, supposedly the center, so it will always hypothetically be at the same elevation if it's measured from the center.
No, from your starting point though, drop. From your initial reference, there is.
Yeah. The elevation.
But see, with elevation change, you'll still have drop. You'll still occur drop.
Yeah, but on a curved surface on a globe, elevation isn't just deviation from the straight. Straight would be elevation.
It's not derived from mean sea level, which is 0.
But
so
mean sea level, yes, but mean sea level isn't straight on a globe.
But it's 0 elevation.
Yes.
I'm talking about land. I'm not using the water. I'm going straight to the land.
Sure. Whatever. Land, even that. It's not straight. It's curved.
Yes,
on a globe.
Of course. Even on a flat plane, it is.
Oh.
What?
Land is curving. It undulates. It has dips, grooves, valleys,
I know, but
all that rhythm more.
That means sea level.
Topography.
Mean sea level doesn't curve on a flat plane.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about, again, I just said land.
I know you said land, but you were talking about elevation. Elevation's above mean sea level.
Yes, land.
Yeah. You don't measure elevation from land.
You
really?
reference
So you
mean
don't
sea
measure
level.
topography?
Yeah, in reference to mean sea level.
Yeah.
Are you sure
Depends
elevation's
on
based
your
off mean sea level, not local sea level?
Right. That's a
Yeah,
good one.
it depends on what system you're using, but it's one or the other. Yeah.
So let's try to make it really minute, you know, right? Like 3 miles is 72 inches of drop on a sphere. Well, we have 3 miles of elevation change, which would be 72 inches. What tool could we use to tell the difference?
Water
3
It would
level.
be
miles.
basically
elevation.
indistinguishable, Don Gio.
Yes.
It would be
Thank you,
Hold on,
Matrix. Thank you.
What do you mean by 3 miles of elevation change gives you 3 feet? Is it 3 miles gives you 72 inches? I mean,
Yes, 3 miles. With the Pythagorean
Like,
theorem,
3
it would be
miles
72
distance
inches.
is 72 inches of elevation change.
Yes.
yeah, but
But
you
it's
said it
not
the other way
elevation.
around. So
Well, it's 72
No,
inches of curve.
how is that the same
Of
on both
curve
models?
or elevation. You can still have
It's
on a
diff-
flat surface, on land. I'm talking about land. I'm not at water. I'm talking about land. 3 miles of flat with elevation change would be 72 inches. I mean, to give
Why
you
would
that.
that be the case? Why
Listen,
would that be the case on a flat plane?
listen. I'm giving you Exhibit A and Exhibit B, right? Exhibit A is a plane with just elevation change, with 3 miles of 72 inches. Exhibit B is a curved surface, 3 miles, 72 inches. How would you be able to
Okay, well,
tell the difference? What
I'd
tool
ask
would you
you, how
use
do
to
you
measure
water
the
how did you
difference?
arrive at? How did you
Water
arrive
I
at
level.
already
flat?
told you. Water level.
The water level is not going to physically measure it.
What do you mean? Why
It's not
not?
going to measure the difference. I
Difference
need
of
something
what?
that's physical, like
Oh,
Brian
why are
What
you
forced the
level?
line.
suggesting it'd be 72 inches?
He's saying if there's topography on land and it's like, you know, on a plain earth, and it's decreasing into curving 72 inches, you won't be able to tell whether it's a curved earth or just topography without having a
Right.
physical,
Thank you.
tangible way of measuring it.
I think
Thank
he's
you
trying
for
to
saying that.
But the
elaborate.
Thank you.
difference,
That's why you go to
big
the
difference
water,
is
but even with the water,
the
you
big
still don't have a
difference.
tangible way of measuring it.
Kosho,
Yeah, but
he's
the
trying
big
to
difference is on
elaborate
the
on that
hold on,
argument.
hold on. The big difference is on the globe model that the curvature is mathematically derived, whereas in the flat model that he's saying elevation change, you get the 72 inches. That's just derived because that's what we've measured to have happen. There's no reason for that to happen because of flat models or just change elevation.
No,
Like
it's
you
never
wouldn't
been
predict
measured.
it. You wouldn't predict it that way.
Kosho, let me give you some context. I don't know if you remember was it not right the hand the other guy, Flat Earth Data. You remember the shit that he came up with the visual and the Rayleigh criterion. I
Yes.
think he's trying to elaborate on that. And well, Flat Earth Data got to the conclusion was that it's indistinguishable. If it will be a flat Earth and is optically curving, which is not physically, just it looks like it's curving, and in a curved Earth, it would be indistinguishable. There would not be a way to actually understand: are you living in a stationary flat plane or in a globe Earth? That's what.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's the
That's
implication when he
Yeah.
specifies
That's
that it
where
needs to be a
Don Gio is going
physical,
with this.
tangible measurement.
If that's
Right.
true, then
but
pretty amazing.
not to
water,
go there.
you can just take the water level. If it's globe
Oh man,
with
the water
just
level's not going to do
curvature
it, my
and
man.
no, it will. What
But
would
listen to
hold on?
what you're saying, man.
Hold
Listen
on, let
to
him
what you're
finish
saying.
his thought about the water level.
But hold on, before you finish, you're saying if the thing is that's the thing that's in contention. You keep saying if the world is a globe.
No, okay. If the
You're
world
trying to
is a
figure out,
globe
man.
and you have a water level, you put it however 3 miles away, and you have those at equal elevation, you'd have the water level there, and your water would be level, right?
Yes.
Just equal elevation. Okay. Now, if you have a flat Earth and you have elevation change, and you take the water level to that point, would it be level even though there's elevation change?
No.
Oh,
And
there's
that's why
the
we go
difference.
to the
Yeah.
water, but we still have the same issue of not having a physical, tangible way of measuring it.
Well, he was just asking a question about equal elevation and not equal elevation. I get an answer to that.
I understand, but he was specifying land, but like the point still stands that there's no physical, tangible way of measuring it. The immediate problem of recognizing
measuring
topography from curve is alleviated when you go to water. But even then, you still need a tangible way, and we don't have that.
What are you measuring?
What do you mean?
What
You mean on
you
land
said
or in water?
anywhere? Like
Well,
what
on
measurement
land,
are you?
you could use a water level, like you said, to distinguish between it being topography or, just level. right? But
Yeah.
on water, you can't. On water, you need a tangible physical thing.
Why? There's water.
Or is the water level?
But you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know if that water is curved or straight. That's the point.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Sure,
you're not.
but
You,
what-
you,
Water,
level
water doesn't
Same
inherently
thing.
have a shape, right? It's kind of
Right.
moving. You can't. It's not really a solid shape to take
Well,
measurements from.
So 30
Yeah, that's
degrees, a 30
hold on,
degree
hold on. Then
angle
I have
of a water.
then I have
like
another question.
a
Don,
That's on the
30 degree
small scale.
angle
On the large
of
scale,
water.
it has a surface. You know.
Even with a
Don.
30 degree angle of water on a sphere would match the same as an elevation change 30 degrees on a plane. It would be the
Okay,
same. It
how
would
do you
settle.
measure? Don, how do you measure elevation if you don't know if water is curving or not?
But
You
why are we
establish
concentrating
plumb.
so
You
much on the
establish
water
plumb,
part?
zero elevation. That's how you do
Oh,
it.
plumb isn't zero elevation. That's just vertical.
Yeah, what do you mean it's not zero? You can establish zero elevation from plumb,
How?
from a 90 degree angle, from a vertical,
What?
and
That's
define
a
zero elevation.
perpendicular.
Yeah,
That's not
perpendicular.
zero
How-
elevation. That's a perpendicular.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with elevation. I can
Well, how do you
establish.
define
I can.
zero?
I
How do
can
you find elevation?
with water. Means sea level.
distance above.
Or
sea
looks,
level.
yeah.
Yeah. How can you even think like I have a plumb in an airplane? Oh, that's zero elevation. So everything below me is underground. I mean, how could you even establish elevation from?
He's right, Don.
a
I don't know
plumb?
where you're going with that
I
one.
think he
So do we
misspoke.
got a
I think
water
he
level that's 3
misspoke
miles
on that.
long? Do we have a water level that's 3 miles long?
You can make one, sure.
Yeah,
Why
water.
not?
So has this
Yeah.
physically been done or demonstrated at
Well,
all?
you can go to the sea. There's
Oh
3
no,
miles
that's
of
not.
water.
Lake Michigan.
You
Or
could
take,
actually measure a flat
Sorry.
plane with topography that's dropping away with the water level. You could actually do that because you'd have to extend one side to bring the water up to level.
Sure, but how
You
would you
follow
tell the
the
difference?
topography.
Sure, but how would you tell the difference from spherical curvature, which is the radius of 3959? How would you tell the difference? It
The
would match.
problem lies in but the problem lies in whether plumbs are parallel or not. That's the actual.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah.
I believe they are as well, but there's no evidence either way. We
But they
can't.
would be
We can't
plummet.
actually fucking
Well,
measure them.
They
Yeah.
would be
Could you not
plumb
have-
on a flat Earth and on a hypothetical globe Earth? It would all be plumb as well. This is why the question is asked. How would you be
Yeah.
able to tell?
Right.
Could you
Because
not
it's
have?
all
could you
hypothetically
not
pointing to the center, which makes it straight in a globe Earth.
have converging and converging plumb lines on a flat Earth? Like, what if you have two plumb lines and there's that Cavendish thing going around? So the bottoms of the plumb lines are attracted to each other on flat Earth, and they diverge when they get up to the top. Obviously, if they're getting attracted a little bit on the bottom, no. Like I don't think parallel or diverging plumb lines is a definite for either model. I mean, that would crush the globe model, obviously, if they were parallel, but I don't think the
Why would
other
that-
way ruins the flat Earth.
Why does it why would it happen on the flat Earth? You said.
Whatever's happening in Cavendish, where you get that attraction, right?
Yeah.
Whatever that is, that's causing the plumb. Whatever's hanging on the bottom of the plumb lines, you got something hanging there, right? They're attracted to each other, right? A little bit.
What are you talking
I
about?
think
The
it
lead?
has more to do with the weight and the string.
Yeah, the weight on the bottom of the plumb line.
Mm.
They're getting attracted to each other from Cavendish. Whatever's
Yeah.
happening in
Bunch of
Cavendish,
like,
right?
really bunch of these like hollow balls or something.
It's still mass, right? Mass attraction. Dude, I wouldn't say diverging plumb lines is proof that the Earth is a globe.
I guess you wanted to throw it away just so you can accept Cavendish all of a sudden.
No. I don't think that's what he's
Oh.
saying. I don't think that's what he's saying.
Like,
The thing is, Jeremy,
he's
Jeremy,
saying Cavendish is real.
You're
the way they work. You're
getting
saying
some
it
kind
works.
of attraction. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're getting
The
some
plum,
kind of
you're saying the plum
attraction.
is attracted to the ground.
Some kind of attraction in the Cavendish thing, right? And now we've got these two plumb lines hanging with these metal balls on them, or whatever shape they are, attracting each other.
But that's
closer
not
at the
what that's
bottom,
not what they're
that would make
describing
them
with plums,
closer at the
though.
bottom. That would obviously make them closer at the bottom. It would appear to be diverging.
Any of you guys understand where he's coming from with this?
I do.
Yes.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why you're saying that he's not. He's either accepting the Cavendish as showing mass attracting mass,
No,
or he's
absolutely not.
plumb bob
Hell
towards it.
no. Stop.
He's trying to use it to explain it.
I know that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, which is what I don't understand, because Cavendish doesn't prove anything. It is a story which we can't verify. We don't even know where they originated from. It's just an experiment, right?
Well, he's
That
saying
proves
if you
that
take two
things are
plumb
attracted to other things. Usually
Well, he says if
sideways,
you take-
not up and down.
He says
And
if
the
you take two plumb
Cavendish.
bobs. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
I was just saying. You're saying if he takes two plumb bobs and you see them closer together at the bottom, and just more distant at the very top, due to what they would be doing because of, I don't know, I guess because of Earth's curvature. He's saying that we can't claim it's Earth's curvature absolutely because of the phenomena that happens during the Cavendish. So in that case, you're claiming either the Cavendish is has correct postulation of mass is attracting mass, or you're claiming it could be happening because the Earth is curved.
No.
That's also
You're
something
missing
that
the whole
happens
point.
in the.
That's his point. Is that it could be one or the other.
No, but he
No, it
wasn't
doesn't
actually
prove-
verifying Cavendish in the argument. You're taking it to that level. That's not what he was
That's
doing.
what I'm
That's
saying. He
logical
was simply
conclusion.
using it to explain it away, though. He wasn't claiming that, Cultural.
Yeah, he was saying. He just said that. He said, "Oh, but we don't know if it's this because it could be this."
Yes, the
Yeah,
Schehalian
but you're
experiment.
choosing. Yeah.
You get the Schehalian thing. You got Cavendish. There's a lot of reasons why plumb bobs might not be.
Yep.
That's all I'm
But
saying.
it's
It
the
doesn't.
plumb bob claim.
If you show plumb
One of those
bobs being
reasons.
parallel, I wouldn't be like, oh, okay, Earth's a globe.
So hold on.
That's
Is the
okay.
plumb bob claim is that it is hanging perpendicular because it's attracted to the Earth, or simply because is what it does physically because it's a heavy object with a string? I mean, what is the claim here?
My AirPod's gonna die.
It's attracted to the center of the Earth, according to the Floyd model.
So is that why
Okay,
they claim it makes perpendicular, a straight perpendicular, the plumb bob? Because I've never heard anybody say that.
They say it's because it's pointing this down to Earth. I'm saying it could be because the two fucking balls on the bottom of the plumb lines are attracting each other for whatever happens in the Schehalian experiment. Maybe it's Cavendish, or maybe it's something else. Just seeing that wouldn't show me that Earth's a sphere or not.
But
That
how would
wouldn't
we
do it for me.
explain it? All right, forget about this fear. How would you explain it then if you're using the Cavendish? How would you explain it then on a stationary plane then?
Okay, using Cavendish, I would say whatever's happening in Cavendish, when you have those two lead balls attracting each other, right? I would say that's what's happening with whatever's hanging on the bottom of your plumb lines. They're attracting each other, so they're going to be closer at the bottom than they are at the top.
So, Kosho, my official stance on Cavendish is I don't accept it to prove that things pull to the center of mass, but I do accept it as a some sort of experiment demonstrated that things are attracted to other things, right? Matter, they are attracted to themselves. Some of them repel each other. Some things are attracted to each other. I do inherently understand that, but it does not prove center of mass.
What does Cavendish have to do with the repelling thing?
Well, it demonstrates that certain things are attracted to certain materials, certain atoms. They are attracted to each other, just like certain atoms, certain materials. They repel each other, right? There seems to be a certain chemical behavior of the. But
Cavendish doesn't show that.
Oh well, I beg to differ. Biodual is doing an experiment, and he's demonstrating that certain atoms are attracted to other atoms, right?
Yeah,
Regardless
right.
of what you. All right, so
Well, no,
I understand that before,
Yeah.
right? But that does not prove that things are pulling to the center of mass, which is
That's
the
fine.
original claim, which is the claim
That's fine.
proving the center of the Earth is a
I don't agree that
I'm
Biodual
saying
did
you
a
added the
valid
repelling
experiment
thing.
showing it.
No, but regardless of biodual, things are attracted to. I don't know how it works, right? I don't know.
No,
It's chemical.
there
Some
hasn't
things are
been-
attracted to other things.
I hear
It's
you,
just
but there
how it
hasn't
is.
been an actual experiment to show that.
It doesn't
Yeah,
need
they
to be,
haven't.
bro. There are things that are attracted to other things.
No,
Oxygen
they
and
didn't actually
hydrogen?
only change the
Neutral, they're
latitude,
attracted to each
the
other.
independent variable.
Latitude? What does latitude have to do with it?
Sorry, the mass. The mass, like, that was
Yeah, they did.
below it.
Yes, they do the Cavendish like that all the time. I have the one that they did with the gold, where they changed the mass of the gold and they measured the magnitude and they took away the electromagnetic force. And they did
Which
it in
one?
they measured
Yeah.
the smallest Cavendish effect.
Yeah.
Technically, it could be attracted to the ground, right? The entire flat ground. It doesn't necessarily have to be explained by pulling to the core, which is why it's hypothetically in a globe Earth is always gonna be perpendicular. It's gonna look straight, right? That could all simply be explained by is attracted to the ground, right?
Yeah.
It's not pulling to the center.
All right.
I want to see it. I want to see this thing in like a chamber, modulating for. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be in a chamber, but ideally it would be controlling for temperature and pressure, and then all they do is put a mass below it, and it has a different thing, or put a mass above, and it has a different, a different acceleration. Either one.
Well, what does temperature and pressure got to do with it? How would that affect it?
Well, temperature and
What do you
pressure
mean?
usually
The air has
changes
weight,
the.
so if you're putting something in there, it might affect it.
And and on materials, on atoms, temperature it usually is either expands or contracts the atoms, which makes the material. It changes the chemical composition of the material, which changes the attraction.
Well, that's a pretty strong claim there.
I wouldn't say it
Yeah,
changes the
that's no
chemical
evidence of that.
composition.
There's no evidence of that at all. It's all
Well,
every
There isn't any evidence.
that the mass. No, there is that they always they isolate the mass and see that and they change the mass. It changes the magnitude every time.
All right, so I'm right in what I'm saying. Am I correct?
No.
But you said the chemical composition, and all that.
Yeah. Well, it changes because if the material is expanding, is changing, at least for the moment, how the chemical composition is arranged until it cools out or thaws out. Well, I'm a mechanic, and sometimes to put crank bearings on cranks, we have to freeze up the crank itself. Freeze up the bearing and heat up the crank. Right, so it could slide in there and lock in there, right? That's changing. Well, that's what I'm explaining, right? That's so because you can't do it when they're both at normal temperature.
It's not necessarily
you have
changing
to change
the chemical composition. It's not necessarily changing the chemical composition.
It's rearranging the chemical composition and making it more malleable.
Makes it slightly more
like
dense.
increasing the energy state of the molecules such that it decreases the density. Not necessarily changing the chemical composition, but you could say like it's putting more space between the molecules or loosening the bonds or what have you.
Is there a difference between a solid and a liquid? Because when you heat something up, are you changing the chemical composition? Or you turn it into a solid?
No, because chemically, ice is still H2O and water is still H2O. The chemical composition isn't changing.
But is it still arranged the same?
You're changing the state. That's all you're changing. You're changing the state.
But either way, you guys understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, definitely. It was a slight correction.
Yes.
All right. So my point was made.
Yeah. You can adjust that, but you find when you adjust that, when it comes to gravity or it comes to the Cavendish effect or whatever, the adjustments due to that sort of slight density changes aren't going to be as apparent as you might think. Although you're right, there will be a change. There will be slight changes in magnitude because you're dealing with something that's more dense, less dense. Although actually, if you have two objects in the Cavendish, and they're just less dense or more dense, but the same amount of mass and the same distance away, the magnitude is actually going to change by actually next to nothing. I think actually, it's changed by nothing, just because it's the same. The equation's written the same, so the same distance away from each other and the same masses involved. So.
Well, I think we could use magnets, right? Don't they say that there's a giant molten iron core down there, acting like some sort of magnet? And it's weird because when you melt down magnets, they tend to lose their power. So how does that work?
We went over the Curie point earlier, and the Curie point refers to permanent magnets, as in solid magnets that like an iron chunk that's been, all the poles have been flipped to be oriented together, whereas a electromagnet or a flowing magnetic charge or flowing electric charge, which creates a magnetic field, these do not aren't dictated by the Curie point, because the Curie point is just the temperature in which those permanent magnets are going to lose that state that was created that they're all fixated in, whereas a electromagnet is just, like I said, just about the moving charge, which is always changing anyways. There's just two different things. We're back.
What happened? Everyone's fucking. Was it resolved?
Yeah, it's all concluded.
Fantastic.
Now we just
Just
party.
went for a shit.
We figured out the answer. The Earth is a.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out.
Just got washed away in a flood. Oh, bugger.
The answer to life is or you're roboted.
Yeah,
Roboted.
that sounded like good drowning, Gio.
It's a robot.
It's like them old Hitman threads where people would say stuff and then the Hitman take them out.
So I spoke to Ruhif yesterday about theodolites and whether a certain proposal would be possible to do. And the proposal was to set up and create instead of a horizontal certain above sea level, to create a slightly different, we'll say 85 degrees from plumb, and then extend that line out through leapfrogging, not just optically from that one through the eyepiece, but optically extending that 85-degree line out and seeing if it can hit a predetermined target that they can't actually see, right? And he said that that wouldn't be able to be done because of the leapfrogging. Between each leapfrog, you'd end up with a curved line, the 3D space. You couldn't actually create a straight line. And that, and I was like, clap, 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 because that verifies everything I've thought about these devices. You can't create a horizontal over. You can optically project one from your device through the eyepiece to a mountain or fucking and say that's a horizontal line. But you can't actually physically create a horizontal line with a theodolite over distance and guarantee that it's straight. So how the fuck are they measuring drop from a horizontal when, oh, well, they can't actually create the line, so they're only measuring it from that projection, from the original station through the optics, like with the crosshairs.
Wait, say it one more time. I don't know if I fully registered that.
Oh, you know how, like with a theodolite, let's just say we're down the beach, we've got sea level, and we set up, say, you know, eye height above sea level with theodolite, and we look through the eyepiece, and supposedly that's projecting a horizontal line or a perpendicular line, you know, to infinity. You're looking through that crosshairs, and wherever those crosshairs meet, right, is horizontal to your point. And from that, they measure drop, right? And they say, look, you know, the Earth is curving X. And and my whole contention with that is how do you know that optical line that you're looking down, projecting forward, is indeed straight? Like the physical items at the other end could be in a position optically, not where they are physically. You know, so how have you verified that? And they claim that they've done it with going back and all this other stuff. And I said, okay, well, I said to Ruhif, could we test a surveyor to see how accurately they could create a straight line? And he said, well, it's easy. You're thinking you set up for plumb and go, like you set up 2 stations in front and you sort of leapfrog, and that makes sense. Yep, you can do that. But he said that it could only be done from like perpendicular to plumb. Because I said, well, could we set one up that's at like 85 degrees? So you set your theodolite up, you got your horizontal, go a couple of notches down to 85 degrees, and then try and leapfrog that particular plane out. Instead of a perpendicular plane, a plane that's slightly less. And if they can do that accurately over distance, then they should be able to actually hit a target, a known distance above sea level at some distance away, that they can't actually see the track towards. So it almost tests the accuracy of a surveyor's ability to create a straight line. And he said, no, that couldn't be done because with every leapfrog, there are inconsistencies and you, by default, end up creating a curve, which goes against them being able to measure drop from horizontal over distance optically.
Right. I see what you mean. Yeah. If you purposefully made one that was angled up or down to verify that, and if you can't, then why do you think you could make one that's level?
Bingo. That's probably a good summary of it, actually, Gio. Yeah, because my thoughts were to do it over a couple of kilometers, whereby, you know, the person setting up at point A can't actually see the point that they should hit on the post at point B. Like it's just too far away, they can't make it out properly. So they literally have to go by a predetermined angle, assuming that it's a globe, you know. So what would my angle be down from zenith to hit that target, work that out, and then set off in that angle, and then just see where they end up. And they should theoretically get very close to the target if they're good at their job. I think it would be quite eye-opening. But Ruhif acknowledged that you wouldn't get close because of the discrepancies between each leapfrog. So at least that's honest, but it just goes against them being able to measure drop optically.
Right, and how far is it accurate to as well? Because the further you get out, the less accuracy you're going to have. So even the leapfrogging is going to even be more problematic. Yet some of them are going to claim that they're using it at these dramatically long distances.
Yeah, well, he admitted that 50 meters is probably a good leapfrog amount, because that way, pretty much whatever the are, it's going to be pretty much on the money. And admittedly, that means lots of leapfrogging. So then, yes, you've got lots of those errors that build up. But at least optically, over 50 meters, that can be pretty accurate. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. I thought maybe we should put that out as a challenge to a surveyor. It's not very hard to set your theodolite up, fucking look out through the eyepiece at 90 degrees. That's not a fucking challenge at all. But to actually calculate an angle down from zenith to hit something that's so far away based on a globe, there's maths involved that need to be accurate, and then there's also the ability of the guy to leapfrog accurately and use his equipment. Put it this way, Gio, if I could set something up over 5Ks and someone could track optically from left to right and get like within, a couple of feet of of the target, I'd be like, yeah, that's pretty bloody accurate. And if it was a flat plane, he would be miles off, because on a flat plane, his angle from zenith would have had it going into the ground much earlier than the post.
Yeah, for sure. That's interesting. Yeah. Kind of test the veracity of the claims of how that, how accurate that actually is.
Yeah, hey, there's lots of bloody shit writing on them apparently be able to do that accurately over distance. So yeah, where's your physical proof? Let's put it to the test.
Hello.
Yo.
Yo. What's up?
I don't know, hopefully the yo-yo never comes back, mate. I've got visions all of a sudden of the Coca-Cola team coming to my school doing all their rap dances with the yo-yos and all the tricks. Did anyone else have the Coca-Cola yo-yo team come to their school?
What is that? Yo-yo
No one else knows. Coca-Cola yo-yo team.
No, I never had that.
They had all the parachute pants. Yeah, they had all the equipment. They'd get up on stage and they'd do some dance routine while doing tricks with the yo-yos, the Coca-Cola yo-yos. That must have been Australian.
Is that like a commercial for Coca-Cola or something?
Yeah, it's back in the 80s, mate. Back in the day. Yeah, when Coca-Cola was promoting itself massively.
Sorry, you're dropping out a little bit. Are you Australian?
I am.
Nice. Dude, have you seen the most Australian interview ever? Fucking.
Say that again.
Have you seen the most Australian interview ever?
Most Australian.
Yeah. Look it up, man. It's hilarious, dude. It's fucking great.
You said interview.
It's
interview.
Like
okay.
Yeah.
Is that like with a bogan or something?
Dude, just check it out. It's hilarious, dude.
Okay.
I want to hear you watch it so I can hear you laugh, man.
Dude, it must be funny. You're just thinking about it and laughing.
Yeah, bro. Fuck the comments, man. You'll find it on YouTube. It's like the first thing that pops up. Are you checking it out?
Not right now. I'm in the kitchen busy doing something, but I will.
Okay. I thought it would be interesting if anybody who is a flat earther wants to try and convince me or sway my opinion. Anybody wants to try?
Well, what I would say to you is, I don't want to sway your opinion or change a belief you have, but I would ask you to verify everything yourself, or at least look for physical
what do you mean
evidence
verify?
of everything. Okay. So
People
like curvature, for example, right now it's calculated or it is optically derived. So for me personally, I would like something more physical than that. I would ask you to ask yourself, are you happy with the optical derivation and the calculation? Or would you like to see something physical backing up those measurements?
There's a small dropouts, but I got the gist of what you were saying. You want me to check
Good.
calculations of something? Hello.
Bear with me a second. Yeah, just bear with me. Get into a slightly better spot for reception. It could be that I'm too far away from the device. Okay, so I would just ask you to ask yourself, are you happy with calculation, curvature, and optical measurement? Or like me, would you like to see something physical back those measurements up? Because I'm not going to try and convince you of flat or sway your opinion.
It depends what you mean, something physical to back it up.
Well, there's calculations and there's optical derivation. So it's been optically derived and it's calculated.
What's optical derivation?
It's dropped from horizontal through a theodolite.
Dropped from what?
Dropped from horizontal through a theodolite, or reverse, reciprocal zenith angle. An optical device to measure horizontal plumb.
Well, back to my point. I've tried recently to, when I've been there, to sway other people's opinions, but I thought maybe it would be more fun for you guys if you try and sway my opinion, and we'll see how it goes.
That's not what I'm set out to do. Personally, I'm not trying to do that. Anybody?
Fine.
So I wouldn't do that to you. Maybe someone else wants to try that.
Well, you're not necessarily doing something to me. I mean, if you believe you have an accurate representation of reality, you should try and share it if you can. Right? Doesn't that make sense?
Well, yeah. Personally, I've never put forward an accurate representation of reality. I'm questioning status quo. I'm not happy with the physical evidence behind it, and that's what I'm doing.
Do you maybe have any other tabs open at the moment? There's like once in a while it just drops out a little bit. Is there anybody else?
I think it's because I'm hanging upside down.
Are you hanging upside down? Right. Well, technically you wouldn't be if you understand the model.
Yeah, buddy.
Upside down from you, though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what's up and what's down is dependent on where the ground is, you know?
I would say up and down are stable and consistent things for everybody.
Sure, yeah, it's stable and consistent.
Why is there a northern and a southern hemisphere? Why is Australia the land down under if there is no up and
We just say that because Europe was for a long time controlling a lot of areas of the world, so we just to say they are under us, but it's course not accurate. I mean, someone in Australia can equally say people are under us, you know, if we're in Australia, you know.
Interesting.
There is no real up and down. We just say space is above us, you know, and the
How
ground is
come?
below us.
How come all of the photos of Earth have the same orientation of space? How come you never see a photo of Earth where Australia's fucking on top? Do all the spacecraft go out there and get quantum locked in a fucking certain direction or something, do they? Can't they turn their cameras around?
I'm pretty sure I can find that. I mean, when a satellite is going over Australia and it's taking a picture, it's doing exactly what you're asking for.
No, you know my point. All of the propaganda shots in all of the books always have Australia down the bottom in the southern fucking hemisphere. Why isn't it ever represented sideways or up around the fucking other way? Because there is no up and down.
Most of them are made either was previously made either by America or you know, Russia. They are higher.
Oh, propagandized, you suggest?
No, it's just a matter of
Yes.
preference. It's just a matter of preference, you know.
Preference.
For who? For whom?
Most of land masses are towards north. You know, there are very little land towards the south pole, and that's why
There's no up
it would
and
be kind
down,
of
though.
pointless to.
There's no up and down, though.
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't say up and down. I say towards north.
Yeah, and who's?
And down, and with the south pole, there is very little land, so it would be kind of. There's like no one. How do I say this? Like there's no one to want, except for maybe Australia, who would maybe want a picture of Earth upside down.
So
compared to where the norm is.
Who determines that north is up?
No one does. It's
Well,
not determined.
That's how it's depicted.
You can buy a globe. You can buy a globe where the South Pole is quote unquote up and north is down. That's not a hard thing to do. It's just like this. Let me explain it this way. You know,
ask me money back if that happened.
Hang on. There's a lot of stuff you can buy that are right-handed. That's because most people are right-handed, right? But you can find stuff that is like guitars, for example, that are left-handed. You can do it. It's just people go towards the norms, you know. So if most people live towards the northern hemisphere, they want to see that on top, you know.
Are you saying they make globes that are upside down?
Sorry, what?
And why do they want to see it at the top? Why is it a partisan issue? What difference does it make if there's no orientation in the universe? Why do they want to see it at the top? Why?
Because you're perceiving it as top. You can turn the globe upside down. It wouldn't be wrong.
Right, but why?
Hang on. Yeah, why are you directionalist towards north?
I'll answer my own question because you've been programmed to think that.
Been programmed. Sure.
Why are you discriminating against the south? Why can't you put south on the top?
You can. I said many times.
Why don't they though?
You can buy a globe where south is at the top.
I bet you it's more fucking expensive.
You ask for your money back if you get one of those. I bet you. You go, what the hell?
Probably could. You get it for free.
Half price.
This thing's defective.
Exactly. I'd like to see where you can buy an upside down globe, actually. I've never heard that before.
Does anybody want to try and sway my opinion?
No.
And the names of the cities upside down as well.
I'm finding right now maps where the opposite is like of what we normally have is the norm.
So guys, I posted a link in the chat. If you guys wanted any more context on the sizes of continents and the positions, there's a show called West Wing that they had a scene on that.
The names of the countries.
You go to thetruesize.com too, and it'll show you the true size of different.
Just remember, none of those are completely perfect, you know. So we're clear.
Who's that in the background roboting?
That's
It's
FE.
each
FE.
to their own.
Effie, if you can
It
hear us,
sucks
you're,
when that happens.
yeah, you're a robot.
Sounds so funny.
Sounds like you're falling off a cliff.
I have been programmed to
Yeah.
disrupt.
Flap your wings, FE. Flap your wings.
Yeah, but does anybody want to try, or is no one going to try?
No.
Did you just say you've been programmed to disrupt? I hope you're paying
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
each to their own. You know, because it sounds like a robot, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. All right.
I mean, yo, like, what is driving or intriguing you? Like, are you questioning the globe, or are you just wanting to hear about other viewpoints, or?
Yeah, I've just noticed trying to persuade other people's opinions isn't always as easy, you know. So I thought it would be interesting to see if you guys want to try and persuade mine. Maybe that will be more fun for you guys, because it might be fun for me trying to persuade someone, but I don't usually get the feeling that other people are enjoying what I'm doing. So I thought maybe you guys could have some fun on my expense.
That's
Give it a
not
go.
what we're here for, though.
No, I'll humor him. All right.
You're a baller.
Step up %, step right up.
So
I mean, surely if you guys are in the right, it should be very easy for you to make sense when trying to explain to me what the reality is of whatever.
all right. So we're humans, right? We have senses.
Sure.
We rely on these senses. You agree?
Sure.
Okay.
And our senses can be fooled.
Sure.
We all know this. Yeah.
Okay, so we rely on our senses, right? And
Yep.
if our senses weren't reliable, we'd probably be dead, right?
They aren't reliable. That's the problem.
If they weren't reliable enough, we'd probably be dead, right?
Sure.
Okay. So, these senses are what we use to observe the physical laws of the universe, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that.
There's
So we can observe
No,
the
but
physical laws of the
can't-
universe without relying on our senses?
No, we can't really see the physical laws of the universe. I mean, I can see someone jumping and then going down again, but I can't like see what is causing it. You know what I mean?
Okay, but the physical laws of the universe don't speak to what's the cause of the second law of thermodynamics?
I don't know. Do you want to explain?
Exactly. They're just effects that you observe.
Sure.
Okay. So we rely on our senses, right? You're certain of that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
You hear me talk right now, you're certain you hear me speaking. You're not solipsist, you're not like, oh, brain in the vat type. We're going, we're using common sense, right? So the question is, we
some more than
observe
others. No, sorry, I'm joking. Sorry.
No worries. So we observe a hold on a second. We use our senses to observe a motionless Earth. Do you agree?
Motionless, as in not emotions, or motionless as stationary. Is that what you mean?
Motionless as in stationary.
Well, that if that's your perception.
Yeah, that's what observation is,
I mean,
perception.
Sure.
We observe a motionless Earth, right? Do you feel movement?
I wouldn't say I see a motionless Earth. I mean, I can
didn't say
understand
see. Why do you keep on saying feel? Observations don't have to be with sight only.
No, but I'm referring to sight though.
Okay, well, I'm referring to all of our senses. So we feel no motion. Technically, for this one, I'm referring to the vestibular system.
When the Earth shakes, you can feel that.
Yes, but we're talking about the spinning of the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep in context. So do you feel the motion of the Earth?
But I can feel that.
It shouldn't be that hard of a question, man. This is straightforward.
Well, you wanna not let.
It's
me
very
ask
simple.
the way I
Do
want
you
to answer.
feel? I'm not saying it's not spinning or it is spinning. I'm saying, do you feel it?
Well, I've answered you. I can feel an earthquake, which is an emotion of the Earth. You know, it's then
Lord have
moving.
mercy.
The crust
All
over
right,
me is
no,
moving.
never mind.
Okay, prove your mum's your mum and be done with it.
No,
Sorry, what?
you're not ready. You're not ready, bro.
to say you tapped out early.
I didn't tap out. I just knew a futile,
Yeah, you
like
gave
an
up
exercise in
pretty
futility
quick.
when I
You
when I
can do
saw it.
this, bro. You can do this, bro.
I had faith.
They tried doing this to me at Gems the other day with the earthquake thing because they could
But I'm
feel the
giving
earth moving.
I'm allowing you to
You're not being
completely
intellectually
control the
honest, bro.
conversation.
No, you're not being intellectually
no
honest.
need-
You know we're talking
No,
about the
you're
nature
not
of the
being-
Earth. We're not talking about seismology or
right.
earthquakes. So you got to be intellectually honest if you're going to engage in this.
You're asking, sir, you asked me if I can feel the Earth move, and I said.
I
if
said with
there's
the
an
context of spinning
said-
Earth. We
I
mentioned that,
answered,
and then you went back to
please,
earthquakes.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
There's no need to.
You asked me
Okay.
if I can feel the Earth move, and I said if there's an earthquake, yes, I can.
Yeah, and then I said, well, we're talking about the spinning Earth, the spinning globe, right? That's the context. And then I asked
Yeah,
you
I'm just
again.
answering-
You agreed, and then I asked you again, and then you went back to earthquakes. It's futile.
No, you said I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something
No
else.
need to play beyond checkmate. Checkmate's the end of the game. You don't have to play beyond that to finish. The game's over here.
Yeah, it's
You
cool.
lost.
Maybe come again when your mind's right.
Are you saying my mind is not right?
Yeah, you're not being, objective or intellectually honest enough to engage.
No,
It's cool.
you're just saying stuff to belittle what I'm answering you back.
That's my observation.
Your observation is not.
And guess what?
necessarily
I observed that
correct,
without my eyes.
Well, I allowed you to control the conversation, and you even that you couldn't do. You know.
Yeah, you're uncontrollable. Good job.
So
What a trait.
Keep trying, or are you gonna give up already?
They did this to me at Gems the other day.
No, we'll try again tomorrow,
They
okay?
were saying
Oh,
they
you
did
can
this
have
to
it
me
now,
at Gems.
Sorry, what?
They did this to me at Gems like 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago with the earthquake thing. There was multiple people like backing that up that they could feel the earth move. Then they first they tried earthquakes, and they're like, all right, we're not talking about earthquakes. But then they still tried to go on after that and say that they could feel it.
Yeah, I wasn't here 2 days ago, so I don't know what you're referring to. But still,
Oh,
I
it
would
was
like someone to
somewhere
try and. I would like someone else to try if they can, unless you want to continue, of course, to try and change my opinion or whatever.
No, I told you come tomorrow. We could try again.
Why can't you do it today if you can do it tomorrow?
No,
Ask yourself.
you can't do it today.
I
We
can do
will
it
try
today.
again tomorrow.
I'm asking someone to try and change my opinion. You can say whatever you
You
want.
know
they
we're
did. They did.
you know we're talking
You
about the
didn't.
context of Earth rotating, and you brought in earthquakes.
He
Well,
asked
I
me a
think,
simple question.
I mean, what I heard is that he was kind of trying to walk you through something to try to get to a point, but
I was like finding common ground. I was looking for an agreement, but he's very
Trying.
yeah.
I'm being aware of what?
You're very
No,
what's the word I'm looking for? Confrontational, unnecessarily.
No, I'm not confrontational.
You were being, yeah.
No. You asked me if I can feel the earth.
Bro,
move
I asked you if you rely on
generally,
your
I can't.
senses, and you
But if there's an
volunteered that our
earthquake, I
senses can deceive us.
Yes.
It wasn't, it was out of place. It was you inserting your own kind of narrative. When I was
Well,
walking
are
you
you- are
through
you
my narrative, you asked me to walk you through it, and then you volunteered. Anyways, we'll try again another time.
Are you suggesting that I'm not allowed to respond the way I feel I want to?
That's not my suggestion at all.
Well, it is. You're saying I have to come back another time when
Next time we'll save
You have
questions
to
for
be
the end.
honest about it. You have to be honest about it.
I haven't lied about anything.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that you have, but you have to. We're talking about
You're saying I'm not honest.
Earth
that means I'm
rotation.
lying.
We're talking about Earth rotation, and you're talking about earthquakes.
Well, he didn't say that previously. He was asking me if I can feel the Earth move, and I say, yeah, if there's an earthquake, I can. What's your point?
But then I specified the spinning Earth, like the globe, and then you agreed. You said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
And then I asked you again, and then you
Then
said
continue
earthquakes
with your
again.
point, dude. You just
And
stopping
it's
your
cool, man.
point
It's
for
cool.
no reason.
I'm done speaking about it.
Alright, good try. Someone else wants to try?
It's a good try. Good try.
How about just a
A
conversation?
for effort. A for effort.
Hey, yo, how about just a
But
conversation?
someone, seriously, does someone want to try?
No convincing.
Someone
today.
just did.
Yeah.
Come back tomorrow and try again.
Interesting. clip matrix you dropped.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, yo?
Yeah.
Yo, how about just
Matrix will change your mind.
No, it's just a conversation. Not at all. I definitely don't want to change your mind. You seem
was
like
really
an
hoping
intelligent man.
to try
You
this
seem
today. I
you
thought it
seem
would be fun,
to
but
you seem to be able to rationalize
so far
everything,
it's
right?
been, but it's like you guys gave up way too
Is
easily.
that eggshells or
Like I haven't even said I disagree with anything. I haven't even fucking said I disagree with anything. Like it was trying to make a point. And I was like, yeah.
So let me start.
Then it stopped. For
Let
no
me
reason.
start. Have you ever questioned why do you believe
come
the
on.
things that you believe?
Someone please try.
Can you
Is
hear
my mic
Matrix?
fucked up or you can't hear
I don't
me?
think
Or...
you can hear him.
All right, you're gonna have
Yeah,
to.
you got someone muted.
I haven't muted him.
Matrix
He's muted
Media
himself.
All right.
Speak, Matrix.
Yo.
I think your mic might be off, dude.
No, we can all hear him.
Yeah, we can hear
That's
you.
fine. Alright.
Who's trolling and being obtuse?
No, I don't think he's purposely trolling on that.
I might have turned him down at some point in the past.
Maybe I'm turning him down. That could be.
It's Matrix Media J. Turn him up.
Yeah, it's on full volume. Not muted.
Yo, can you hear me?
Check.
All right. So can anybody else?
Does someone else want to try?
We
them?
all hear you, man. We all hear you, except for this guy apparently.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So
maybe he is trolling. God damn.
Maybe I can try and go out and in again. Maybe I can hear them. Maybe that's.
Sure, try that.
Yeah, you try that. Maybe tomorrow.
yeah, no, I'm guessing my voice isn't
yeah,
to
now
his
I can hear him.
liking.
Yeah, let's not assume the
Yeah.
worst of people.
Yeah, never attribute to mouse what can be explained by
wanna try?
Discord just malfunctioning.
Cool. Very logical, all of that malfunctioning. Very convenient. But have you ever questioned your beliefs, whatever they may be?
Oh, of course.
Sure. So do you believe that we live on a sphere flying through space, possibly rotating around the sun?
Potentially, yeah. You want to try and convince me what the reality of the world is, or whatever?
Not at all. See, because for me to have to convince you, I would have to have that reality. I don't possess that, so I can't give it on to you.
So you do not know what the shape of the Earth is? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But do you?
I'm asking if
I don't
someone
think
can.
you're not gonna find a flat earther that knows the shape. I don't think.
That's the thing. If you continue being a flat earther, right? That means that you can't. We obviously have mountains, valleys. Some elevations are higher than others. It can't be flat. That kills it. And flat is an aspect of the shape. So,
Wait, so does nobody who actually believe the Earth is flat, or?
don't worry about anybody believe. Let's talk about your beliefs. What do you believe? Do you believe we live on a sphere?
One of your roles says Earth is not a globe. At least convince me that it's not. Then, if you want to try that instead.
Well, do you believe in reasonable doubt?
Would you want to explain what reasonable doubt is?
Well, it's like the court system. How they use reasonable doubt in order to be able to acquit somebody that maybe was been wrongly accused, right?
Yeah, that's like an American thing. So
I'm pretty sure they have it in every system because it's something just, right? It just prevents the system from railroading people, right? If the people could see that the person is innocent instead of seeing the system providing mountains of evidence, they'll do that. So it's a failsafe kind of thing.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I perceive reasonable doubt as being something you're doubting, right? With the reasonable reasons or whatever. I don't see what that.
I mean, there's a colloquial sense to it, and there's a legal sense. The legal sense was an analogy to get you to understand right. So have you questioned your belief within reasonable doubt? Have you entertained the opposing ideas? Not necessarily flat Earth. You know, there's another
Yes.
very hollow Earth out there. You know, there's a lot of shit out there. Have you entertained those ideas and it took them
Of course.
to their extent?
I'm not stubborn. You know, I used to be religious, for example. I was very doubtful about that. I had my reasonable doubts. No, I no longer have those because I no longer believe in religion. So I guess I would say yes. I have reasonable doubts.
You have reason. So you don't seem to believe in a lot. What do you? Let me know. What are the things that you believe in, that you are 100% on, regardless, whatever they may be, religious or not.
Well, I don't have any religious beliefs.
Start with water. The existence of water. That's an easy one.
I don't believe water exists. I know water exists because I can drink it. I can interact with it, so it is part of reality.
Okay. So that's part of reality, right? And that's a truth that we can all agree without having to overly be scientific about it, run it through a lab. We can all agree that that's empirically true, right?
Unless we're all suffering from shared psychosis, where water isn't really real, but we perceive it to be. So we
we could all be in a simulation. We could all be just seeing code, interpreting it as water.
Sure.
Yeah, but we can agree that that's the truth, right?
Sure.
Water's not even wet,
right? We all agreed on that truth without having to peer review it. Well, we did in a sense peer review it, but you know what I mean, without having to, so
consensus.
Exactly. So can we say that about the spherical Earth? Can we say that it is true in that way, that we can all agree when we see it, when we hear about it, when we research it?
Just so I come clear here, I did say I perceive water as being a real thing, the same way I do also perceive the Earth being round as a real thing.
Okay, see, that's the thing. We can agree on the water being real because that's a truth that we can all perceive.
Yep.
But the Earth being a globe, since we can't, this is not like Roblox or was it Minecraft? We can't just elevate to its extent, right? We can't see, right? Nobody has the ability to do that, as far as I could tell. So we would have to rely on other means, right? Not visual, on other means.
That's probably where we would disagree, right? Because I do believe that we have taken pictures and videos from the Earth, and we have eyewitness testimony of it.
And you're allowed to believe that.
Also
I mean, listen, man. Trust me. I believe
I
you,
couldn't
bro.
hear the other guy. I couldn't hear the other guy. I think it was
No, it's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I believe you, bro. You know, there's also eyewitnesses and accounts of Sasquatch. There's people willing to testify that there's Sasquatch.
Sure.
What makes your truth any realer than that truth, or is it selective or subjective?
Well, one is one guy out in the woods with a quote unquote camera, right? The other thing is the other idea is a lot of people working for a common goal. Not just one country, not just one person. A lot of people within a field, and it's not just eyewitness testimony or cameras. We have data, we have equations, we have math.
Is all this data, math, equations? Is it all come from one source? Where does where is the data coming from?
That's a good thing. It doesn't all come from one source. It's been a lot of people throughout time.
So who is it that's officially claiming that we live on a sphere? What entity? What body is that?
It's not just one body. That's the point.
Well, who is it exactly? Where did it come from?
It's a lot of people and a lot of countries. Even though, of course, the countries are made up of people, so I would say it's just a hell of a lot of people.
But they've had to have originated from somewhere, right?
Not that I'm claiming that the number of people believing in something makes it more true. Of course, then being Muslim would be correct because there are more Muslims than Christian, of course. So I realize the number of people believing in something doesn't make it necessarily accurate, right?
100% agree. We can all agree on that. Sure.
So far, you have tried not at all to convince me what reality is, but instead make me doubt what it is. Is that accurate to say?
Well, if there is reasonable doubt to that which you believe to be solid, right? Therefore, it would lead
here's
to
my point, right?
questions. Questions
So
might
you
lead
gotta
you to
hang out
see
from
the other side.
Yo, hold on. You gotta hang out for more than 5 minutes. You gotta hang out for more than 5 minutes. And do it with an open honest mind. You know, so
Can I make a point though? With religion, right? The reason I can doubt them is because they have financial gain from making me perceive the world other than what it is.
Everyone does, Joe. Don't be naive.
Well, not something that is not funded by my money. Do you know what I mean?
Yo, you are under the impression that you have some sort of control. You're under that illusion, the illusion that you get to dictate on what your tax money, or don't they just kind of take that money? You just kind of take it. We don't really get to say. We don't write letters. There's no petitions. There's nothing that I've never signed. You just kind of take the money from the check.
Here in
What did you
Norway,
say that's more reality?
Please. Here in Norway, you can actually be exempted for taxes if you are not that rich, or if, for example, if you're underage and you're working, you can be exempted for taxation. But we do not live in the same country.
But it's still the point of a tax, or what is a tax?
Well, it's a way for everybody to pay for the common things we need, for example, roads or whatever, or water, drinking water. We have to have someone who works on those pipes, right? So we have to pay someone to do it.
Caesar. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar. There will
I
always
think
be
Rome,
Caesar.
Yeah, Rome had water at certain points. So yeah, people would pay taxes for that, or for military or whatever. There's a lot of reasons for paying taxes, and we can disagree on what the taxes
For the
should be
infrastructure, taxes are for infrastructure. I completely understand. If that was the truth about what taxes really are,
they are,
and how really things are paid. If that was the truth about how money works, then what you're saying is rational. But when you find out that the way money works isn't the way most people think it works, then you seem to understand that what you're saying is absurd.
Is that a chicken? Yeah, we can all agree or disagree on how good taxes are. I mean, it would be cool if we paid no taxes, but then it would be harder to organize certain structures.
But again, let's say this is kind of like a side conversation. Let's just say that money, right? What you see as money, currency.
Sorry.
Maybe that doesn't. Yeah. I'm assuming you guys have dollars still, right? Like paper.
No, we don't have dollars. We don't have dollars.
You guys went digital already completely?
No. We have. Well, we do use digital money, but we do have kroner.
Okay, so what is dollars over here is kronas over there.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, the way that works, right? That's currency.
I buy most of my stocks.
Is that how that works?
Dollars.
Shit.
Dude, there's a whole thing. It's called the Grace Commission report. Damn, I sometimes I just go into like a mind fuck. But I know it's that guy that he goes into the taxes. And here in the U.S. though, he goes into the taxes, what it actually is, what they're paying, and they're not paying none of the things that they say that they are, bro. This is literally money for them, for the people that know this is we're funding their pensions.
Well, it's not completely accurate. I understand what you're saying, that some taxes are misused, right? Your government does not always spend
not all,
tax money.
not some, bro.
I'm making a point here. Tax money is not always spent the way you want to, right? But the schools are still being built. They're not being built from nothing, right? They are, in fact, taxing people, and they're using some of that money for good. Some of it's been spent on military and other stupid shit that really should be a thing of the past, but, you know. But can we move on from taxes and stuff like that and to the shape of the earth? Someone. and try and convince
Yeah,
me.
dude, this is
that-
going to take
that's what I
more than
wanna do.
5 minutes. Like I said, this is going to take a long time, and you're going to have to do it with an honest, open mind, not the mindset where we're talking about Earth move.
I mean, are
You
you
gotta do it
expecting to
honestly,
change the nature of
I've heard many times people claim that I'm not being honest, that my mind is not being open and honest. I would please beg you guys to stop, because you are allowed to control the conversation, and you're not
But
even
do you
trying
expect?
to convince
Do
me.
you expect
so
for the
how can-
nature of what you believe to change in 2 minutes? Though, I mean, is that realistic and rational?
Well, you can have more than 2 minutes.
I mean, obviously, there has to be some time where you take in information, and there has to
Yeah.
be an exchange. It isn't going to
And
be
so far, you
something
guys haven't given me.
instantaneously.
You have been arguing that reality is not what I perceive, and that taxes are bad. So, like, so
Can I
far,
just throw in, just quickly, hang on, just quickly, man. You've just said to us you've been told many times, blah, blah, blah. Now, if I've been told something many times, then I have to stop and reflect and think, maybe it's true. If lots of different people are telling me the same thing, maybe it's true. So if you've been told you don't approach it with an open and honest mind by many people, maybe you don't.
well, as I've said earlier, the fact that many people believe something doesn't make it true, right?
By the way, the Grace Commission, I mentioned it earlier. It was actually ordered by Ronald Reagan. So he actually presented that to Congress. So it wasn't no conspiracy theorist.
Well, let me try and make you understand what I'm coming from here. Whatever happens in America doesn't affect me, right? Of course, the shape of the Earth doesn't technically not affect my life. But that is what I want to talk about, like the shape of the Earth. Like, you don't have to be American to think the Earth is round or flat, or whatever shape you think it is. So if you want to try and tell me the way the world really is, that's what I want to discuss. Not taxes, not Ronald Reagan.
Actually, nobody's gonna tell you the way the Earth is, because really nobody has the power. Anybody that had the power to do so, they will probably not be on these chats, because this would be boring to them, because they would know the answers.
Speak for yourself, Matrix.
Oh shit, we having a Lee over here, Plum. Show me the ways, bro.
Plums are not round. So does anybody want to actually try and explain to me what?
Dude, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to stick around, listen to the conversations that happen. Like, this isn't something we can just ram down your throat in 10 minutes.
If you guys want to try, that's all I'm asking.
Yes, we're gonna try. Just sit back and listen. You'll see what happens. You'll see what gets talked about and shit, and you know you can come to your own conclusion. Bro, it's gonna take longer than 5 minutes, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't said you only have 5 minutes.
So what is it that you're trying to be
I don't know,
convinced
dude.
of?
It's gonna take 3 years.
Are you trying to be convinced that we live on a flat Earth, or are you trying to be convinced that we don't live on a globe? What is it exactly that we need to convince you?
Convince me of your reality.
It only took me 3 months, man.
How can anybody do that, though? Can anybody have an idea? How can anyone explain anyone's reality to one person?
Everyone's reality is different.
Sure.
Yeah, but you should be able to express it, right?
Yes.
People have.
So, Kosho, without Jewish science, would you explain to me who you are, where you are, and when you are, please?
The fuck?
What is Jewish science?
You should be able to explain it. You should be able to explain it, man.
Hold on,
I'm not asking who he is or where he is. I'm asking.
What the hell is Jewish science?
I tell you to grab something sharp and shove it up your ass, but I don't want to be rude, so I'm not gonna say that.
You guys shove it up my ass?
Probably talking about LeMaitre and the Big Bang Theory or something.
Hey, Matrix, can you explain to me how the Matrix works?
It's
an illusion, bro. It's on a.
You're talking about LeMaitre and the Jesuits.
It's a bunch of codes.
Ones and zeros, man. Ones and zeros.
Oh, I know.
There really is no spoon.
Yeah.
We just gotta watch out for those.
Okay, let me try and rephrase myself. Is there anybody here who claims the Earth is not round?
All of
I
them
don't.
do.
Yes. I don't. Wouldn't. Almost no one here thinks that.
Can
What
you
is the
explain
Earth?
to me how you came to that conclusion?
It took a long time, dude. Long time. Years.
Yo,
Months. Months
what
and
is the
years.
Earth? What is the Earth?
Didn't take me that long.
Well, surely we should both know the answer to that question.
Well, I mean, there's a model that the Earth is like one thing, like the stars, everything is like enclosed. So, are you when you say the Earth, are you including the what's perceived to be outside of it?
No, I don't perceive the stars as being Earth. If that was your question, I'm not really sure what you said. I mean, Earth is not just one thing, right? You have Earth, the dirt. People sometimes call that Earth. You have Earth that is like below us, generally speaking, unless you're upside down.
You seen the Walter Bislin model, the flat Earth model that he made?
I don't think so. Maybe. Can you post a picture?
Somebody probably got it on there, but I'm too lazy for that. Anyways,
Right.
this is a globe earther, by the way, a globe earther. He's a glober. He made a like a 3D rendering that works, where he made the center project like the lights, the things that we see in the sky. He made it project from the center. He actually made it work. So I mean, he did it to be ironic though, but hey, it's an idea.
On it.
I'm just saying hypothetically that shows that the Earth, the ground, then what we see is all united and not two separate things. So that's why I ask, what is Earth? You say the shape of the Earth. Okay, what is Earth?
Well, I've seen a lot of different
giant
models, and none of them so far has been able to explain everything I perceive when I look up into the sky, for example. Like the moon moving the way it does, or the sun moving the way it does.
I like to think of it as a giant vagina
What is that guy's name again? I want to look it up.
with a moist, warm
Walter
in the
Bislin.
center.
Bislin.
Who?
Walter Bislin.
I made him up, Naps.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
him.
I'm just making shit up, Naps.
Oh, him. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
From which run the 4 rivers of life.
Naps.
I made up the whole Walter Bislin, the whole model, the whole project. That was just some shit I just made up, Naps. Don't worry about it.
Why would you make that up?
Bro, because that's what we do, right? We just make shit up.
But that's just true.
Yo, I was going to ask you, in general, do you feel like you're looking for someone else to kind of show you the way, as it were, or to tell you?
Sure, yes, sure. That's a good way.
Well, hold on, let me finish about that. Hold on. I was just going to say, are you looking for that, or are you looking to discover it for yourself?
I'm not looking to discover anything by myself. I just want someone else to show me how they came to their conclusion, or whatever, or like explain to me what they are perceiving and how and why and whatnot. I think you got it right, Gio. Show me the way. Show me that way.
Show me the meaning of being lonely.
I think he wants something that can be given to him, though. Like, can anyone really show anybody anything? We can guide you, but we can't show you anything, though. We can't convince you.
Guide me.
It's an internal thing.
You're my shepherd. I'm your sheep, and you're my shepherd. Now, guide me.
Are you Dutch?
Jesus.
Really? Is everyone Dutch to you, Kosho?
Fucking Dutch motherfuckers.
Only Dutch people. Yeah, only Dutch people.
You're so douche, you know, Dutch.
I love the Dutch.
Gio, do you want to try and guide me? Sorry. Excuse me.
Not particularly, but I'm up for having a discussion or talking.
Sure.
But...
Whatever you want to talk about, that's you go in that direction. Good day.
Are you guys excited about Batman coming out in a couple days?
Heck yeah. Oh,
The Batman, yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Excuse me.
looks good.
This Dutch guy wanted to talk about something, so I just brought up Batman.
One thing I'll say, yo, is that I think the globe Earth was really pushed on us, perhaps indoctrinated into us in a way where we didn't really have much of a choice. You know, when we were all children, it was like the Earth is a globe and this is what it is, you know. And it was very
It's not illegal.
right. So I'm just saying that, like, it seems like you're requesting for that to be done, but just with something that isn't the globe. Like you're requesting for someone to show you all the answers, like they did the globe, right?
Sure, I guess you can frame it in that way if you want. That's totally fine. I wouldn't say that's what I'm trying to do. I just want you to explain to me. But God, I thought it was so easy. Like, God damn. If someone here thinks the Earth is flat, explain to me how. Explain to me so I understand.
So is it rational to assume that people change the nature of possibly their reality in like what 2 minutes? Is that what you think that we did? That we just watched one video and was like
I did it at the very start.
Giving you guys 20 minutes already, and no one's tried. Like one guy.
I did it at the start.
And then he stopped.
The very start, I did it.
You know what? Yeah, there's no silver bullet for this. Okay, what happens over time? You start to listen to conversation, and you pick up that there is many aspects of the general mainstream narrative that don't quite make sense. As a real broad brush, you look at it and you watch a science documentary. Like what?
Explain to me.
Well, we're talking about the ISS earlier, right? We're talking about the ISS. Now, I'm sure you believe it's up there, and there's people in there, and they're floating around. Yeah, you believe that?
Potentially.
Okay, cool. Okay, do you think man has anti-gravity technology? Do you think that here on Earth?
No. Anti-gravity.
Okay,
technology.
cool. That's simple question. I'm not trying to be clever. So you don't think so? Okay. Now my next question to you is: why do you think there are people floating around in the ISS up there? Why do you think that?
Why do you think it's not?
No. Don't change the subject. I've asked you a question.
I didn't change the subject. It's the same subject.
Why do you think? No, hang on. I didn't say that I didn't think so.
Is you to explain to me why it is not. I'm not trying to speak over you. You explain me. Explain to me, please.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I've just asked you. You believe there is an ISS with people? You agree? Yes.
I said
do you think? Is it possible for you to let somebody finish a sentence, or do you have to talk over the top?
I haven't interrupted you, dude.
Do you want me to mute you? I can mute you, and then I'll finish my sentence, and then you can respond.
I can leave. That's fine.
Yes, you can. That's up to you. It's a free world. My question is, why do you think, or why do you believe that there are people in the ISS? It's a simple question. Why do you think so?
Why do you think I believe it, dude? I said potentially. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. The whole point of this conversation was to someone else to speak to me, not me trying to talk. And you can just say, no, that's wrong.
I don't even know what you're looking for. You're not even looking to engage in a dialogue with somebody. I don't know what you're expecting from us. I really don't. You might need to explain that.
Your views.
He's trolling the whole time.
If you think there's no ISS, explain to me why there's no ISS.
No, I didn't say there wasn't. I didn't say there wasn't. I didn't say there wasn't. Don't strawman me.
Well, did you not incline it? Or whatever you say?
True.
I didn't say there was no ISS. Why are you strawmanning me with that argument?
You did kind of say it.
No, I didn't. Okay, I just asked you a question. I didn't say anything.
I said potentially.
Okay, all right, cool. I can work with that. So why do you potentially think there is an ISS up there with people in it? Why do you think that?
Why do you potentially think it's not?
I didn't say that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, piss him off. The guy's just an asshole.
I think he's trying to learn about what you guys believe, man.
Teach me. I'm asking
I think he's being unreasonable on purpose.
Hang on, Kosher. I'm trying to determine why he holds the position.
I'm allowing you guys to I'm allowing you to talk.
Hold on a second. Yo, have you seen the ISS videos where there's people? You kind of see the ropes. You see the hangers. You know, the ropes they're hanging from. You ever seen those?
Nah, you went wrong already. You should have not told them about the hangers.
Let me just give you the point of where I was trying to get to. It's my conversation, Kosher. Just 1 second. I'm trying to get to this point, right? There's one, which is one quick point. The reason you may potentially think there are people up in the ISS is because you have seen it on a screen, whether it's a TV or YouTube, I don't care what, you've seen it on a screen. Now, you have also seen on a screen, Luke Skywalker has a speeder which hovers, and Michael J. Fox rides a skateboard which hovers. So that also you've seen on a screen. The only difference between those two situations is they told you one of them was real and one of them's just a movie. Other than that, you have no reason to choose one being real and one being fake, right? Just because they told you.
Sure, yeah.
Actually, you can see it, so that's wrong.
You can see something. You can see something. But since
No,
it's intangible to
no,
most of us, we can't
You
reach
can
it.
see something, Naps. I agree with you. You can see something up there. Yes, there is
You
something.
can go
No one's
on
arguing
there
about
and
that.
see them say, you can go, there's like an app that'll tell you when,
Of
where,
course,
what
there's an
time,
app. Oh my
blah,
God.
blah,
We
when
know
it's
that,
going to
of
be
course.
there.
Nice.
You
You're
can
talking
go, right.
Something's
Oh
up
my
there. No
God.
one's saying nothing's there. Nobody's saying that
Can
argument.
I speak? Okay, you're talking over me though.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an app.
Is there an
can
app?
go. You know what? I'm done. Okay.
Really?
It's like she completely bypasses the point of the deception.
Damn it.
What's the app called? Didn't know there was an app.
It is best to let people finish their thoughts. So let's let Naps finish their full thought.
You guys are incapable of letting someone else speak.
Okay, Yo, you've been interrupting more than anyone in here, but go ahead.
No,
Yo.
I have not. I've been asked questions. And
Okay.
I'm trying to
All
answer.
right. Well, Naps is going to speak, so let's all let her speak without interrupting.
Thank you, Gio. Like I was saying, it's not just, oh, they're telling you on a TV screen and they're saying that's fake, that's real. No, because there's an app that you can go to and it will tell you when, where, what time it's going to come over where you are, and it will do exactly what it tells you it's going to do. So that's a way to verify the fact. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. It's not valid. So you have to come up with something else.
No, hang on, Nap. Okay, so like I said when I interrupted you, and I apologise for that, nobody is saying there is nothing up there, right? Where the point is it a tin can full of people floating around in zero gravity? That's our argument. Yes, something, whether is it a balloon, is it the ISS, is it a UFO? None of us know. None of us can verify that. And yes, no doubt your app coincides with when it's going to be, wherever it's going to be. We all agree with you on that for the most part. It's what it actually is, and are there people in it floating around as they say they are?
And guess what? There's an app that tracks the sun and the moon, and men didn't put it up there, right? And then they were able to figure
And
that out.
Santa.
So
There's
there
an
you
app
go.
that tracks Santa.
Oh my God.
I don't know why I thought this was going to be different.
Yeah, and he's just asking you to tell him like what evidence or what makes you think that the earth is flat, but you're not doing that. All you're doing is asking him questions and you're turning it around.
Right.
Well, everybody has their own approach.
not-
Everybody has their own approach and their own way of discussing this. I mean, one thing I'll say is that this is like there's so many multiple layers of this topic. Like there's curvature, that's an entire topic of itself. There's the movement of the earth, that's an entire topic of itself. There's the mainstream story, that's an entire topic. The mainstream science claims. There's the media component of it. There's the spiritual. There's so many components. So we would have to, it's good to kind of try to focus on one particular aspect, because kind of like they were saying before, for a lot of us, it took months and years of looking into it in multiple ways. It wasn't something that just somebody convinced them on within 5 minutes.
Well, the thing that most flat earthers appear to go with is the laser test infrared and long distance imaging, and the logical arguments that appear to make a flat earth much more viable as an option. So that appears to be the evidence of something flat.
Yeah, Lemon. Okay, Lemon. If you want to talk with this guy, Yo. So Yo is asking. He wants to be convinced. He's asking to convince him that the Earth. Are you trying to ask if it's a stationary plane, or you're just trying to be convinced that it's not a globe? But so Lemon, if you want to give him your response.
Yo, what were you asking?
Well, it's funny how naps or snaps or whatever completely understood it, but you guys don't.
Well, hello. She's indoctrinated like you. That would be expected.
Naps is a glober, but
Yeah, so she understands.
what were you
Nobody's
asking?
indoctrinated. No one's You're the one who seems to be
Safe and
indoctrinated.
effective, Naps. Safe and effective. Keep
You're
speaking.
very indoctrinated. And
Well, Naps appears to be an open-minded sort, you know, when it comes to just, you know, having a nice conversation, chit-chat with, you know, her on a normal level without getting too crazy. If you're asking what evidence appears to point to being flat, long-distance observation. You know, we have a curved Earth that we're supposed to, you know, have blocking what's beyond the horizon with a hump of Earth curvature at a rate of about 8 inches per mile squared. We're not seeing that based off of how much of the objects we're seeing in the long distance, you know, over long distance, you know, observations. We're seeing too far, basically, for the globe. We're not seeing 8 inches per mile squared of dip down and away from, you know, the observer. And so we're asking, where's the curvature? Where is it? It doesn't appear to be anywhere to be found.
I just want to say, I came into this asking if someone wants to explain to me what they think or whatever. And so far, I've been talked to about taxes. People have talked about, do I feel the Earth move? And I said, yeah, I feel an earthquake, but that's pretty much it. And so far, no one has actually tried to convince me that it's flat or that it's different than that or whatever.
Okay, did you hear what Lemon just said?
I think that it's a flat, motionless plane. I don't think that the Earth is a ball, and I don't think that it's moving.
Okay.
Yo, can you repeat the things that Lemon just said? Because Lemon just laid out several things about observations and laser tests. Did you comprehend those? Because you're asking for evidence of it being flat, so that's one entire, you know, category.
I did not understand what he was talking about. No, something about 8. I heard something about 8 inches per
8
square
inches
mile.
per
I
mile
didn't
squared of
understand what
curvature.
that
But if you're tuning out because of that, then you're going to need to leave the discussion. Never mind. No problem, no problem. But basically, it looks like a flat, motionless plane. Did you have another question or whatever?
Yeah, can you elaborate?
Well, we have water that appears to point to it being a flat, motionless plane. Water tends to lie flat, and most of the Earth is water. So, by logical extension, if most of the Earth is water that tends to lie flat, then by logical extension, most, if not all, of the Earth is flat.
What do you mean tends to lie flat?
When you see water in a container, it has a flat level on the top.
Yeah, unless there's wind or unless there's you know, a hill that it floats down, or unless it's raining because it's evaporated up to the sky.
Well, water at rest tends to be flat.
My point really being that water doesn't tend to lie flat. It depends completely around the surroundings.
By flat, it means one part of the water isn't climbing over or another, over or under another part of the water. That activity of flow, as we call it, where one part of the water climbs over or under another part of the water, that process tends to continue until all parts of the water are lined up next to each other. We would tend to think of that as something flat and planar, not a ball, where one part of the ball is higher than another part of the ball.
You probably perceive water on top to be flat, but on the bottom it will be curved around the whatever it's contained within, you know.
But the surface of water appears to be flat. So if most of the world is water, then by logical extension, most of it is flat.
It's a nice logical extension.
He's just a troll.
Stop saying I'm just a troll, dude. Honestly.
Otherwise, you would have some sort of ball Earth contained within flat water, and it would probably be submerged the moment it got under any of that water, or you'd have some sort of hump of Earth protruding out of the flat water.
Damn straight.
Also, we have long distance observations. We try to look at a building that's, say, 1,000 feet tall and try to see if there's a hump of Earth between us and the observation to go with this globe Earth assumption. We try to go with the math that they give us, 8 inches per mile squared of curvature down and away, and we try to see if the building is obstructed that much. If it's not obstructed that much, I'm sorry, no ball.
Well, I've seen the opposite, but okay. Have you seen a mountain in the view? No, not related to that.
Yes.
That would be
With the world record for the long distance photo, the longest distance photo taken, we have somebody at about 10,000 feet up in the air shooting 200 something miles away to some mountain over in France. That appears to go against the ball as well because it's way further than one would predict with a ball, with the ball math that we have on file. So we're seeing way too far for a ball, basically.
Yeah, he's also very high up in that picture. Do you realize that?
Do you know the math formula for the height of the observer versus what they should see? It's 1.22 times the square root of your height in feet. That churns out a number, which is the number of miles to obstruct something your height or lower. If you're seeing past that hump, something that is shorter or past that hump, no ball.
Yeah, but these numbers have been crunched by more than a couple of people, and according to them, it matches a observation that you could make over the Earth.
After they pad it with refraction, yes. But if they have to pad their geometric model of a ball with refraction to explain why we see too far over it, well, then at that point, their model becomes unnecessary. It could be something else that's going on other than a globe hump or something to that effect, rather than having to pad it with any amount of refraction. Maybe we should just drop the model and go at something flat.
I gotta commend you, Pythesis, or however I pronounce that, because at least you're trying. The other guys didn't even fucking try.
Well, I mean, when we came to the flat Earth, we got a conversation, just a general conversation. It wasn't, a million and one questions, necessarily for us when we came in. We got as many answers as we could, and if the person that we asked didn't know, they just didn't know, and we just moved on. But the thing that did it for me was talking to Dave Murphy, or rather hearing the videos where he talked, just hearing a calm person, just explain some of the logic,
Right. The only problem we have with that sentence is that I don't see that as a logic, because I see inconsistencies with what you're saying here and what you're claiming, though.
Like what?
Like, for example, this thing you're claiming we shouldn't be able to see mountains, but we obviously don't see the bottom of the mountains here, right? And the picture is taken from a mountaintop, so it's no wonder we can see the tops of mountains. If it was down on the ground, we probably wouldn't be able to see those mountains tops.
Yeah,
we're still seeing way too much of the mountain from the top down too. What were you saying, Jim? I mean, Gio.
I was just saying that that's factored in. I just posted another one that gives the actual math breakdown, or a little bit more of it. So the observation height is factored into the curvature.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about the bottom of mountains. Even over a flat surface, the bottom would be obstructed even over a flat surface. People take a coin away over a table or show an iPhone camera light being obstructed by the floor simply by getting close to the floor. And it appears that you're still above the floor when the light at the end of the hallway gets obstructed. So it appears to be some sort of visual angle effect where you're still over a flat surface with nothing physically in the way, but your eye just no longer interpret an image.
What is a parabolic drop?
Parabolic drop is anything with x squared. A parabola is x squared. When you graph the x squared on a graph, you get this thing called a parabola that appears to dip down and come back up. That's called a parabola. So when I was saying 8 inches per mile squared, that's per mile squared or per x squared, and you'd have a parabolic drop, basically of 8 inches per mile squared of drop that would be expected on a ball.
It's called exponential drop.
Parabolic exponential, x squared is an exponent. So same thing essentially.
Also, yo, speaking of inconsistencies, how come if the Earth looks flat at 120,000 feet up, people still think that boats are going over the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know, but when you take x squared, you take put in a number 1. 1 squared is 1. Put in a number 2.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking the other guy, like the inconsistent. Like he was concerned with the inconsistency of some of the flat Earth stuff, and I was just curious his opinion on the inconsistency about the 120,000 flatness versus the boats going over the curve.
Are you talking to me, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then
Yeah,
Redmond, carry on. I'm busy over here, but I'm loving the conversation.
That's great to hear. Well, today I wanted to have a fun exercise and have you guys try and explain to me, right? So I don't want to explain. I've more or less given up of that today.
Well, you gotta be fair though, man.
Can
Sorry,
you
what?
just address the
Give and take, man.
Couldn't hear you too good.
like so like in the baller you were talking about the inconsistencies you had a problem with and you didn't think it was logical what Lemon was saying or Places was saying. And I'm just saying, what do you think about the ballers saying that you can't see curvature at 120,000 feet, but you can see boats go over the curvature at the earth at the beach?
But you can see curvature at 120, according to Mace too. That Mr. Sensible's balloon that he did. Oh, you're talking about
Blanket
space.
curvature. It's about two different things.
Well, like I'll just take for instance like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying like there's no way you could see
Yeah.
curvature at like
I've heard
like
I've heard that saying,
365
and
miles or something.
people clearly don't understand that was a diss. He wasn't being literal.
Right, no, that's fine. But I was just saying with the idea that you can.
If you want me,
doesn't seem like we could see curvature at 120,000 feet.
if you want me to elaborate,
they want you to
I would
believe
love
the
to.
boats go over. That's all.
I want to elaborate. I've heard that thing that people say Neil deGrasse said, and many people don't realize that was a diss at the guy who made, like one of the people who have the private space companies.
That's fine.
He's
That's
not,
fine.
he's,
I'm
he's not,
talking
he's
about.
not, I wasn't done with the point. I wasn't even close. The guy who is, I can't remember his name right now. Anyways, he's going up, but it's not. He's not. He's like, he's not going as high as SpaceX or the other company. Blue Virgin.
Richard
Yeah, I think you're
Branson.
talking about Baumgartner.
Yeah, sure.
But the point is that he's also kind of
So
talking.
when he was saying you can't even see the curvature of Earth from that height, he was
Right.
actually basically trying to diss the company. It wasn't
Okay,
being
right.
literal.
So if there's an inconsistency there, though, right? Because if you
There's
can't
no
see
inconsistency.
curvature, maybe Lemon can handle this. Forgive me, I'm too busy over here. But I just thought it was interesting. You were looking for inconsistencies, and there's an inconsistency in the globe model, and I was just curious your opinion about it.
What's the inconsistencies?
The inconsistency that he cited was that they say that we can't see curvature, but we see enough curvature at ground level to see a boat disappear over the supposed horizon. That's a little contradictory.
Two different things, though.
No contradiction there.
Yeah, those are two different things.
What?
The going over the
Explain.
curve,
Explain.
going over the curve thing is like, how can I explain? That's like, no, it's not actually seeing curvature. You're not actually, yeah, it's the effect of it. It's not you seeing the curvature. It's the result of curvature, I guess, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, maybe the boat is disappearing because of some other cause. What was that?
Why does the bottom disappear then?
What?
Because of compressed visual angle. For you to make a 2D image on anything you see, the light rays need to be spread apart far enough at a far enough angle for you to make out a 2D image. If the angles of light that are coming into your eye are too compressed, then you don't have an image and it just appears to vanish into the surface. That's
What
it.
is compressing it?
But they're compressed.
Basically,
they're
if your
compressed
eyes height above the
uniformly.
surface, your eyes too close to the surface, be it the floor, the wall, or the ceiling, and you can't make out an image. It's that simple.
No,
So
it's not that simple because the compression would be even across the whole thing. You're not gonna get the. Yes, it will because you have everything at the same distance.
So
That's not
Bacon,
true.
According to
You would have a
perspective,
different distance from the level of the eyes up versus from the level of the eyes down. There would be much more compression from the level of the eyes down because you're only 6 feet tall, typically if you're around 6 feet in height, and everything would tend to tower above that 6 foot zone.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can we just
but
chill for a sec? But
your version,
Bacon.
wait. Your version of that limit.
Why do I have to wait?
You would only be limited to
All right, you
your
guys
eye
are hot.
length. So if you're 6 feet tall, that according to your model, it would only ever hide 6 feet.
Lemon, I want to have an opportunity to speak, please.
Okay.
Bacon.
It's been great.
I think the other person is finishing up. Then Merle, queue up people. So if you're done, other person, I'm terrible with names. Merle, did you
I
have
shouldn't
something to
even
say?
have to ask your permission, really. But like to Bacon or Left Lane or Naps, like how does water maintain a shape on the surface of the water?
Gravity.
Is that the best you've got?
Well, that's it. That's the answer.
It's the answer to what? Don't come back in, Lemon, please.
It's the answer to why water conforms to the shape.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked, how does water maintain shapes on the surface? Maintain being the operative word.
I don't know. It's a constant force. I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Well, if you freeze an ice block, it maintains its shape, right? Once you pop it out the ice cabinet, right? You got a cube, right?
Yeah,
if you let that cube melt, it's going to go back to its original form. So freezing would be an answer that I'd accept. Not gravity. How else does water maintain a shape on its surface?
I really don't understand what he's trying to say.
Well, say if you had a surface, Snaps, of like water, and you wanted to make, say, a pyramid of water, how would you do that?
I guess
how would you make it hold its shape?
You can put on a container that is shaped as a pyramid.
Like it.
I mean, you could put jelly. You could put gelatin in the water too, like make it into jelly. That would be another way. I'm just trying to get you guys thinking because gravity isn't a sufficient answer. Because you can't prove it, you can't demonstrate it. You can't do anything practical with that. It's just a word.
But
So
that's
you
not
need
what we
something
were
a little
asking.
bit more than that. Now, I'm asking you, how can water maintain, being the word, maintain its shape?
Can you give an example?
Because a wave is like curved water, right? But a wave will collapse as well and turn to white.
Because it's not in hydrostatic equilibrium.
A wave can't maintain itself; it collapses.
Because it's not in hydrostatic equilibrium, right?
No, I'm asking you guys, how can water maintain a shape on its surface?
Like
you don't
saying-
seem to know.
No, it's not that we don't know. It's your question is too vague.
My question is far from vague. You don't have an answer, and that's what
No,
I'm
but
doing.
as long as you give an example.
You said gravity. That's not an answer.
No, I didn't
what do you
say-
mean with water? What do you mean with water maintaining a shape on a surface? That's not anyone's play.
Well, it has to be if there's curvature, there's curving water on its surface.
Yeah, but not
That's
no,
what the
not
boat's
on its
sailing
surface.
over. Yeah,
What do you mean
that's what
on
the
its
boat's
surface?
sailing over.
Sure. So if you take water into a zero-G airplane, it forms a sphere, just like
And we're not talking about that. That's a contrived environment.
that's a demonstration.
No, it's a contrived environment. So how
what do you mean
does
contrived?
water on Earth maintain a shape on the surface? How?
Because of hydrostatic equilibrium.
That's not an answer. You can't prove that.
A wave doesn't stay a wave because
You
of
can't.
gravity.
Get into a zero-G airplane.
So would I don't know be a fair answer for the three of you?
No, we can talk about this stuff. You know, you can put water in a container. It'll take the shape of the container. I mean, you can put it in zero-G or microgravity on the parabolic flight on the vomit comet, and it'll just form a sphere out in the middle of free space. I mean, I'm not sure what you're getting at, Mark.
So what's a vomit comet? What's free space? What's any of that got to do with what I'm asking you?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Well, you have something called water, okay?
Yeah.
And it behaves a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the answers you're getting. That's what it is.
No. The answers aren't sufficient.
Yeah, for you,
they're not
your
even
incredulity.
intelligent.
For your,
They're
no,
not
but
even.
for your,
They're not even intelligent answers.
yes, for your incredulity, no. But for reasonable and
There's no
normal
incredulity
people, yes.
coming from me. I'm asking
There
a very
is.
straightforward, direct
We're
question
getting
to a very
giving you an
direct
answer.
issue.
And you're just
the
saying you
globe
cannot prove
has,
that it's not an answer.
which is boats sailing over curved water.
Well, the thing is, we need to talk about the alternatives to why a boat can disappear over a flat surface.
No, we
And
don't.
compressed
No,
viewing
no, we
angle
don't.
appears to
We
open
need
up the
to dig in.
possibility for a
No, we
flat
don't.
surface as opposed to
No,
a
we don't.
ball.
What we need to do is show them that water cannot maintain shapes on its surface and prove that. That's what we need to do, Lemon.
Well, you can't prove something to somebody who's already accepted
You
an
can
axiom
prove
that
that.
was
You can
basically
prove
accepted
that.
without proof. They've already accepted that water somehow conforms to a ball via gravity. It's axiomatic. Have they seen that occur? Not really.
Lemon, do you know
Speaking
what
shit.
he's saying? What he's asking? Do you understand what he's
Hey,
asking?
can I ask a question?
I think he's
Yeah,
I
Issa.
think he's saying that the answer doesn't make sense. Merle, can you say what about their answer is satisfactory and sufficient or
Come on,
isn't
Merle.
sufficient for you? Like, what else are you looking for in the answer?
What up, Issa?
Yo, hey, tell you what up, Merle. I was just
Yeah,
saying,
their
because
answer
look,
about
me and
gravity.
Merle,
Why is
right?
that
Hold on, real
insufficient
quick.
for you? What else are
Real
you
quick.
looking for in the answer?
Oh my god.
Lemon. Okay, one sec. Real quick. Me and Merle, right, have a glass of water. And it's our microcosm of saying that water lies flat. It's a microcosm, right? Like, here's our little example of how we think it works on a grand scale. What do you guys have?
You can take water into a zero-G airplane and see that it forms spheres, and it has weight. So if the Earth is a sphere and things have weight, they would go down towards the center of the sphere and just form a bigger sphere.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. We have a glass of water, which is our example. Where's your example?
Like I said, you can take water into a zero-G plane to counteract gravity and see what happens.
The only problem with that explanation is it appears to be no different than surface tension. We know that small globules of water do form via surface tension, but at that point, surface tension and gravity appear to be very similar. How do we differentiate then between gravity versus, say, surface tension or some sort of other interaction?
Well, that's a good question.
And how is it that in order to prove gravity does what you say, we have to take it into zero gravity? So gravity does it, but you've got to go to an environment where there's no gravity to prove it. That doesn't make sense.
supposed to be approved.
So you counteract the Earth's gravity.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it kind of assumes what must first be proved. If we say we can't see everything form into ball shapes down here because the Earth's gravity is so predominant, you can't see it. That's kind of like saying the evidence of gravity is the lack of evidence in a way. It's just unsatisfactory. And the thing that lets us know that it's surface tension rather than gravity is because as the globule gets bigger, it starts to break off into little pieces and or flatten out. And so at this point, we have possibly a problem here.
Yeah, the problem is that it doesn't. When you're in a zero-G
check
airplane,
it out.
it doesn't.
Check it out. We have a glass of water. You need to go in a rocket. What's this? You need to go in a
Actually,
we have
no.
no, but I have a working example from nature. What do you provide? You don't have an example. We have all
on
the
Earth
evidence
too.
in the world. Like me and Merle have a glass of water as our example as to what water does. You don't have anything.
That's
well,
ridiculous.
we can just say
And you sound crazy when you try to justify it. Just so you know.
we can just say we have measurements of a spherical axis, and you just have a glass of water.
Well, the spherical excess thing itself can be reinterpreted. Riemann himself, I think, is on a file with a quote saying the measurements for spherical excess that we see could easily be explained by simply trying to square away triangles. In the perfect planar triangles that we expect, we want all the sides to match up and for there to be 180 degrees. But because of perspective, you're going to lose angle and you're going to lose distance because everything's just going to compress to an angle where it's unresolvable and you can't see the length or the angle that's there. So the spherical excess that you're talking about could simply be lost triangles that are lost due to a perspective. At that point, the sphere isn't necessary there either.
No, that's just very dumb because perspective does not change azimuthal angles.
No, it
But for you
doesn't work.
to derive an angle off of an object, you have to see it. And if perspective ultimately makes it so that you can no longer differentiate the 2D height of an object, you're going to lose angle and you're going to lose distance from that alone. So it looks like this
Perspective.
globe isn't really necessary.
Perspective do not change directions.
Yeah, not laterally either.
But there's
It
no
doesn't
change
change
in
any
direction,
direction.
gentlemen. There's no change in direction, but the angle and the distance is lost because
The
perspective
angle
and
is a measure between two
the light
directions.
is just basically compressing to a point where you can't resolve anything. That's all.
The angle is taken between two directions. If you're not changing the directions, you're not changing the angle between them.
But if you're trying to draw some sort of visual cue as to what angle is there or what height is there to finish your triangle, you're going to lose information, and
We're not
there's your
measuring height. We're not measuring height. We're just measuring an angle. The azimuth
Yeah,
angle.
we have a microcosm. You don't. Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah,
I
because
was a
things
giant,
are different in different scales, right?
if I had a
That's all you have.
giant glass of water, I could get in a little boat and sail over the curve of the water in the glass and high five Issa. Amazing.
Yeah, if you get a
Amazing stuff,
large
guys.
enough glass,
The hell are you talking
things will be obstructed
We
bottom up.
could have a giant glass of water and put water in it on Earth and see a nice big hump form. Eventually,
It's
right?
curved. The water is curved, yeah.
We could put it if we had a big enough glass and we had enough water in there. Eventually, there'd be a hump on Earth, right?
Not a hump, but it would be curved. Yeah.
You would have a hump relative to the chord, though. The chord is the diameter, any a line that goes straight through the circle. You would have relative to that.
Could you?
And there would be a
Like a
chord
camel,
going from your
you know?
feet to the foot of whatever you're observing. So there would be a hump relative to that.
Yeah, it's like a camel. There's water in the hump.
It's called the
sort of like
sagittal.
that.
It's called the sagittal.
Yeah, it is.
Sure.
Yeah, but if
So-
you were to take the straight line from the meniscus, it would still be level across the top of the hump. So
A meniscus bends upward, and we categorize why that meniscus occurs in like a graduated cylinder, that little upward, concave hump in the water from surface tension, where the water is quite literally trying to climb up the sides of the container that it's in. That's how we measure. We don't use gravity for that at all. And so gravity appears to be no different than, surface tension or something else or something electromagnetic. And at that point, if gravity is not necessary to slingshot us around the sun or curve us into a ball, then we would probably default to it being flat and motionless or something like that.
the giant glass analogy, I like it. The giant. Yeah. Is it a Scotch glass? I'm trying to picture what sort of glass it is.
I mean, I don't know.
Vegemite.
I'm just a
Vegemite
flat
jar.
earther. I don't understand scale. I'm delusional. I'm gullible. You know how it works.
Then we have to stop trying to use perspective as an ad hoc for everything. Like we know how perspective
You're right.
works.
We need
It's
examples.
just trigonometry.
And that's left lane. When you're saying over here about the microcosm, yeah, we have a microcosm. You guys have fairy tales that need to go on rockets and find out. You know what I mean? That's the difference between flat Earth and the globe. Is that you guys have to provide miracles.
Right.
Reality
You guys need a
versus
miracle.
fantasy.
What do you expect to see in your glass of water?
I don't know what, I don't deal with lunacy, bro. I don't know what to tell. What do I expect to see in a glass of water? What the fuck do you think I expect to see?
We expect to see flat water. We don't expect to see a ball. And I think what happened.
But you wouldn't expect that in either model. In either model, you should expect it.
Well, another problem for the globe is we see a horizon that appears to rise up and accompany the observer, like looking over a table. Now, it may not rise perfectly at the level of the eyes, but it rises toward the level of the eyes, similar to a flat surface. A ball would drop away immediately because basically they say for the ball, we're on top of the ball and everything should drop away from that point. But visually, that's not what we see. We appear to see ramping up toward the level of the eyes that's more consistent with a flat surface, not a ball. And so we're not
it's still
seeing things
below
that
the
are
level of
consistent
the
with
eye,
the ball.
So you're saying that on a ball it should drop, and on a flat surface it should rise up to the level of the eye. And what we observe it doesn't rise to the level of the eye, right? There's a dipping, right? And you're saying it should drop immediately. So when you say immediately, you're not giving any angle, you're not giving any value to compare to reality. You're just saying immediately, but immediately would still be smooth enough if you're giving a very big sphere.
It's
So
basically
what you're
saying when
saying
you
is not
look
giving
down,
any framework to evaluate that hypothesis.
it basically rises up toward the level of the eyes, just like looking over a table. You look down at the table and then look toward where the table goes off. You have to raise your head. You have to raise your head up because it's rising up toward the level of the eyes. It's the same with the horizon. On a ball, you wouldn't do that. You would be at the top of the ball and everything would dip. So you would look over the ball and just go over a hump as opposed to rising up toward the level of the eyes.
Yeah, but it doesn't rise to the level of the eye, below the
It
level of the eye.
rises toward the level of the eyes like a ramp. That's more than enough. You can look out over a table and it's not
How
going
it
to ramp
rises?
perfectly to the level of the eyes, but it ramps toward the level of the eyes, which is more than enough to tell you that it's a flat planar surface.
If your eye level is at the surface, you should expect to cover half of your field of vision, which means it would be at the level of the eye, even if it's a sphere.
I don't know about that.
Angle,
I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily
it's just
true. I mean,
wrong.
there's an air layer between the level of the eyes going parallel to the surface and the surface itself. As you rise higher, that air layer is
Talking
going to get
geometrically.
thicker and you're going to notice the separation more. But the main thing is it ramps up toward the level of the eyes, even if out toward the edge of the flat plane or whatever, it appears to be slightly below the level of the eyes, like looking over a table, sure. But, it appears to ramp up toward the level of the eyes, which is more than enough.
Yeah, but the bigger is the sphere, the more it's going to get closer to the level of the eye. So
That doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. The
That
math
doesn't
is
follow.
pretty
At the top of a
straightforward.
ball, you're at the top of the top position. Everything should dip down from that top position if you're at the top of the ball.
Yeah, but the angle would be affected by the size of the sphere. The bigger the sphere, the more it would cover your field of vision. So the less would be the difference between the angle of the horizontal and the angle of the apparent horizon, right?
But a lot of these arguments are based off
So
of ideas.
is that a yes
of
or
what
no?
we expect to see.
Like, do
And
you
so, since
concede
we're
that?
talking about idealized theory and the ideas that we
Yes,
think
no.
fit perfectly in our head, we need to talk about whether this logic follows or not. And that's why I like to talk about the Earth from a logical perspective, because a lot of this appears to be questionable logic, frankly.
Yeah, but you're making a point about rising up to the level of the eye.
Toward
You're
the
not
level of
giving.
the eye. Toward. As
Yeah,
in, it could be slightly below the level of the eyes when you finally see toward what you think is the edge, but it's still ramping up toward that point.
yeah, but you're not giving anything that goes against it being a sphere. Because again, on the sphere, the bigger the sphere is, the closer it would get to the level of the eye.
It does sort of seem like you're borrowing from planar perspective, where we know flat surfaces looking down a hallway or whatever ramp up toward the level of the eyes, and you're kind of trying to borrow it for a ball.
No,
It
we're
does
not
kind of seem
borrowing.
like
That's
very
just
questionable
geometry.
logic.
No. There's no borrowing from flat surface. That's just what we would expect on
Because
sphere.
that's what we
That's
see looking
geometry.
down a hallway. We see a planar surface, the flat floor, that is planar,
Sure,
appear to
which
rise up
doesn't
toward
mean
the level of the eyes.
That
I'm
floor's
borrowing
actually
anything from flat
curved.
surface.
If that floor's on Earth, it's actually it's bullshit.
And so at that point, if we don't
breaking
have
up.
a point of differentiation to tell the difference between a curve and a flat surface, we just have mixed up mumbled thinking and we have no way to solve the problem.
Well,
As
that's
far as
your
we can
claim.
tell, a curve would drop
You're
away
claiming a
immediately
difference.
and it would not continue ramping up toward the level of the eyes.
But you're claiming a difference. You're claiming how much it rises to eye level is a difference. You don't see what we should expect to see on the sphere. That's your claim. So now, if
Yeah,
you're
because
saying, well,
the
there's no
horizon
way
is
to
flat.
distinguish between, then you're contradicting yourself now, because that
The only
wasn't what you're
curvature
saying
that
before.
we see is from the lens. The barrel distortion of the lens, or a lens artifact of some sort. The surface itself appears to be flat and planar. And if you go back to the high altitude, high balloon ride of Auguste Piccard from back in the 30s, where it was like 5 or 7 miles above the surface, he said it looked like a disc with upturned edge. So he's saying that it looks basically, you know, kind of flat. And he's saying it looks like upturned edge or something like that, curving in the opposite direction, basically. It appears to be nothing but refraction or some sort of lens artifact of that. Or upturned edge, depending on what he meant by upturned edge. I mean, it's probably something visual. It's not an actual curvature, physical curvature. But the Globers would have to deliver the goods to Bacon. They would need to show a laser hitting this hump of Earth curvature. When we do long distance laser tests, we're not seeing 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. We're hitting the target, you know, below this supposed hump. Where's the curvature? It appears to be lens distortion, NASA's fake CGI, or just really questionable interpretation. The spherical excess is no different than trying to square triangles after the visual and angular information has been lost due to compressed viewing angle and perspective. That's it.
But there's not a single laser experiment that actually hits the target.
That's not true.
But which one hits the target? Because none of the FE core ones did hit the target.
The Salt in the Sea hit the target over the Salt in the Sea in America, and they hit a mirror. I think it was 12 kilometers with a laser at night. Yeah, I'll have to dig it up more, man. But I was on the internet, but they were doing the experiment and filming it.
Yeah, because I've seen somewhere people can see the laser, but that's not wonderful because I mean the laser has a it's diverging immediately when it leaves
there's always some.
Yeah, it depends on the conditions, Mole Man.
Well, the laser would diverge and not make a crisp, clear image on the target. So most people settle for eyeballing it, seeing the laser or something like that, because it's going to spread and diverge to the point where you can't make a crisp, clear impression on a target, it appears. And so people are saying, I can see the laser, and there you go, or something like that, especially over long distances.
Yeah,
So
instead of
hitting the
testing for
eye.
curvature with lasers, we need to test linear accuracy. Just like I've suggested with surveying, you probably should set up a laser at an angle lower than horizontal, lower than perpendicular from plumb, specifically, like say, 93 degrees from zenith, and then calculating based on the sphere, say fucking 2 kilometers away or 5 kilometers away, whatever, a target that plane should intercept, and then fucking put a laser to the test, put it at the angle, and it should intercept a certain thing.
You know what, though? The thing is that all this shit has already been done, and we see the fucking light, we see the fucking fire, we see whatever it is across those things. And based on the atmospheric conditions, which you can look on the Weather Channel for, because it'll tell you your visibility, right? So they admit you're only going to see that far anyway. We know light acts weird after certain distances. We have a fucking glass of water. Where is the microcosm for the globe? And if you don't have it,
What I just suggested, it forces them to come up with all the math first and the refraction based on the climate, and then say, here's where it's going to end up based on this. And then when it doesn't end up there, then they have to fucking schmooze over somehow, as opposed to the other way around.
Hey, yo, dude, you could add to the litany of tests that have been done that have already I think this is already a verified issue. Like, as far as for those of us who've come to the conclusion about these issues, like, we have a glass of water. They don't have a microcosm. Until you have a microcosm, shut the fuck up.
I have a drop
still
of water.
a belief
Why?
for you.
Why is that the only?
Because there's
Why is
nothing
the
definitive.
microcosm the only argument that could convince anyone?
Yeah, I have a drop of water, and that's curving, so that trumps your cup of water, I think.
That's curving due to surface tension. You know that's not satisfactory. You say that you have a ball moving in space around some sort of object.
Well, I mean, one of the
due to
examples
surface tension, and when that drop gets bigger, it starts to flatten out or break up.
I can also.
So scale matters. So scale matters. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah, I
We're
can
trying
put
to
I can
invoke
put a cup of
scales to
water.
break what we normally see and make
I
special
Yeah,
considerations
and
and
the Earth
special
is as small as a
We
dispensations
bread,
for
also,
each
right?
model.
hey, Lemon, we
I
also
can
have
take a
blood. How about
basketball
this,
and
guys? We have blood platelets, right? Blood platelets are plates, right? That's what happens to things. Like, we have these natural examples of things flattening out. What do you have?
What?
Yeah,
What?
blood. They're called blood
I can take a
platelets.
basketball. I can take a basketball and make it wet, and the water will stick on it. There you go.
It will fall off or dry off eventually, so not even that
listen,
counts. And
listen.
that's still
Oh, okay,
Small
okay,
man.
lemon. Hold on, lemon. If you say that,
Oh well,
then
I
I
don't
can
want
tell.
to
If you
hold.
take,
I don't want to keep having to hold on. When it's my turn, it's my turn. Yeah,
it's not
how
your
it
turn
goes,
because I
right?
was answering to
You guys
lemon.
don't have
It's
to
not
hold
how it
on when
goes.
you want to talk. So I'm gonna go. It's my turn, right?
Oh, okay. I'm
But
not gonna listen to you.
fine, because the difference between Ether and me and you, Mole Man, is that we're in touch with reality because we can demonstrate what we say. You have theories, you have ideas, you have language, but you can't demonstrate what you're saying.
Measurements.
So, what is the significance of your glass of water?
It's an
It is a
actual substance.
microcosm or a small scale demonstration, micro small, cosm, cosmos, order, or something like that. A small
Okay, so
scale
these,
model that demonstrates what we're talking about and appears to scale to the large scale. You guys are trying to kind of go backward and say, we don't see it on the small scale, but we're just going to assume it happens on the large scale. That's kind of weird.
Not assume.
but how does a
Well,
glass
Well,
of
it is
water?
an assumption.
Lemon,
It is an
Lemon, to be
assumption.
fair, they do say that they actually, the ball of water is in free fall. So what
No,
do we do?
but how
That's
much
true.
water
You
do you
have
need
no
to make a
example.
planet? How
I'm
much
just saying,
water do
you
you need? Do you even know?
stick a ball of water in free fall, and then what happens to it?
2.5.
Yeah, but how much water do you need to make a planet?
Planet isn't made of
2.5.
water.
A bunch.
You don't even know. You don't even know how many liters of water are on the Earth, but you think you
You
do.
don't know that either. You don't know that either.
You know
So
the weight of the Earth. You know how the universe was created. That's
you know the
guys.
Earth is flat.
That's
So you've never
fantasy.
seen the Earth.
That's called fantasy. Fantasy. You can't demonstrate any of it.
You're
Yes,
equating
you
the
can.
Earth to a cup of water. And
We
that's
can
stupid.
always hand you the glass of water, though. Always.
Yeah, and I can always
Zach,
hand you a
cup of
wet
water.
ball.
All
I can
day long,
always hand you. I can
24/7.
all day long hand you a wet basketball.
But they
Yeah,
don't say
but
that
the
they
water's
don't
gonna
say that
fall
the
off.
Earth is sitting on top of another Earth, though, do they? They say that the Earth is in free fall, right? So pour that cup of water out, bro.
Yep.
Well, the problem with this theory is it doesn't appear to be demonstrable, and special dispensations and excuses are made for why we're not seeing what we're seeing. Okay, fine, but are these rescue devices for a dysfunctional model that we should just drop for something flat? That's the main question, or whatever. We need to see
You don't
whether
have a
this
model.
model is really robust or if we're just doing wishful thinking.
It is
Yeah.
robust. You don't have a model. So
I mean, we have
You're
to
not
pad it with
well,
what? Dark energy, dark
Mole Man.
matter,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
think
all
you're
of
in
these
free
special
fall.
considerations.
no, I'm not
I
talking
mean,
to you, Mo, because I
Grim
was
thinks
earlier
he's in
talking
free
with
fall.
Lemon, and you just came in. So
Yeah, but Grim thinks he's in free fall.
I'll take it up with Grim then. I'm not talking to you.
It depends on how high.
Oh, you're not in free fall relative to the sun?
How do you know you're in free fall?
I'm asking the standard narrative guy.
Oh, okay.
Now let Grim run it, bro. Let Grim run it.
So,
Yeah, what free
Mister, I'm not
fall
going
to
to
the
stand next to Grim on that free fall idea. You don't think you're in free fall in your model?
me
Yeah.
in relation to the sun?
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's free fall because I think if it was if it was a free fall, then we'd already in my lifetime. I mean, we've already beat the sun, so it's not free fall.
No, it is free fall.
It's orbiting.
Jesus. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
you
but
two
the
balls fight it out real quick till you
orbit
figure
is
it out.
free fall.
Yeah, but it's
This is
not
great.
directly falling directly into the
Yeah,
sun.
but that's not a free fall. It's like it doesn't have to be directly to be free fall.
You gotta let them discredit
So I
themselves.
think it would
sure,
fit.
Basically, the model says we're orbiting in free fall, essentially.
Yep.
A load of
Yep.
caca.
That's how orbits work.
Yes, you learn something
mean-
new every day, eh, buddy? Free fall.
Tell
Yeah.
they're calculated to work.
We don't call it that in
But it doesn't make sense to be free falling forever. The force or whatever that's moving you would tend to be exhausted, unless you're just saying that it's natural for everything
Yo,
to just fall
Lemon, let
forever.
them
But that
figure
doesn't
it
make
out.
any sense.
Lemon, let
Yeah,
them
well, there's
figure
a
out how
simple thing called
what you're
inertia.
saying is. Let them figure it out. And also, we still here got the glass of water. What do you have? You don't have shit. That's our model. My model's a glass of water with lumpy fucking shit in it. What?
Your model is retarded.
My model is a
Yeah,
wet
you can't even
basketball. So
defend
there
your
we go.
model, and you don't even have an
Retarded.
example. Who's retarded?
It's
I
retarded.
already
Oh
gave
my
it to you.
God.
I
Nobody
take a
gets
globe, I take a globe,
I want with
I
the
take a
broad
globe, and I make it wet.
Your
There you
model's
go.
retarded, Naps.
Well, if your model is a glass of water, show tides in a glass of water, please.
Well, we can demonstrate tides with electromagnetic activity. You can get something very similar to a tide
Add some
by simply
salt
Can you show that in a glass of water?
a
Reality,
balloon and
Hold
rubbing
on,
it
hold
on
on.
static.
Everything.
One at a
Rubbing
time,
it
Lemon.
until it gets
One at a
static
time.
electric.
doing something.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Lemon.
but-
You said Lemon, you said that you can show tides with electromagnetics or electrostatics.
Yeah,
Is that
we can show the water deviating
Hold
towards the
on.
staticky balloon.
Okay. Is that the actual cause for the tides?
That appears to be the closest way to reproduce the effect. I mean, you guys
It's like
can't
this.
show
You
that
know
with
that for
gravity.
sure.
It's
You know
like
that.
this.
You know
My model is bigger than a bridge. Your model is like a little
if you
kid.
can, but if you can ad hoc tides to be caused by electromagnetic, then I can ad hoc gravity to magnetism or something.
Well,
right?
your ad hoc is going to be weaker because I can show the water being very strongly deviated toward the staticky balloon.
Can you show that?
Based off
Can you
of
show
these
that
videos,
without?
you can't show that with gravity. So your cause has,
Lemon.
kind of a weak, claim
No, but I
compared
can,
to.
Lemon,
but I can show it with
wait.
magnetism.
Wait. Lemon saying he can show that with electromagnetism, but can you show that without affecting a compass? Because in high tides, compasses don't get affected, right? And they're extremely sensitive to magnetic fields. So if you can show magnetic fields being able to create tides on a glass of water without affecting a compass, then I would say you have something. But I don't think you have that.
Well, we're duplicating the effect very convincingly with a static, a staticky balloon. Now, if you're going to add the additional claim or the additional proviso that now it can affect a compass, otherwise we'd see compasses going crazy or whatever, that's something else. We need to see if during high tide or low tide compasses are affected. I haven't heard anything to that effect, but that's an additional, level of claim that you're making.
The amount of the gravitational field would need to cause that to the oceans would be just extremely high, and tides wouldn't be the only thing that would be affected by it. We would have all sorts of things being affected by it. Tides would be, I think, the least affected of it if we had such a strong electromagnetic field. So I don't think your hypothesis has any viability to it.
It appears to have more
you don't
viability than
know,
gravity. I
can't
mean, gravity
verify.
doesn't really demonstrate any of this stuff.
That's his claim.
Yeah, but compasses will be going crazy if there
How
was such a force that would cause the body of an ocean to deviate in elevation. Yeah, there would be. Yeah, we couldn't even use compasses to navigate with in airplanes.
Okay, do we put the compass next to the staticky balloon and see some sort of effect? I mean, we may just be begging the question in an unnecessary way, saying that we should see this effect, but we might not even see it with the staticky balloon. So unless we see it with the staticky balloon, maybe I can see what you're talking about. But if the staticky balloon isn't enough to deviate a compass or whatever, then at that point, I'd say we don't really expect anything to happen with the Earth either.
Well, I can bring a compass from the outside of my truck to the inside of my truck, and it affects it.
And one example of the balloon, when you have something charged with electrostatics, all sorts of things get attracted and repelled by it, not just water. And in high tides, we don't see things going up except water.
Okay, well, let's see if that happens with the balloon. Otherwise, we're begging the question in an unnecessary way. If I
My
see
hair
it affect the
doesn't.
compass next to the balloon, maybe. Otherwise, as far as I can tell, it's just a weak counterclaim.
When you use the electrostatic charge balloon and you put that close to your hair is attracted by it. We don't see the hair of people in high tides being affected by the tides, do we?
No,
I
but that's
know it's
based
something
on many other factors. isn't
There's just too many things that you would expect to have affected more than the water if that was due to electromagnetism or electrostatic. And that
Not
we don't
necessarily.
see any of that.
Not without testing to verify all of this stuff.
It
Yeah,
just
but
makes
those would be just much. No. That anything would be more noticeable than the water because you would have something very strong to pull water up, and we know the electromagnetic fields affects things much. There are much more sensitive things to electromagnetic fields than water. So the tides would be the last thing we will notice because there's
No,
things
but
that are
you
much
argue
more
the same
sensitive.
thing with gravity. You say gravity can affect water bigger, even though the molecules of water are small because it's such a large mass. Yet it doesn't affect other things like you think it would because it pulls
What do you
water
mean?
so much. You think it'll pull other things.
No, it does.
Same
Everything
shit.
falls. Yeah, everything accelerates now. That's just applies to
So
everything.
would we be lighter at high tide? Do we see, from your side that we're lighter at high tide versus low tide or neap tide or whatever or high tide? Do we see that? Because we could beg question toward beg the question toward things that would be expected in your model as well.
Well, that's a fair question. Yeah.
It's all calculated,
I
I assure you.
no.
Not verified.
If I'm not mistaken, there are some scale experiments of tides, but can't recall. Let
Cavendish,
me look it
all
up.
over
Let me
again.
look it up. No, Cavendish has nothing to do with tides.
No,
The thing
I know
about
that. I'm just talking a bullshit experiment.
Well, with any cause or any effect, if you consistently have the cause there, you expect to see the same effect unless something else is going on. We don't see universal tides with the universal cause of the sun or the moon going overhead. Sometimes there's no appreciable tides in an area at all. Sometimes there are multiple tides during a day. Sometimes there are no tides during the day. In inland waters that aren't connected to the ocean, there's very few, if any, appreciable tides versus other areas. And so there's not enough consistency with this cause to make the cause even worth exploring. We need something that's a bit more
Actually, there
variable.
is
And
the
something that's a
first.
bit more variable would tend to be something electromagnetic or some sort of field phenomenon, which is allowed to have higher
There is
degrees of
consistency.
variation than, just mass, attracting mass or whatever.
There is consistency because the first analog computers were created to predict tides, and they had some sets of inputs, and they're all related to like the position of the moon, the position of the sun, the position of the barycenter between the Earth and the moon. All of that was input to the analog computer, and that was the first fast and precise way to predict tides, and
As far
it
as I
has
can
nothing.
tell, we can get that.
It's
from general
consistent
charts.
to. Yeah,
It
but
looks like
it is
the way that they
consistent to
made those
what we.
charts had little to nothing to do with the moon. You can just chart the pattern, and then
No,
superimpose
it
it
does
onto
have
any
to do with the
model that
moon.
you want. We don't have any necessity for the moon being the cause, as far as we can tell.
That's not what I'm saying. You're saying there's no consistency. Now you're saying that's not the cause. So I mean, you can make one argument at a time. But if you're trying to make the
Consistency,
point that
along with
there's
the
no consistency,
sufficiency of the cause, would be nice. As far as we can tell, the moon may be incidental, but isn't sufficient alone to explain what the hell is going on.
but no, you can't. But you can't claim there's no consistency then, because the best predictions we have for tides take as input the position of the moon, the position of the sun, the position of barycenter between the Earth and the moon. So
The tides are never fucking accurate. I used to work with them all the
What do you
fucking
mean? Of course
time.
they are.
No, they're not, because there's wind and there's all sorts of stuff. So you can't actually verify whether the tides were accurate or not. There's no way to do that.
What do you mean? You can't verify it because of wind? What the hell are we talking about? There's a very easy way.
Okay, so you've got tides, and then you've got surface level rise because of wind. So if you've got a tide coming in plus some wind pushing, how do you know how much water and how much of it is wind and tide? You can have an outgoing tide and wind pushing water in, and the water can rise higher than the fucking tide ever did. Like, it's so dynamic, there's no way to verify it.
Since when wind can bring up water for like a half a meter or something like this?
Oh my god, you've got no idea about water. Have you ever been in a boat on the water?
Of course.
Of course. Well, you would know about wind and its effects on water. Just look at a lake, for example.
No, I'm not just talking about the effects on water. We're talking about the fact. We're talking about the fact on the height of the level of water.
Yeah, we know about.
Yeah, but that's not everywhere at once, is it?
No, that's exactly what
Download that
the
link I
predictions of
just
tide
dropped
says.
about the
But
electric tide.
No,
two different
I've
things.
worked with it for many, many years, and they're never accurate. The tides are what the tides are. You might have a gauge, but it's never accurate.
Well, it's pretty damn accurate. When you have full moon high in the sky,
But my actual experience with it would
the
suggest
tides
otherwise.
are pretty fucking high, regardless of the wind.
But that's
Like
all right.
if you have a full moon
Let
high
the
in the
maths
sky,
tell
the
you
tides are going to
what's
be
true.
high, regardless of the wind. Same if it's a new moon.
I wonder why
And
that's
same if
different.
it's in the other side.
Why do you think it's a difference whether it's a new moon or a full moon? Is it just the location of the moon?
No, it's because the gravitational field of the moon and sun are not aligned when it's not a new moon or a full moon.
Tides don't line up with the moon and the sun's position. We all know that.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. What do you mean?
No, they only show more during those times, which could definitely be an electrical alignment. They exhibit more not frequency, but just more amount, but not in the areas you would think they would be. They just show higher and lower differences, but they don't line up along the path of where the sun and moon are.
Well, where did you get it from?
From every single title book we've ever discussed trying to defeat flat earthers on the issue.
All right, can you
They're not locking in.
reference one so I can take a look at it?
And did you defeat us? No.
Well, I don't look at it to do that. I just kind of, I say that so that he feels the burn.
Feel the burn.
I know you understand.
Moment.
I dropped in a link there, an
Titles.
explanation for another plausible idea, concentric electric rings that would cause the tides.
Yeah, but I'm first.
Oh, you
first
better
I'm
fucking draw a
interested
picture.
on
I can't visualize that
checking
shit.
if what they're claiming is true, regardless
I'm
of
not
the
gonna
alternative
go
explanation.
I'm not going to go look through every single fucking title thing that I ever looked at before.
Heliocentrism. Don't any of you, like the heliocentrists who are still fully on board with it, like, can you at least see that it doesn't quite add up? What that big, massive positive claim is.
Yeah, when you
It's
don't
so
take
elaborate.
things into account, of course, things don't add up. But that's more often the failure of taking things into account.
So it's a me problem.
Yeah. What?
So heliocentrism's real because I don't understand it.
No one's saying that.
See, it based on what we see, Merle. I mean, from my position, and it correlates with what we see, what we observe. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
That's where we differ.
What if some of your observations and what you know to be true are accurate and factual, but you at the moment still have trust and faith in the big mainstream science department that's making this huge positive claim, and until it's totally refuted, you'll kind of be on board with it until you can see it all just fall apart.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you say this huge positive claim. I think that in any discussion where there are 2 points being discussed, there are 2 positions, and each side is making a claim. And I think to duck out, if you're not making a claim, what are you even arguing about? I mean, so I think
Lack
if we
of
all
proof.
Yeah, if we all come to accept the responsibility of our position and stand firm, make a claim that we can argue the point, that kind of makes for a better discussion, I think.
It's all we do. Where's the curvature that is claimed to be? non-optical, and non-calculated physical definitive proof. That's all we do. It's all we ask for. I'm not trying to convince you it's flat. I'm asking for you to just back up your claim.
No, but okay, you back up your claim and produce some positive measurement, some definitive evidence.
Look, I'm just going to read something from the from NORA, right? The National Ocean Services, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, U.S. Department of Commerce. All right, it says, are tides higher when the moon is directly overhead? High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. Okay, drops mic.
Yeah, that's not what I was saying.
First sentence from the NOS, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, the U.S. Department. I'm just saying the first sentence is high tides do not coincide with the location of the moon.
But read the rest of it.
Itself.
Right. Oh, it goes on to say the theory. It is in response to the ocean's response to forces exerted by the moon and sun. That's the theory. Except they can't find the pattern that proves it. Duh.
It's a hypothesis. Exactly.
It's just a hypothesis with no predictability.
The moon? The tides?
No, the
tides. It's got some predictability, like we call those. But I think it's more to do with the the electric fields than the gravitation.
It's got to do with the quiver rate. Like I was saying before, I believe the North Pole is just a giant vagina, just quivering. The quiver rate is what sort of goes right out throughout the Earth and causes like the vibration, presents our reality.
Well, they go on to try and add all kinds of
that
variables,
model,
like the shape of our planet has a lot to do with differences in gravitational pull at various
that's a good
locations.
model right there.
If the Earth was a true
Oh,
sphere,
exactly.
you know what I mean?
And
they
from
go
the
on.
quivering,
That's
the
the
quivering
official
plan
model
comes
now.
the four
That now is
rivers.
the official model.
I like it.
Yep. Every man tries to head towards that North Pole, and they never come back.
You know, you can make some pretty accurate predictions. Might even impress your friends by making them, but like the neap tides and tides throughout
That's
the
what I was
day,
going to say.
tides throughout
Neap
the month.
tides. Yeah, the right angle when the moon's at a right angle to the sun, right?
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah. Compared to
Yeah.
when they're on the same side or when they're on the opposite side. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
New moon.
I'd like to see some data for it.
Sure. I mean, you have to just search it, but I mean, it'll be on every website, including what's it called? Time and date.
How does the moon do it, Kosho?
With some help from the sun.
Yeah.
It's
See,
just their
now, if you
position.
just left it there, we'd be right? Either way, we looked at it. If it was electrical or if it was gravitational, you just called it help from the sun. So I mean, I can't even argue now, but I want to.
That's not neap tide. That's spring tide.
No. No, but see, there's times throughout in our model. There's times throughout the year where the Earth is closer to the sun and farther from the sun, and there's times throughout the year where the orbit when the moon's closer and it's further. And then there are also times where the moon and the sun are on the same side or when they're perpendicular to each other. And all these things in the different combination will create different
theoretically. I'd like to see some data for it.
Yeah, the data's all there.
Like, when's the sun closest and when's the moon closest such that the tide will be
right here at the
most
bottom of the
during
paper I
springtime?
dropped, man. You can click on that. The Center for Operational Oceanic Products and Services. Click on that link. And there's 3,000 different locations around the U.S. to observe water levels that generated tidal predictions and generate your own tidal predictions from. It's your one-stop shop right there.
What's it called when the satellite is closest to the body? Apogee. Apogee?
Apogee, yeah.
Okay.
Or is that perigee? No, that's farther away, right?
think it might be Perigee, but I could be wrong.
Perry, yeah, it's one or the other, bro. For some reason, I'm having a brain
I
fart.
always get them mixed up too, but I want to think of apogee as I always think of like apathetic or apathetic or like it means no. I think that's how I remembered it, but I couldn't remember. I could have remembered it backwards.
Perigee, a pair, close together. I don't know.
There you go. Okay, there you go. That's a good way to remember this. Okay, Perigee
If
is
it's
close.
not backwards, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know what model was posted, but the NOAA website and also time and date. I mean, they tell you that they're consistently predictable and all that kind of stuff. Of course, there's places in the world that are anomalous, that because of the Bay Area or something, but most normal shores behave appropriately.
Why are those places anomalous?
Because of the shape of the layout, like it's a bay, like a weird shaped bay or something. And so it's like the way the water moves through it. It's not very normal. So it doesn't. It's not like that's why people say, oh, some places have 4 tides a day or whatever they say. Like it's just
Sounds weird, bro.
places. Yeah, they're weird places. Yeah.
No, it sounds like it's a special pleading.
No, I'm just letting you know, just so you don't bring it up, that those special places are special places.
Those black swans.
It's not special pleading. It's just they're special places.
Don't look at these black swans either.
So I was counting all the black guys, and I counted it. So I said, hey, those guys, by the way, they're albino. They still count those. I just let you know, so just don't say anything because they're albino. Just let you know. Those places are different.
Well, technically, they're not going to be black if they're albino, right?
Yeah, I know, but I thought what you were asking was for a poll on African Americans. So
Are you kidding right now?
You said African Americans.
I wasn't even thinking about this.
Albinos get fucked up in Africa, because there's people who want to use their body parts for
magic.
spells, and there's people.
Yeah.
Other people want to kill them because they think they're like witchcraft and stuff.
Not to mention they get fucked up by the sun.
Jesus.
Are you saying that black people can have an albino baby, like an albino white baby?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I think most albinos are black. I don't know, maybe it's even, but yeah, there's a lot of black albinos.
How do you know when a white person is an albino? They have pink eyes.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if someone who's white moves from South Africa to USA, would he be called an African American?
I've called my friend African American who was from South Africa this semester.
Yeah, like Gene is Asian.
Jin?
Yeah, he's Japanese, so he's Asian.
No, he's
even
not.
though he's African.
He just lives there.
Yeah, well then African Americans, how are they African Americans? They don't live in Africa.
I don't know. Have you asked the ninja?
Oh my god.
Like Flatsword is African. If he moved to America, he wouldn't be called African American.
Well, I guess that term is utilized for people whose descendants came from Africa to America, I suppose, and then they, like if their grandparents or great grandparents came from Africa to America, and then gave birth to children, and then I guess.
But I think if there's a black guy who moved from Africa to America, I think they would be called African American.
That's why Elon Musk, he lives in Texas now. He's African American. He's your brother, man.
Fuck. Yeah, Israelites.
What is Morgan Freeman an African American?
No, he just
What
played one in.
if he is from Europe?
Oh
So
yeah, he is African American. That's true. Yeah, he's a regular African American. That's right. I forgot.
regular. Oh, just bordering on racist from that.
No, that's what he said. Morgan Freeman was like, I am not an African American.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he said that. Oh damn.
Yeah, he's like, I'm tired. He like doesn't want to hear that bullshit.
Yeah, I think
I'm just
yeah,
an
he said it,
American.
Yeah. Yeah, but like he's not in he's not. There's no white privilege that he can just the passport.
I never have to dissect my other white friends out. Or Scottish American, Italian American.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Spanish American. I never do that.
Yeah, but
I don't know why we do it for
just-
African American. That's why.
Because there's a politically correct way of changing the language from whatever was inappropriate. I don't know what it was. But it's just like Christmas, like it's called Xmas now. Called holidays now. But yeah, people always try to do things that they think are going to make other people feel better.
Right, it almost seems like saying, which Doug? Oh, Black Doug. It sounds like that to me. Which American? African American. I don't know. I'm just saying. How about just Doug?
Okay, so if you're a white guy, if you're a white male and you move to America and you're now known as an African American, are you now allowed to say the N-word?
Absolutely. Relentlessly. And you could make $1 million with a song on it, and no one will get mad at you at all.
Yeah, I must do that.
Straight from the Indies. Sean Puffy Combs.
I had a guy in my car a couple days ago. He was building a giant solar farm here in Texas, and also a battery storage factory. Store the energy. Anyway, so we're talking about energy stuff, and I know we were just talking about tides, but I thought I had asked him about it because when it comes to renewable energy, I think tides are probably the one that everyone's sleeping on them, man, because I guess because they're underwater, they're harder to get to, but they're potentially much better than solar or any of the other ones, really. The geothermal, solar, wind, tidal energy is consistent and predictable. So yeah, they'll get energy every day, no matter what day.
Gotta build these giant porcelain gears and shit, and turbines and shit, because that's salt water,
Yeah. There's probably that's definitely there's problems with the material you get to overcome.
It eats aluminum, it eats steel, it's very oxidated.
What could you make it with?
Porcelain.
Was that like plastic?
I mean, that'd be kind of, any kind of polymylars, they got all kinds of interesting shit nowadays. I think they slept on it because, like you said, it wasn't economically viable. The parts would have to be replaced too often. They're too big. Now they got different materials to use. I don't know. Might be able to just 3D print those parts.
Yeah. But even that shit though, when you still get coral and like barnacles and all that other type of shit.
Well, you'd have to have like a 10, section filtering system or something, like you'd have to like designate huge plots of area to just basically take all the life out of it. Yeah, you don't, because you don't want to kill it anyway. So you just
why can't you just put a giant water wheel? Remember how they used to do it in the rivers? They'd put a giant wheel. You just make a fucking giant one where there's like a huge current, like I know there's a huge current off the coast of South Africa. There's like this raging constant flow of water, right, going in between Antarctica and South Africa or something.
Yeah, of course, it's always down there. We're talking about something more consistent even than that, dude. That's the tides everywhere.
But
Everywhere
that's
has tides.
always happening.
Yeah, but tides are everywhere. That's in one place.
And you could get that by putting a giant water wheel in the ocean.
Dude, listen, did you hear the problem that me and Grim were just talking about, man?
Yeah, I solved it with my water wheel.
You didn't solve it, dude. You just made the problem bigger. And it's like a wooden water wheel now?
What? Use
Oh
carbon
my
nanofiber.
God, Kosho, back up.
Use carbon nanofiber. Come on, guys.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. Use a generator.
Just
You
use
make a
graphene
generator.
oxide.
Just put on the material.
Yeah, I'd
But
say
Jeremy,
with a big filter, a filtering system, big nets or something.
No, you don't have to
Probably
clean
be
out all the
pretty
lights
awesome.
though. If you have a giant water wheel, you don't have to clean out all the lights.
No, but there's going to be things that are going to attach themselves to it. They're going to attach themselves to
Okay,
it. And
now
that's
there's
gonna
a barnacle.
corrode it.
Now there's a barnacle on my giant water wheel. So what?
This is why you're not
Back to
part
the
of
drawing board.
You're managing it. You're not managing it, man.
Your barnacle problem.
The barnacle wouldn't grow. Barnacle wouldn't grow on the water wheel because you would have coated it with like some nano product that doesn't allow things to stick to it during the 3D
You mean like
printing
what we
process.
coat boats
Come
with?
fuck
The
on,
barnacles find a way through. we coat boats like that, right? And the barnacles just find their way on there through a crack.
So why does it matter if there's a barnacle on my giant water wheel? It's still gonna turn.
Because what you don't want to do is spend a lot of money going down there and cleaning it off.
You don't have to clean it. It's still gonna turn if there's a barnacle on it.
You just need 2 guys down there.
Yeah, that's a very
Let
expensive
the barnacles grow on it.
Oh, fucking how many dudes run a nuclear power plant? I think they're paid a bit more than barnacle scrapers. Fuck me, come on.
Yeah, you don't have to swim under the water, under the ocean, and clean up giant generators.
Scraping barnacles. That is
The
not
water
viable.
wheel comes out of the water.
I don't know if that's really the issue here. I think it's more about.
Yeah, that's one.
Of course not.
That's one of the issues.
Area.
It's one of the issues, but yeah, the other issue is actually corroding and damaging the parts because of salt water and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Making everything out of carbon nanofiber. It's gonna be easy peasy.
Really, how much is that going to cost?
I don't know, a few bucks.
Okay.
Drop in a bucket. It's a drop in a bucket. We just gave Americans $3 trillion. So we got money for stuff like this.
So ask for it back then so we can build this carbon.
Idiots.
No, we don't need it back. We'll just do another $3 trillion up.
Well, every time they print it, they're getting it back. They're just printing it. We owe more, and ours is worth
3
less.
trillion is
So.
like $50. Like with
Money
inflation.
button, whip that up, and we'll have all kinds of money for giant water wheels.
Yeah, just paint the word COVID on it, and they'll be throwing money at it.
Grim, please, with the C's and the V's.
Climate change.
There was a good video about the using the tides.
Oh yeah, there's a video about that?
Yeah, there
Dude, I
was
saw a
2
video.
ways that you can use it.
It's already been done now. Yeah, you're talking about tidal power.
Yeah, it's used. It's not a novel thing. It's not overly used because there's not a big infrastructure for it. But
I mean, my understanding of it is that it isn't that efficient considering like the amount that it takes to set it up. I mean, there are huge tidal power systems in the world around the world, but I don't think part of it. My understanding, the reason it never caught on larger is because the efficiency compared to the cost and how quickly it breaks down. Because the salt water really tears, like salt on metal is, it really tears down metal. So when you have a lot of equipment like that, I think the maintenance is high and the production, although considerable, is still not as efficient as other methods.
I don't think the maintenance is that big of an issue. I don't think the maintenance is that big of an issue because they have ships, so there's no big maintenance on those fuckers on the ship.
Well, ships have a lot of issues with metal and metal turning into rust and falling apart quicker because of the salt.
But they don't use that type of materials to cook.
They use no, they use sacrificial anodes actually.
Yeah.
The top don't last.
What's that?
If you maintain a sacrificial anode, it's like a weaker metal. It electrically will corrode faster than your hull. So if you maintain those on your hull will never see any oxidation at all. If you fail to maintain those, your hull definitely.
Yeah, they're just plates of zinc. They just bolt in place under rudders and props and things like that.
That don't galvanize to the metals around them.
Oh, well, obviously,
you know,
where they
electrolysis
touch
or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is a bit where they touch, but it's maintenance, like any.
Yo, has anyone ever seen the thing? I forget what chemical was inside of it, but you can just hold it in your hand and it'll appear like it's boiling. Has anyone seen this? It's called a hand boiler or something.
Yeah, you were telling me something about it. Then you had to go or something.
Do you have a video of it?
No, I should have saved the TikTok. It was fucking awesome. The water wasn't actually, the liquid wasn't actually boiling. It was just your hand, like when you held it, it was making the air hot, and it created like pressure and caused the water to go up a tube. It was like two like, I don't know, it was weird. It's called the hand boiler. I'll try to find it.
So some device that just registers your hand temperature, basically. In a fancy way. A gimmick, if you will.
I just found this image. This is we were talking about the power plants. That's like a interesting kind of tidal power plant there.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. That we're saying that the material.
Hold on, I found it. This is unlimited free electricity right here. Look at this thing. I'll post it on Livestream text. All you gotta do is hold this thing. We put a little mini water wheel in this. We put a little mini water wheel inside this thing, right? And it'll be spinning just from holding it.
Where
Yeah,
your hands gonna get
some of the most interest like that I've seen interesting water systems is where like in Hawaii, for example, and the water's all pouring down from the mountain in rivers, like it's just flushing it like 24/7, 365. The water is just rushing down, coming from the earth and making these rivers. And then you can set up like a hydropower plant right in that. So you're just getting the infinite free energy of the river and just turning that into power. And some of these systems are so strong, they can power the entire home and even multiple homes around it. And they still send extra power back to the power company.
Oh yeah, we got one of those in Austin. Niagara
Jeremy, I
Falls.
don't open TikTok links.
Every family should have a dairy cow in their backyard. In a hamster wheel. A giant hamster wheel.
Oh, there
That
should
will
definitely
fix
be.
everyone's problem.
You guys have probably seen it. It's like
You
that little glass device, and you hold onto it, and just from holding onto it, it heats up the water and then pushes the water up the tube.
No, it heats up the air. It heats up the air and forces the water. If you could put a little tiny mini water wheel in that, though, right, Gio? You put a little tiny mini water wheel in that, so that when the water goes by it, it like moves the thing, and you could just sit there and get free electricity.
But how? Okay, then where would you be getting the heat? Because your hand is providing it on that small scale. So, what would we use to heat that little vessel?
Just need a butt plug one.
And why not use that as energy?
The butt plug phone charger. I can picture it with the fucking USB socket.
Jeremy, have you ever played with one of those in person?
No, I've never. I didn't even know that existed until like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
What kind of gas is in that bubble? Air gas.
I have held one before. It's pretty cool. It happens like instantly. Like it goes.
Yeah, it's your hand heats the air up, and the air pressure forces the liquid up, or something weird. It's not actually like boiling. I forgot. I'm trying to remember what chemical that is, though. That's not like water in there. It's some kind of special like. It's like liquid helium.
It's probably not regular air either. 23% oxygen, 70. You know what I mean? Nitrogen. It's probably something else.
I think it's dimethyl sulfoxide, actually, DMSO. It's got such a
Yeah.
really low
High
boiling
expansion rate.
Is it?
No, it's
Oh,
not
you mean the
boiling.
liquid?
The liquid's not boiling.
Yeah, I know. The liquid just has a
No.
low compression rate.
No,
Very
it
low
is
compression
boiling.
rate. You can't really compress.
No, the liquid's not
so-
boiling.
It is boiling.
I don't
It
think
says
so.
it.
Jojo. It's the air that's
Yeah, but
making
it
it.
is. You're
The
saying
air
that
from
when
the
you see it
gas
happening,
coming
that
off
means
the,
it's boiling.
the air is it the air coming off the gas of the liquid? And then the air is what's actually changing the position of the rest of like the gas coming off the liquid makes it to where when you heat the air even slightly with your hand like that, it starts to displace the liquid.
Yeah, it's changing the air pressure and displacing the liquid or some weird shit. It's not
It's some weird
boiling.
shit, some weird shit like that nobody knows of, or some real shit like boiling.
It's not boiling.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
boiling
methylene
is either
sulfide.
due to like boiling would be real heat, like high temperature,
Yeah.
or you get the cavitation form of boiling,
low
which is
pressure,
from,
yeah.
for
Yeah,
air
that's,
pressure.
that's
Yeah,
what it's real. It's from real heat. That's why you have to put your hands on it.
No,
it's not
see,
boiling.
Some liquids boil
DMSO.
at different temperatures, right? Not everything boils at the
Yeah.
same as water.
Yeah,
So
this
if it's a
this
gas, it
boils.
could definitely be boiling in his hand if it's a particular type of, gas
Well, no, it
with a
says
very
this.
low boiling point.
It says the liquid. The one I'm looking at is methylene chloride. It says it has a boiling point that's just above room temperature. So that's why your hand.
but that's like that's more like a cavitation form of boiling, like what happens when you do the 33 feet from sea level and you get the cavitation of air pressure, which they call 1 atmospheric pressure. Essentially, like if this is happening, then I guess it's sort of in between. Like if you boil something with a flame versus having no heat at all and only using air pressure, this is, I suppose, a little bit similar to the boiling because there's a little bit of heat involved, but the cavitation seems to be happening as well from the change of pressure.
If you watch the video, he clearly explains it. This is a biology teacher. He's explaining some real shit about the vapor pressure inside the tube. Clearly says it's not boiling in the video.
Yeah, but that vapor pressure is what leads to boiling. Like, it's the reduction of pressure, whether you do that via heat or whether you reduce the atmospheric pressure in the system. There's two methods.
Yeah, but the thing's not
There's
boiling.
yeah, he's right. Non-thermic boiling and thermic boiling.
Yeah. We appreciate that, Jeremy. It's like I said before, DMSO, for example, like in the palm of your hand, at room temperature will be frozen like ice, and then in the palm of your hand will not just liquefy, but will actually become volatile. It won't boil, but it will give off some of its molecules, in which case that would change the pressure around it if it was in an enclosed system, and that would then move something potentially like the device you're talking about.
Yeah, it says.
These are called,
Look, when you increase the vapor pressure,
you can actually buy these and stuff. They're called. I just looked it up because I didn't know exactly the name for it, but they're called a hand boiler.
yeah, it's not actually boiling though. It's your air, the heat from your hand heats the air up, and then it pushes the liquid up. It's nothing to do with boiling.
Really, nothing to do with boiling. So this stuff called
Nothing.
methylene chloride.
Okay,
this stuff's called methylene chloride. Okay, that means that it's a chemical. Okay, if you look up what the boiling point for that chemical is, it's 103 degrees.
Which one are you saying uses that? Where are you getting that from?
Methylene chloride, or that's also called dichloromethane.
I'm trying to look on this Wikipedia page if it says that chemical or not. But it says here, the
What's
liquid
that in centigrade?
Even though it's called a hand boiler, it says the liquid inside a hand boiler does not actually boil. The boiling is caused by the relationship between the temperature and the pressure of a gas. As the temperature of a gas is in the closed container rises, the pressure also rises.
But listen to that statement.
There must be.
It does not boil. It says, listen to that statement that it says, though. It says, it does not boil. The boiling is caused by, it's like that just doesn't compute.
Right.
Listen,
I know.
so is it or isn't it boiling?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Your hand causes the
Well, they say the boiling in quotes, though. So.
I think
the thing is called a hand boiler, so it's like.
I think they're saying that this device specifically creates pressure when it happens, and I think that pressure possibly makes the boiling point temperature go higher. But it's at room temperature. The boiling point is 103.
boys.
You guys would
listen to me.
it's kind of a
this
given,
is real
right?
simple. This is real simple, guys.
I just got a
Let me
point
get
to
this
make.
out real quick. All right, go ahead, Graham.
Thank you very much, by the way. I know you don't usually like to do that either. It feels like it's a gimmick, right? Like fucking, they call it a boiling point and all that, just for give it marketing value and stuff, right? But why do they call the solar wind? It's not wind. It just seems like they use these kind of terminologies, in my opinion, to keep people, confused. Because why call it boiling if you have to explain later that it's not boiling?
Because it looks like it's boiling. Because it looks like it's boiling, right? If you just looked at it, you'd be like, oh, look, that liquid in there is boiling. But really, your hand's heating up the air, and it's causing the pressure to change, causing the liquid to go to push up the pipe to go to the lower pressure that's up top now. That's why the water goes up. It's not boiling.
But do bubbles, do you watch
boils.
bubbles come through the liquid?
Well, I think kind of what I
anytime
had
we
said
see
originally,
bubbles in liquid,
what I had said originally is pretty much what it is. Like the gas, the liquid is giving off a gas, and then the gas is what's like you have, because what do you have in there? You have liquid and gas.
That's what boiling is, right?
If the gas that's coming off the liquid, if that's heated, then the pressure of that gas changes, and then it pushes the liquid because of the pressure into the other side of it. That's
all that's happening. Boiling is when the liquid would be evaporating. That's not happening. A rapid evaporation of liquid. Anytime we see bubbles in liquid, that doesn't mean the water's boiling, right, guys? Just because you see bubbles in liquid, it's not boiling.
Degrees, dude. It says blatantly. 130 degrees.
What's it say?
103 degrees.
It's the boiling point of the liquid. That makes sense. Then why it is, probably boiling.
Well, Jeremy, you're familiar with the type of boiling like that's often referred to as cavitation, whereas if you pull a vacuum like with a tube up to 33 feet above sea level, once you get to like 34 foot, 35 foot, it will start to cavitate, where it's like it essentially is like boiling but without the heat, meaning it's still bubbling and the vapors coming through off of it, but it's not hot. So it's just like that form of boiling.
Yeah.
No. This is not boiling at all. This is just the liquid. The liquid is getting pushed up the tube because there's a pressure differential, and it's being pushed up the tube because you're changing the pressure in the little bottom thing there.
Right. But exactly, and that's connected to what I'm saying. Like, okay, I'll call it cavitation. Are you familiar with the effect that happens where when you have a tube and you pull a vacuum to 33 feet, once you get to 33 feet or 10 meters, once you get just above that, it will start to just boil to where it's not hot, but it's bubbling. And so that's often maybe, called cavitation. But I was just asking, do you call that boiling and or cavitation? And do you think that is the same or similar to what's happening here? Because that happens just because you're 10 meters above the sea level and you're pulling a vacuum. So there's something about the atmospheric pressure, it seems, in our world to where that occurs. It starts to cavitate at that point. Meaning regular water, when you're at 31 or 32 foot, it's just regular water, in the bottle. But once you get to 33, 34, 35, it just naturally starts cavitating. It just starts bubbling.
Yeah, when you're at 34 feet or 35 feet or whatever, is the liquid going through a phase change?
Yes.
Then it's fine, and it's boiling. Yes. However, this is not. There's no phase change happening. It's not boiling. The water is just pushing the liquid up to the top of the tube because it's trying to go. There's a huge pressure differential now from the heat from your hand.
Didn't it say off gases? Didn't it say that the liquid off gases?
Jeremy. Well, that thing is contained. It is contained. And actually, if you pull one at 33 feet, it actually would. I mean, if you do it one way, if you do it with like a bottle and a tube, and then you run the tube all the way down to a bottle, container of liquid at the bottom, so that it pulls an actual vacuum. I think these things are similar. The one that you pull to 33 feet, there's like no heat involved in that at all, virtually. I mean, if you have the sun on it, you might get a little bit, but that's not really what makes it boil. It's actually the pressure. So that's why I was saying it was similar to what you're saying, Jeremy, because in that one, in the 33 feet, it is the pressure differential that causes the boiling. With this one, it's like the little bit of heat, it seems, that causes it.
It's not the vacuum in yours, though?
It is. Well, it's the 30.
That's the pressure.
It's the one. Yeah, it's the pressure differential.
Yeah, but water cavitates in a vacuum, right? Or boils in a vacuum or whatever. There's no vacuum in this.
In this case, it is similar to a vacuum being pulled to 33 feet, and then it starts to cavitate because of that being above the sea level.
I don't know. The only thing that's happening here is your hand heats the air up, and then now there's a higher pressure in the air, which pushes the liquid up the tube. Like that's all that's happening.
And why does
I
the pressure raise in the air from the heat?
Because PV NRT, the pressure formula.
Just heat and
You're
expansion.
adding
Yeah.
heat from
But
your
Gio,
hand.
didn't you read the description out before where it says that the application of putting the hand underneath it, the liquid, didn't it say off gases? I'm sure you read the description.
I don't think I've read not quite that word. It says the boiling is caused by the relationship between the temperature and the pressure of a gas. As the temperature of a gas in a closed container rises, the pressure also rises. There must be a temperature and
not
pressure
that.
difference between the two large chambers for the liquid to move.
That's all it is.
Oh,
It's
is it?
moving liquid.
Okay.
It's that hand boiler is just moving liquid. That's all that's happening.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the wrong terminology. And if the water itself doesn't look physically like it's boiling, I can't imagine why anyone would think that it is boiling.
No, it does look like it's boiling. It looks like it's boiling. Yeah.
This
If you
says
just look
here,
at
this
that-
says,
if you just look
it
at
says
that-
as
I
the
can't
gas
see it. I
continues,
can't see it, that's all.
this says as the gas continues to expand, the gas will then bubble through the liquid, making it appear to boil.
Yeah, see, it's not actually boiling. I'm telling you, all that's happening. It does look like it's boiling, though, Whites. If you were to just look at this thing, you'd be like, "Oh, that's boiling."
Okay, fair enough.
If you didn't know like what was actually happening.
They use
Yeah,
it in like
so,
different
okay.
like. Go ahead.
So it just visually describe it. There's a chamber at the bottom that's got gas, and somehow they're holding liquid above that chamber without the liquid falling down into that chamber.
Well, imagine like a little beaker, like some glassware, where it has two bulbous, almost like an hourglass, on each side, where the liquid can, on one side or the other, 180 degrees from each other. Then there's like a small twisty tube that connects them. So basically, what you do is you hold it upright where the liquid's in the bottom one, like the bottom hourglass, and you just put your hand around it, and just the heat of your hand causes that liquid within 5 to 8 seconds to just start kind of shooting upwards into the top part of the hourglass type thing, into the other side. It just, all the liquid basically just goes to the other side. And it kind of looks like it's like bubbling or boiling in a way. I mean, it doesn't really look like it's like off-gassing vapor. It really just looks like it's moving from one side to the other.
Yeah, it's not. That's because there's no phase change happening. So it's just, yeah.
Right. So this idea is that it's really not boiling at all. It's just the expansion of the gas from the heat that causes the liquid to move to the other side.
Yeah, it's not doing either of the things we were talking about before. It's just, and then
Well, you guys tried to go against me on that. I just rocked the whole fucking room.
Yeah, look at that.
What I had said originally, I thought it was before I even pulled up this page. I had said that the liquid,
my god, it says it right fucking there.
The liquid
Sorry.
inside of it is really, there's a gas coming off that liquid, and so what you have in that thing is the gas that comes off that liquid and the liquid. So then now you have that gas in there. So once you heat it like that, it's the gas that is changing its pressure component to push the water.
I've just got the picture up from Jeremy's link. I've stopped what I was doing. I've got my phone out. Hand boiler toy built into a ballpoint pen. The warmth from the fingertips vaporizes some of the red liquid inside the tube, causing it to
that ain't the
rise
one.
and bubble up.
That ain't the one I posted, though. I had some different shit.
Whites, if you're gonna
No, it's still vaporizing the liquid that's in the tube. All of them that I've read.
The video that Grim just posted shows the guy using it pretty well. The one Jeremy posted, I haven't listened to the audio on that one yet. I just saw the visuals, but the audio, it's like a science teacher that's talking about it, I think. And then this guy looks like
I've just seen it.
Yeah, mine is this biology teacher or science teacher explaining on how the water is not boiling.
Yeah, it's
the
an
one
interesting
I
thing.
posted is the Wikipedia page for this whole concept, which is called hand boiler. They have ones that are little pens.
Yeah.
They call them like love
That's what
meters.
the coil
as well.
is, the condenser part.
It's the same
to
concept.
recondense the gases back, so they switch off. It's like a switch right there where the condensing and the,
Yeah.
so the vapor can go
So you're telling me
one
the
direction when
liquid
the
is
liquid
Yeah,
goes the
okay,
other.
Jeremy's right.
Yeah,
well, no, I thought
Jeremy is
Grim just
right.
came in and said the water is going through a phase.
Jeremy's
The liquid
right.
is going through a phase change.
You know, it starts to
No,
it
it's
starts to go into phase change, but because it creates pressure while it's doing that, like
and
there's
there's a
gases that
coil
come off. It turns
condenser
to
right there.
exactly. Yeah, so it tries to turn to a gas, but then once the pressure increases, the temperature is going to need to increase for it to boil. So it doesn't, it transforms back into the liquid, or some of
And
the
it cools
gases,
back off inside that
transform
chamber.
back into liquid.
Exactly.
I
Never
want a
really
handwritten
boils. So.
concession from. I want a handwritten concession from everyone.
Yeah, no, you're correct. I would even suggest there's a function of capillary action, given that the one that was posted, the video at the bottom, how it's quite a thin tube up the middle. As soon as the pressure changes, that would enact capillary action straight up the top.
So is the chemical itself the thing that's giving off the gas? Meaning what you have
Yeah.
in that thing, since it's totally
Yeah, the
sealed.
liquid is an alcohol, or something like
really
an
does
alcohol.
boil.
Yeah.
So when they
Yeah,
make
but
this thing, they blow the glass and whatnot, and then they just insert that chemical. That chemical automatically gives off the gas, and then once you put your hand, it's the gas that's changing the pressure, which then the differential then causes the liquid to go up.
I would even go
it's
a
a
step
liquid.
further and say they suck the pressure down and
No,
let the air chamber get filled only with the gas.
No, but see that gas, that liquid at
Possibly.
room temperature or less than 103 degrees is going to be liquid. It's only when you introduce the heat that it'll start to release the gas and create the pressure and do that reaction where it doesn't convert to gas.
Yeah, but your
Or it
hand
converts a little bit to gas,
temperature.
but it doesn't.
So you're saying your hand temperature causes the chemical to reach a temperature by which it releases the gas, and then it's the gas pressure change that causes it?
No, the hand temperature very quickly changes the pressure of the air that's in the volume above the liquid in the bottom chamber. Very rapidly does that air change. Probably quicker than the liquid. And then boom, the pressure changes on, and because of the pressure differential and that thin tube, capillary action would just assist it to just go straight up the top. Definitely.
Why not just put water? Why not just make it with water?
If you fill this with water, it wouldn't do the same thing. It wouldn't do anything.
Exactly.
No. It would not.
That's some
do
kind of
that.
weird chemical.
It's because it's boiling point so low.
High evaporation point.
All right, so yeah, Coach was saying it's a low boiling point, which causes the gas to accelerate. I mean, there's sometimes with certain chemicals, there's gas coming off them all the time, but if you heat them, more comes off.
Yeah, well, it basically if it was in the open air, you could get it to boil, but because when you get it to boil, it's creating pressure, and that pressure is going to require it to be a higher temperature to boil, so it's going to, convert back to water. So it's like a process where it tries to do it, and it's created some gas in the process, and then does that little thing. All you have to do is have a tight closed little tube or whatever, like a pen, like you said.
I'm just still trying to
it's the
figure out,
volatility of that gas that enables its vapors to be adjusted so quickly. Like it hasn't got nitrogen in with it. It's probably like the other fella said, like it's been put into a vacuum or pulled a vacuum on it, so it's filled with its own vapors, and therefore that vapor pressure is very susceptible to your hand coming along, as well as the liquid itself. But like water, for example, if you pulled a vacuum on the water, the vapor of water that's in that chamber is very different to a gaseous vapor, even though they say it acts like a gas. That's a different fucking thing. It'll all be stuck to the edges of the actual vessel droplet.
So when the water's going up, it kind of does look like when it's getting to the top one that it's bubbling, and that's maybe what Jeremy even more so the reason it looks like it's boiling, because like it seems like at the beginning, most of it goes up, like where it's not really bubbling, it's just purely being sucked up, and then the last couple drops, it's like a straw that's kind of like sucking it up, so it's like the last couple drops are kind of they're like cavitating. Well, they're getting like half air, half water as it's being sucked up. So then it almost looks like it's boiling at the end, because there's like between the tube in the middle, there's little pockets of air, and the pockets of air, come up, and then more liquid comes up. So even that is not
That's
really
the gas
boiling.
passing the liquid, right?
That's not the
expanding
33
gas
foot.
at the top is trying to pass the liquid to go back down to, vice versa.
Yeah,
the
so like
expanding
the
gas
type
at the
of
bottom
boiling
is trying to pass the liquid, so it looks like boiling.
Right, exactly. Because like the type of when we boil with like a flame, that the bubbles that are in there are because of the heat and everything that are coming up through. And then also when you do the 33 feet thing, when you pull a vacuum at 33 feet, you get that as well. It's actually bubbling, it's changing phase state. Whereas with this thing, it looks like it's not changing phase state, and it does not look like it's boiling or cavitating. It looks like it's literally just moving to the top because of what we've been talking
The
about.
pressure change. Unlike a star in a jar, which is true cavitation induced by, you know, sound or radio frequency or something. That's amazing. Very different.
But worth mentioning.
Well, yeah, because he kept on going on about cavitation. Slightly different process. They do refer to water boiling under vacuum cavitation. Not quite.
2 words. Pistol shrimp.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it looks like it's boiling, but it's not. It looks like it's changing state, but it's not. It's really just the pressure change from the gas in the chamber that just causes it to move to the other
Well, I
side.
thought it was a booger, but it's not.
Just a long, twisty
Yeah.
density tower.
Just some snot.
That thing is cool though.
All right, Jeremy, what's next? What's your next little fucking trick? Come on.
You put a little water wheel inside that thing, and you put one of those in the hand of every human, and then you got a ton of electricity right there.
You got a phone charger for
Have
everyone.
every human hold hands. There's a ton of electricity. Run them in series. My foot to your hand, his foot to his hand.
Yep. Might be able just to channel free energy at that point.
You could probably just bury each of your old cars in the ground strategically in a way and dump some salt water and probably draw enough current for like a breakdown of all the steel in the old car. Instead of selling it or fucking taking it to the scrapyard, just convert it into an earth battery.
Yeah, feed it to your system.
Yeah. Think of all that scrap metal that's just sitting in fucking scrapyards that people just gave away or called someone up. Yeah, take it away.
I still wanted to see a Lutech machine. Remember those? That idea that Kristen or Lou Britz and whoever the other guy, I forget their names. It's been so many years. They had that
What device was it?
Lutech machine. Well, it was like a 400-year machine because it would run on magnets, permanent magnets, aligned in a way with neoprene, like dividers and all these different, little sections and stuff. I don't remember exactly, but it's just like an electron capturing device with the current and voltage and just basically just winding itself up after you start it.
Interesting.
And look it up. The Lutech machine.
LU or LO?
I guess, yeah. Lou Britz, or maybe I can't remember these people's names.
Well, Jeremy, with
Yeah,
that
I saw
idea
the other
of
day-
using a hand boiler type thing to do that, that's why I was asking, like, wouldn't you have to still add the heat to it? So then how would that be factored into it? Or would there be some way to get heat to it? I mean, I guess it is only the heat of a human hand, so it's not a huge amount.
A butt plug. I told you that.
But like, how much would it take if you had like, if you had like a 30-foot wide one of those full of that liquid? How much heat would it take? Like, would we all have to like hug it at once to get enough heat to do that? Like, how much?
7 plugs. Oh, gather around, folks.
Yeah, well,
there's a lot of easier ways. To get electricity than that. I don't even know if you could put a little water wheel inside that thing or not.
How about we build into the floors a bunch of little glass tubes that are like built into the hardwood, so or just under the hardwood or whatever it would be, under the material. So as you're walking, you're heating up little pockets of those things, which are shooting through little fans and then heating your house. And every doorknob,
you.
you know, like you hold onto a doorknob and it does it.
Cow and a giant hamster. You guys are just missing the bigger picture.
Well, now we're in a Dr. Seuss,
Complicated.
now we're in a Dr. Seuss book right now.
Oh, the cow loves it. So what other power device gives you milk, cream, butter, and then beef when it's a bit too fucking... Tell me that. The hamster wheel never needs maintenance. You build it once, fucking just keeps on rolling. And then you got the permanent magnet generator, so you don't fucking ever have to worry about that. Maybe change a bearing or two. Fucking sweet as. You can imagine the amperage of the weight of a cow and a hamster wheel just walking. That's a lot of fucking amp.
I think energy discussions are very fascinating, and I think it's definitely going to be a part of our world into the future. But I do think eventually, the people that are, let's say, asserting their control right now, I think they've stolen the free energy tech that from the old world that people had before they
We've got
took
cows
over.
out the back, Geo.
So
They are
like,
trying to take away cows.
Once we get
I'll
that
give you
back, once we get that back, we'll have free energy back, and then all these other things really won't be needed. Like all these other, you know, wind power and all that stuff is just not needed when you have free energy.
I forgot to mention cow
between the
farms.
wind,
It's
between
like
the
burns
wind
your
and
oven.
between the hydro, the wind, and the solar, we really shouldn't need anything else. We just don't utilize it like we should be. Like, you should be building a house that's covered in solar panels at this point, with a couple mini wind turbines on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that should be standard at this point for house building, but we don't do that.
Look in to the energy cost of a solar panel, Jeremy. You change your tune very quickly. The output is nothing compared to the overall input cost.
Dude, they pay for themselves in like 7 years.
Is that what you're told and you believe it? Is the cost just the money you put into it? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you talking about the reclamation cost of where the mines are to mine all the shit out? Detriment to the environment in terms of mining all this stuff and building factories to put it all together? It's not that simple. I mean, it's really not. Same as
No, I
wind
hear you.
turbines.
Well, wind turbines.
Planned
I mean,
obsolescence,
you could
mate.
build,
You know this.
Yeah, but you could build wind turbines out of straight junk. Like, you could cut a
You can, you're right.
55-gallon drum. Huh?
You can, you're right, but they don't power anything. Like the most
No,
you're
they
going to
power
get is 1 or 2 kilowatts. Yeah, but it's just fucking not for what people need these days.
I
Good
don't know,
luck
I
having
thought
an
the
air
solar
conditioner.
panels. I thought the solar panels were getting good these days. No.
Oh, they're good. You can run shit on solar panels. I mentioned the cost, the input cost before.
The thing
Like
about
if every house
solar,
had a solar panel, that's fucked.
thing about solar is that you really need batteries. I mean, you can run it straight off the solar, but not 24/7, you know? So you basically have to have a whole battery system, which is, you know, all the toxins and the time and energy and materials to make those batteries. And the batteries go bad. Like, they need to be replaced, you know, anywhere, depending on your quality of battery you're buying, and then also your usage, anywhere between, you know, 3 to 7 years. The batteries need to be replaced, and then you know, the cost of that. So because in order to, like, if you're gonna have solar, you need a whole battery system and then an inverter. So you use the batteries and the inverter to invert it from you know, into the 120
DC to
Guys,
AC.
check this
Yeah, but
out.
I was figuring off of just hooking right into the grid, just putting the panels up, hooking in the grid, like that part of it. I understand there's a massive
Buying it
problem
back.
with batteries, and I feel like
Yeah.
big oil has suppressed battery technology throughout the years, because the last thing you want, if you're selling $10 trillion worth of oil every year, that's going mostly to cars, is cars running off of batteries.
Yeah.
Right.
Check this out about that magnetic generator idea, right? I found this hit piece article on it, and the hit piece article does a terrible job because what they did was they said, okay, so we went and we bought all the materials from, you know, one of the things, and we made it, and it only consistently put out 24.5 watts. He said Think about that. We would have to build 20 or 25 of these in order to run a home. Like, that's ridiculous. You still would have your home being run forever, though. Like, they didn't do a good job killing this thing, because
That's pretty funny.
It's clear
isn't it?
that the 4-inch
yes, there's
one,
over unity.
yeah, approximately 4 inches square, and according to the printed specifications, produces only 24.5 watts of output. I mean, Jesus. They're complaining they'd have to build 20 or 25 of those for us to be able to run one house. Why don't you just build one bigger than 4 inches?
Yeah, 4 inches produce 25 watts.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
that's
you see
pretty
how
good.
they put these constraints on the idea so that they can then make, you know, even though it actually works, and has only, you know, a little bit of, you know, whatever, but it's working. It's not
So
really
9
overage when you think about it. When you're calculating the magnetic, you know, drive. The magnetic drive itself is, you know, that's
So
the
it's
most interesting part to me. When you got the wheel, you just put it in place and it starts spinning. That's that in of itself. You put anything on it. You
What are
make
they
one of
using?
those
The
big
V-gate?
enough, you can generate any. You know what I'm saying, guys?
If the
Are they
Earth
using
was
the
really
V?
spinning, because this is the thing about free energy. If free energy works off the ether, then that's what it's doing. It's picking up the free energy of the ether that's already spinning. But on a globe Earth that's spinning, why can't we use that spinning for energy?
Well, you got to have it difference potential from what?
If you got a huge
All,
ball,
everything's all
you got a
spinning
huge ball
together.
that's spinning like that. I mean, on a globe, don't you already have the
Yeah,
big
but
energy machine possible?
It's moving so
Geo,
slow
if
compared
we
to.
did that, we'd take energy out of the system. It would slow down to a stop, and then we'd all be
You would
fine.
actually-
They already say, yo, that was the
Daytime
plane.
would be
They
like
say
44 hours long. You'd be like, the day
this
would
is
be longer
that,
because you're just tagging all the energy off it.
they said a few years
Exactly.
ago when China built that giant dam a few years ago, they said they actually slowed the rotation of Earth by like you know
Oh, yeah.
a fraction of a millisecond or something. But they literally, that was a story years ago. China built a
shifting some
huge ass
mass.
dam.
So dumb. Yeah. Does anybody believe that?
You remember that? Do you remember that, Grim?
No,
Mhm.
no one believes
That was back before they realized that the Earth speeds up.
Yeah. Now it speeds up. We had
Now
the
they're like,
fastest year
oh
ever
shit,
last year.
it speeds up
We
and
had the
slows
fastest
down.
year ever last year.
Nice.
And they
It
figured,
did
you know,
feel different last year.
with every between speed ups and slowdowns, if it was like a jerking motion, then there would be a speed up, a slowdown, a speed up, a slowdown, you know, as an oscillation. But what they got in the past couple of years was a speed up, a speed up, and a speed up, and a speed up. And they're going, wait a minute, where's that backwards motion you're supposed to get from the regular? Like, what's driving this system? All of a sudden, they're wondering. Now they're not sure what's driving the spin, which is good because we've been in the electric universe telling them they weren't sure for a long time. And they've been telling us, yes, they are. And all this dynamo shit and leftover spin from everything, and it's just going to spin down eventually. And like, yeah, well, the tides would have stopped that, right, by now. Obviously, right, guys? We all know, you know, you're
Oh,
trying to
exactly.
drive, you got
shifting
bags of milk
mass.
or something on your handlebars in your pedal. Every time you pedal, you feel like you're pulled forward, but then when you stop pedal, you get pulled back. It's like a amount of momentum
Yeah.
when it swings forward. You got to swing back.
Think about the baffles that they have in like milk trucks and fuel trucks and things like that. Where are the
Exactly.
baffles in the ocean?
Exactly.
It could be said that that wind power is caused by the movement of the sun.
Well,
'Cause
wind is caused by the sun.
Right, and then the wind power, therefore, caused by sun, right?
Yeah, exactly. Solar energy.
That's interesting to think about that. I never really thought about wind power as solar energy, but it ultimately is, huh? Well,
Have you
there's other
saw
factors.
All energy is from the sun. Yeah.
Have you seen those wind maps? The really high altitude wind maps when they get into those very highly structured, organized winds that are way high up. You know, like the jet streams and shit, where you've got, you know,
no school.
Yeah, they're not all wobbly, and they're going faster than the rotation of the Earth.
Oh yeah.
I wonder how they got an
Yeah, that's high
explanation for
low
that.
pressure system. Yeah,
Yeah,
high low
how
pressure
in that
system.
is there? How the fuck, if the Earth spin and all that causes the winds, then how are they going the same direction as the Earth spin, but even faster than the Earth spin at the higher altitudes? It doesn't make sense. It's backwards.
Well, I mean, I can see how the story makes sense within the realm of a dynamic system with high and low pressures that are going on. How quickly these pressure systems want to try and neutralize, which could cause some massive forces above and beyond potentially what the Earth is doing to it underneath. I can see that. You know, good luck calculating anything like that, but I can see how the story sort of works.
Well, another interesting point is those winds are highly ionized. This is current, and that we measure that current, and it's coming in, and it's like in, you know, the aurora borealis and this kind of stuff. These are ionized winds, basically.
Yeah, telling you, wind
plasma channels going in a direction.
Wind power is the move. They made these wind turbines that can pick up such small, minute wind flows. Like you can use them in air ducts and shit, and like you can use them on the slightest breeze. It's like VCR tape stretched thin, or some shit. Like, it's really crazy. The wind turbines they got.
You got to remember though, every time you take energy out of a system somewhere, that system then needs to be bigger than what it was, so it could do what it used to do before. Unless you're going to start creating new systems for these things to go in, which has its own cost. Like, to pull power out of wind at a small scale is almost pointless.
You just
It really
collect the
is.
ions
Yes,
from
you
the
can
air
think of
around
it.
us, dude. Yeah, I don't see what all
That
that
would be
wind,
good.
and it has because they have that material now. It's like, it's transparent. It's two different materials. You lay them on top of each other, and once they're connected, they start to draw ions and separate them on one side or the other. So you just make your windows out of that.
But again, if we took that out of the system on a large scale, like every house, every window, what will be the ramifications of that energy not getting where it was?
Well,
Just like diverting a creek into a dam and the flow-on effects. Like,
I'll tell you what'll happen. I already thought about it. So that energy, right? It's already gets released in lightning bolts and shit. It'll just have less lightning.
Yeah, it's like the wind thing. The wind will just be less severe.
Yeah, it could be good to have less lightning, since lightning does cause like nuclear reactions and puts protons and shit out into people's, you know.
Lightning helps with ozone. Need ozone.
No, it causes ozone.
And we need it, just like we need it in our bodies. It's very important to the environment.
Yeah, but the sun causes ozone too. Just hitting the oxygen molecules. The reason why we have these ozone holes is because those are the areas that don't get a lot of sun for that time of year. Then once the sun comes back, so does the ozone every time, like clockwork.
Ozone holes. Do you fall for half
things
of the
that they
narrative?
call ozone holes over the polar regions? They call them ozone holes, right?
Yeah, but it's
Holes in the
coming from the
ozone?
same people that call it a ball. You know, like, so
Well,
what,
I mean, you're
how
using
much
their
of
same
it do
physics
you...
right now. Well, I'm just borrowing from the axiom you handed me right now.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I know there's ozone gas, but I never would have suggested there's ozone holes in a layer somewhere. Or sorry, layers in holes in an ozone layer. That's
Well, you
part of
can
the
measure
narrative.
the intensity of the rays, right?
Yeah, so that doesn't mean there's a hole in an ozone.
Yeah, there's definitely a hole in the ozone. What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm not.
Okay. Fair enough.
When there's no
I bet
common
you it's
ground at
from
all, I
fucking
don't usually.
Chlorofluorocarbons too, is it? Is it the chlorofluorocarbons that did it?
Yeah, for the like hairspray and shit.
From fly spray? Yeah, no worries, guys.
Hairspray and all that shit.
From the CFCs, every time. Remember when we were told when I was a kid, when they were like, "Yeah, if you like break styrofoam, then CFCs are releasing, and then it puts holes in the ozone."
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Nice story, bro.
That whole ozone story was such a scam.
Yeah, because every time they would show you the map, look at the holes in the ozone. That's what they used to scare people with. Well, I figured you're probably familiar with that idea. And we're all gonna burn up and die. But then when the sun hits that area again, boom, magically the ozone instantly is repaired.
Well, it also just reinforces the idea of some layer between us and this proposed claimed vacuum of space medium out there.
So there's lots of different gas layers, right, in the model.
Yeah, why'd you say that it's good for your health?
In the
I've
model.
never heard that.
Well, I've heard Earth is seriously flat say that, but I remember what I thought when he said it. But I've never heard anybody say it. I never heard a good argument for ozone being good for your health.
Oh, ozone. Okay, so there's I know a bit about that. It's called ozone therapy, O3 ozone therapies. There's a wide range of them. Literally, there's about 15 to 20 different ways of getting ozone into the body that people do. Everywhere from breathing it, although you can only do low amounts of it because it's irritating, but it can be breathed. They also inject it, like actually intermuscularly and intravenously, believe it or not. They inject ozone. They'll also through rectal insufflation, put like a little tube in your butt, and then they release a little the gas into the actual rectum, and then it absorbs that way. That's actually a way that gets a lot of ozone into the body. And the claims of it, I mean, because I've known some people that work with it and some practitioners and things, and there are some fascinating claims because essentially the understanding is that ozone O3 breaks down into O2 in the body. And once it does that, it's a very, very high potent form of oxygen. And when you oxygenate cells, when you add oxygen to things like infections, like bacterial infections, fungal infections, and so on, they can just instantly clear those up. It can kill parasites. That's why people, who do like injecting into their blood, they might be trying to kill cancer or different things like that. So yeah, it's my understanding is that the O3 breaks into the O2 and you just get this very potently delivered, massive, like a lot of oxygen to that region of the body. Of course, the negative, could there be a byproduct in that? Could there be a toxic component of it? That's a whole nother question, but it is, therapy. And there's all kinds of machines.
Morbidity.
There's all kinds of machines. There's like these $4,000 or $5,000 machines you can buy. You can even buy machines that are like $20,000 ones. Yeah.
So I mean, I just researched real quick the effects of ozone on human health. Just the effects. Really bad. I didn't say positive or negative. I didn't look for any of that. And ozone is highly reactive, oxidative gas associated with adverse health outcomes, including mortality and morbidity. Data from monitoring sites worldwide showed levels of ozone exceeding EU legislation threshold and more restrictive. It is
that's something different. That's I hear what you're saying. That's like ozone maybe in the environment that they're claiming. But if you type in ozone
gas,
if you type in ozone therapy, you'll find a thorough amount of information about how it's been studied for years. Although I think the FDA,
I don't know what you're talking about. If it's ozone therapy and they're using ozone gas, then it's the same thing I'm talking about.
It uses ozone gas mixed with oxygen. So usually they get a tank of like pure oxygen, and then they blend the O3 with that. And like I said, all those different ways that it can be brought into the body for therapeutic reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, but
look, it's a little bit different. I use it in my work, right? You use pure oxygen to make O3 through a plasma reaction, basically 2 electrodes, like titanium or whatever they are. And you run a plasma arc through it, and the oxygen goes through there, and you end up with O3. And the O3 is very unstable. It wants to drop one of the oxygens really fucking fast to stabilize, and that oxygen is super reactive, the one that breaks off. Now, within our own body, on an intracellular level, we make O3 to combat things within our body. It's the same as nature. It produces it. It does the same thing for the same reasons. It needs to kill stuff off. It's very reactive. So that's just it's part of us. It's natural. Now, with regards to therapy, you can use it all the ways Gio said, and it's all very safe. I would never breathe it in, although I'm sure there are rates with which it's safe to do so, but I would never suggest that. But all the other ways are perfectly safe and fine. It's really only our lung tissue that is really susceptible to it.
I heard him say stick it up. No, Well, no, it's very reactive, so reactive with anything in your body. But and so your lungs and your throat, all that stuff, absolutely for sure. But I think any way you insert it, that's the whole thing. I think it's just extremely reactive because it's got extra oxygen.
Well, there's
and when it
something
turns to
about
O2,
with the lungs in particular. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but with the lungs in particular, it is irritating to the lungs, but it's different. Like if you do it like rectally, for example, it doesn't have that irritation.
you probably don't feel it right away, but I think what I saw, it says if you're breathing it for minutes and then longer, then you'll just get worse and worse effects.
Yeah, I know that's breathing. Yeah, but they do that's breathing. So what I'm saying is that I don't know exactly why, but I think with the lungs it's particularly caustic, but in other administration methods it's not, from what I understand. Like it's really only the lungs. Do you know why that is, Whites, exactly?
Yeah, it's the mucus layer. We don't have the right mucus within our lung because the gas needs to get actually access when we breathe in and out, right? But up the duct, there is a nice mucus layer which is very protective, and the whole point of putting it up the duct is actually to kill off shit that you don't want in there, and it does that very quickly. This stuff is so reactive; it is very short-lived, so the active time is so short. Like they can use it in air conditioning ventilation. They'll have an ozone emitter in a fucking air conditioner and they'll like blast that shit to sterilize the air. Meanwhile, people are breathing it in, but it's at a rate that is considered, fine. Right? And they use it in airplanes. They use all sorts of shit.
Yeah, I mean, like my understanding, like that smell after a rainstorm, part of that is the O3.
It's ozone.
Yeah,
Fucking nice.
that really good smell that's incredibly cleansing and
cleans the air.
Yeah.
When you have it in your body, cleaning stuff in your body, it doesn't just clean bad stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's sterilizing because it's extremely reactive. So it's going to start, damage. If the longer you have it, wherever you stick it up your ass or your gums,
You've got to be careful, mate. There are protocols. It's not like you put it up there and leave it there for the day. No, there's protocols.
No, it's like they usually fill like an enema bag of the gas, and then you just put a little tube in there, and then you slowly.
What did I just walk into?
Yeah. Yeah.
All sorts of misinformation and quackery.
But I mean, there are some very, like, even people that do it intermuscularly or even intravenously, because you can. I mean, there's treatment centers. I mean, if you type in ozone therapy on Google Maps, you'll probably find 20 of them in your area. So I mean, you can go get this done if you want. But yeah, they do it different types of treatments. But I will say, like, I mean, the intravenous one, like, there are people that have profound health transformations. Like they heal and resolve very, very, like, diseases that mainstream medicine claims are incurable. I'll just say that. So
You're saying there's
people,
gas into the vein?
Yep.
That sounds a bit dangerous.
O3.
No,
well, it's not only the gas. It's usually like it's put into like a saline solution and everything. So that's how they do it.
Still sounds super dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever do that one. But I'm just saying of what people, like personally, I wouldn't. I'm not into that. Personally, I can't really back it. I've also never done it, but I don't feel drawn to it either. It's too synthetic. But I'm just saying that if you research like a lot of the results that people do have, like whether there's a toxic byproduct or whether it has some other side effects, people don't generally have side effects. So like people who get it done, like they're not. Generally, it's not something like, compared to pharmaceuticals, not even close. So people generally don't have any noticeable negative side effects in that way. And like I said, some of the results people get are profound because you're giving this incredibly high potent amount of oxygen to certain parts of the body. And like I said, it seems to have the capacity to like instantly heal and resolve certain kinds of deep infections or toxins or different, pathogens in the body that are causing chronic disease.
Very, very correct.
Wait, but you said earlier that they one of the good things is like you put it in your body and it obviously one of the oxygen atoms reacts very quickly with something else and probably does some damage. But regardless, you're left with O2, which your body loves. Where you said, but your body can just breathe in O2 regularly anyways. That's what it normally.
Yeah, but because of there's one claim that the amount of oxygen is in the air right now is not what it used to be, and that pollution, possibly even something different with the sun cycles, the chemtrails, who knows?
That's
but
actually correct.
There is a claim, that there's less oxygen, and then there's the efficiency of our lungs and our ability to take in oxygen. as well. So
Wait, you can just breathe in
That's
O2
millions
then.
of years we're talking, not centuries.
If you want more oxygen, you can just breathe in O2 though.
Well, like, okay, yeah, like, I agree with that too. Like, there's different forms of breath work, and one of the ones I've worked with, you do deep breathing for like 2 to 3 hours, so it's a very long, extended time. And when you do that, you do get a very, very nice high amount of oxygen. However, and yeah, that could be healing. That is healing in and of itself, and to heal disease, I've no doubt. And that's why I think there's better ways to get oxygen than doing this ozone therapy personally. Although I'm still open to it being useful in various ways, But the thing is like, do you get, it's situational. Like, do you get a high enough oxygen to the regions that you need to get it? You know, because when you're breathing, it has to go through your blood and a whole different system. So that's the question.
So I'm gonna
it's equivalent. It's equivalent to free barometric chamber therapy. That costs a lot of money. You can go in there and force more oxygen into your system, which pushes it deeper into the tissues and further into capillaries that might be a bit blocked or whatever. You can get that same effect by using ozone therapy without.
I just want people, just so people get a mixed message, a fair message. I just want to say that I disagree with everything he just said. That is not safe, and I do not recommend that by any means. But I'm gonna make this so you guys like it much better.
Which one? Barometric? Wait, which one?
Using it therapeutically in any kind of way whatsoever.
Using what? Ozone?
Yeah, it's extremely toxic. But this is what the FDA says. No, O3. I'm talking about O3
Who
though.
cares what the FDA says? They say safe and effective
They're
vaccines,
talking about
man.
O3, Bruce.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
I
but it's
think they were talking about O2.
No, they were talking about O3. They're talking about O3 right now.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, O3 in your lungs?
Yeah, they're talking about
also just mentioned. All right, what are you referring to in particular, Kosho?
I'm talking about O3, which is what you guys were talking about too.
Okay, you said ozone therapy. So did you just Google it? You saw that the FDA doesn't accept it, and you instantly just.
Well, I'm just reading what they said about it. No, I've known for a long time. Oh, it's extremely reactive. It's not. It's dangerous. It's toxic. But
okay. Do you know anything about the ozone therapy world? Do you know anything about it?
I know that it's prohibited. The FDA has prohibited all medical uses of ozone in any medical condition. There's no proof of safety or ineffectiveness, saying ozone is a toxic gas with no known useful medical application in specific and preventive therapy. In order for it to be effective as a germicide, it must be present in a concentration far greater than that can be safely tolerated by any man or animal.
Yeah. Agree to disagree.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I mean, it's all good, but I'm just saying you basically just Googled it and you came to that. But I guess what I was asking is, have you ever?
I told you this to begin with.
Well, the thing is that there are clinics. Hold on, there are clinics all around the world using it all the time legally. So it is not illegal to use. It's used in all kinds of places. It may not be approved by the Rockefeller mainstream medicine as a treatment. One thing is that people actually can heal and resolve a lot of the problems that mainstream medicine are selling drugs for. So it's they don't want it for that reason. But I was just asking Kosho, like, I understand that the FDA has their official little thing on it, but I was just asking, like, are you aware, like, of the actual therapy itself, people's actual experiences with it, people's working with it, like doing someone who's done, let's say, 20 intravenous ozone therapy sessions, or doctors who've worked with it for decades. I'm just wondering if you are aware of any of that, or did you literally just go to Google and read that?
Yeah, now here's
Gio, I don't want to call you dishonest, Gio. When we started talking, did I say, hey, I'm going to Google this? Or did I told you immediately that it was bad for you? I didn't just Google it and find out what it was, man. I literally said to you, yeah, that's not good for you. And only just now, just now when I read about the FDA, I read it online. But I'm not reading about it that it's bad for you and just finding out for the first time that it's bad for you.
All right, but we had a context with regards to protocols. Yes, we know it's reactive and it's bad for people. We know this. You shouldn't breathe in certain concentrations. We know this. But in certain protocols, it has a beneficial effect. If you disagree, that's fine. Agree to disagree. Simple.
Yeah, I agree. I agree to disagree and share my opinion to the people listening, so they don't think that's a good idea to do it. So.
Well, I guess you can. I mean, if you need to push that agenda, if you need to push some agenda, I guess. I mean, that if that's not really. I mean, at the end of the day, it's called It's hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. It's called ozone therapy. It's been around for decades, and there's treatment centers all around that it can be done. So people can make up their own mind.
Yeah, it is understood to be an oxidizing agent, which is a burn. Basically, it burns tissue, and it's not healthy.
Okay, so again, is that just something you're going off that you read, or do you have any proof of that, or do you know anyone who's worked with it?
Yeah, there was a doctor in my hometown, and he went into selling these ozonators, these Alpine brand ozonators, and he had them in his office. He had the little modules in the wall outlets, and he had the larger machines, a couple of them in each room, and all of his blood pressure cuffs, the rubber hoses on all of his blood pressure equipment started deteriorating and falling apart, and it was the ozone concentration in the room that was the rubber.
Oh my
I mean, it's
God.
not good for you. It's
Yeah,
not good.
so
for you.
Whites, let me ask you this. Do you I don't know that I know the full, unless you want to respond to what Howard said there. 'Cause, I mean, yeah, Howard, that's industrial ozone. That's not medical grade, first of all. So it's industrial. It's also not mixed with oxygen. When they use it in the body, they blend it with oxygen. So it's a different thing. It's not just pure ozone. And then it sounds like if that happened, he had way too high of a concentration of it, sounds like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just chemically known to be an oxidizer, which is
I'm aware of. Yes, it's used in a lot of different things for that. I was going to ask you, Whites, are you? I don't know if I remember right now off the top of my head. Are you familiar with exactly how the O3 turns into the O2 in the body and what that process is? Because that would be where there could be a potential toxin or not, or does the body disengage that? Because, like you said, the safety is a component of it, compared to so many things, as far as I know, is quite high. Again, I don't use this myself, and I don't necessarily promote it or anything, but but I also do know what I know about it, which is, I'm not saying I know all of it, but anyways, but do you know like what that process is of how it actually goes from the O3 to the O2 and whether there is a toxic effect?
Yeah, well, O3 is just super unstable and just wants to react with anything in contact with, pretty much. And so given that you're putting it directly into a system that has lots of, like, generally people are unwell, and in my experience with it, there's usually a lot of bacteria and parasitic stuff going on in the blood. And that is what the rapid oxidation or oxidative stress to all of these things takes care of. Now, obviously, that oxidative stress, if prolonged or chronic or systemic, causes other problems. You don't want that. But our bodies naturally produce O3. It's a reactive oxygen species to combat these things that I just mentioned in the blood. Now, sometimes our bodies don't do enough of what they need to do. They're insufficient, and these things can get on top of us. O3 is just a way of assisting the body to get a reactive oxygen species to the areas that are needed, but also extra oxygen to those areas to oxygenate them. Because without fucking oxygen, the mitochondria can't produce efficient ATP. They have to, well, they can produce it without oxygen, but they produce it by fermentation. And that's a chronically detrimental process. So you've got to get oxygen into places, even if the body can't do it. You've got to get the reactive oxygen species, like the single oxygen in there, if the body can't do that as well. And ozone is brilliant for that with the right protocol in the right situation. No one should do this at home if they don't know what they're doing. Simple.
Right, that's my understanding as well. And I know mainstream medicine is incredibly frightened of it because, like I said, like you said, when you're just assisting the body with something it already uses and in a natural way like that. Now, that's the question though: is it fully natural? See, I know when I first had looked into it, a friend of mine got quite into it. A friend of mine got really into it, and she bought like all the equipment. You know, I think she paid, I don't know, $5,000 or $10,000 total to get pretty high quality equipment. And so I kind of know about it. You know, I learned about it, you know, when she was getting into it. And so I do understand like the levels of powerful transformations that people have with their health with it are unbelievable. Like I said, stuff that mainstream medicine could never even dream of accomplishing in terms of helping people heal from things. So yeah, I've always understood that mainstream medicine is profoundly suppressive of it for that reason, but they can't necessarily just make ozone illegal. So, you know, all they can do is try to do all the propaganda and all the rest of it. But then I also was left with like, I just wasn't sure. Like I'm someone who likes to really, really just work with nature directly. So I guess one of the reasons I never really pursued getting into it further is just that it isn't fully natural. And
It is.
Are
It
there
is natural.
some toxic effects? That could be.
It
happening
needs
as
to
well?
be produced with inert metals, right? So metals that won't react under the temperature and violence of plasma arcing, right? And you need to bring pure oxygen through that that plasma, and you get the equivalent of the O3 that's made with lightning, right? And that's the gas that comes out. If you're making it with air, obviously air is only a very small percentage of oxygen, so you're also fucking arcing nitrogen and all sorts of shit, and you create things you do not want in your blood, right? So you have to do it with pure oxygen, and that can even be contaminated. So you need medical grade oxygen on top of that. That's why a lot of these systems are expensive, because they're built with full medical grade equipment inside of them, and for commercial use as well. Very natural. Sorry about that. It's just there's a limit. And as I said before, they use these things to sterilize water in some places. They use these things to sterilize air vents for air conditioning in aeroplanes. It's ozone all the way. Hell, you can get a cigarette car lighter plug fucking thing that you plug into your cigarette lighter and will ozonate your car.
So
Take
you
the
would-
smell from the cigarette smoke and shit out.
Have you ever done? So you would not hesitate to even do it intravenously? Like, you think it's that safe, as long as, like you said, it's made correctly and is medically pure? Great. I know that my friend, when she was into it, like, yeah, there's a component of the oxygen quality, and there's a lot with the tank quality, because like industrial grade oxygen is like a lower quality tank, and so there can be all kinds of byproducts from the metals and things. Whereas when you get the right tank materials that are supposed to be, even more inert to get it more pure.
It's more the oils within the compressing and system that get into the industrial shit, whereas it's a whole different system to compress and bottle medical grade stuff. It's a whole different process. That's why it's more expensive. You can get devices that will pull just oxygen out of the air, like I forget what they're called, but they'll just concentrate the oxygen that's in the air and then feed that into your system. But I personally wouldn't go with that. But no, I wouldn't inject the gas into my veins, Geo. I'll make that clear. I wouldn't do that, because there's other things I can do to achieve the same goals that would, without the risks involved with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I saw this guy
Yes.
at one of those like health expo things on a video, and he literally had a large syringe, like a 1-inch, 1.5-inch large syringe full of ozone gas connected to a little tube. He took a needle, popped it, put it in his arm right there in his vein, I believe, intravenously, right there, and just put the ozone gas right into his bloodstream.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you do it all right, it is safe. But again, there are other methods to do it, and he was obviously trying to get the shock factor from people as well, and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's just it reacts that quickly, right? That it's only going to be like reactive within a very small amount of your blood. Meanwhile, the rest is just O2, and it's just going to go into your hemoglobin, right? It's just sucked up. So at the end of the day, it's there's nothing in there that will hurt you. It's not like an air bubble. You know what I mean? It's a different product, but you got to know that that's what's in there. You don't want to be putting other shit in.
Yeah, it freaks me out doing that. Just the thought of it, injecting gas into your blood sounds so intense.
Yeah, and you don't do it, leading straight to the heart. You got to pick the places to put it. But yeah, I mean, ClO2, chlorine dioxide, colloidal silver, hyperbaric, oxygen therapy. There's other ways to do these things much safer, which have the equivalent effect. Delivering oxygen, even DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, 12 mil of that a day, with a little bit of grapefruit juice if you can't stand the taste of it, delivers, good organic sulfur as well as oxygen
fucking pretty much to every cell fucking instantaneously. It's a brilliant product, and that's natural. That's from the pulping process of paper. Dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that too. That one freaks me out a little bit too, though. DMSO is weird stuff. Like it absorbs directly. Like if you mix DMSO with a certain compound and you wipe it on your skin, it will bring that compound into your skin.
Oh yeah, yeah, but
It's
that's
weird
obviously
stuff.
that's why it's not available to buy as a product, because people don't read the instructions and they go and do stupid. But if you've got it in your own cabinet and you're aware of how to use it, it's fucking very powerful. It used to be what they used to spray on sports people when they'd broken a hand or broken a foot or something out in the field. They'd spray that on and then they'd go out and finish the game, right? It's got a very unique property of numbing all of the pain nerves very quickly. Obviously, like in dermal, it just goes through the skin. And it just has this unique property of numbing all those nerve pains that send the signals back to you from that spot. So you can spray this shit on, and within 20 minutes, the pain is just fucking gone, right? But also, if you want to, like, for argument's sake, THC.
That was the magic
oil.
spray in the NRL, right?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
That was the spray in the NRL, wasn't it?
I'd imagine it was. I mean, they might have been using some other thing, but it was used for a long time as the spray in AFL and other sports until they banned it. It's it's got some fucking unique properties. If you put some THC oil in, just put a bit on your, just takes it straight into you. That goes with anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I haven't had that with THC, but that's interesting. Do you get high like right away?
Very quickly, man. Like within the 20 minutes that it takes to traverse, the dermis. Yeah, it's intracellular very quick. Apparently, it's able to like replace the water within your cell. So if your cell's got water in it that say is deuterium affected, heavy water instead of nice water, enough DMSO over time will knock that water out and replace it with beautiful structured water, which obviously I can't verify, but that's just another property of the way it goes through the cells. It sort of has to do that. It daisy chains its way. It's pretty interesting. It's a fascinating molecule. Very volatile at room temperature.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. Yeah, the whole concept of absorbing herbs that way as well is interesting. I know some people are into it. I guess I just still find DMSO to be somewhat synthetic. So it just kind of, yeah, I guess I just question its full effects on the body.
We make it. We make it ourselves within our body, just like ozone. Yeah, it's another product that we make. All things in nature make dimethyl sulfoxide. We can just get it on large quantities from pulping up wood from trees in the paper making process. Like whole layers of it settle in the and they suck it out and go, oh, what can we do with this? There's nothing synthetic about it whatsoever. Natural. Again, it's just used in forms that benefit from. You can use too much and suffer from it, of course. Anything.
Well, yeah, I do hear you on that. Well, what about like the concept where, for example, like sea salt, which has like all the minerals that the human blood has and everything, versus like white table salt. So the thing with DMSO is that I hear what you're saying about it being a natural compound, but once they synthetically derive it and they make it as a white powder, as it were, or as a powder, how is that different? The way that white salt is different than sea salt.
Well, at the end of the day, sea salt and table salt are really no different other than the extra minerals that have come out. Because where I am, they make sodium chloride and it's out of sea salt, but they just get rid of the other shit. So it's still sodium, 50% sodium, 50% chloride. I think with Himalayan salt, you've got 50% sodium and about 49% chloride with a few extra bits that give it the color and stuff. That's about the breakup, Geo, when you look at it. It's all just trace stuff. So they're both natural. So I don't look at them any different. At the end of the day, you need to get sodium in your body, and I don't really care where it comes from. You need chloride as well.
Well, my understanding is that white salt is very, very toxic, whereas sea salt is not. Like white salt causes blood pressure issues because of the synthetic isolation qualities of it.
Well, look, again, sodium in general does cause blood pressure issues if you can't get it out through your kidneys. Where there's salt, there's water. You'll start to swell up like a balloon, and that will cause pressure to the whole system. You know, so you've got to be able to dump the sodium out of your kidneys. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter whether it's pink salt or white salt. If you're talking about white salt that's got anti-caking agents and it's been bleached, then I completely agree. But if it's just like, you know, they've demineralized everything but the sodium chloride out of sea salt, then there's nothing wrong with it. Things in synergy, though, I'll agree with that. If you get it in nature and how it's presented in nature, that's going to be the best package you can get, without a doubt. Like, I wouldn't have a problem drinking seawater personally.
Well, my understanding, like what in terms of like white table salt is kind of what I'm referring to. Just that, like, which, yeah, at that point, I mean, that's like a highly refined. Yeah, there's definitely bleaching and alkalizing, all kinds of things. That's, you know, but there's different kinds, I suppose. I mean, if you buy Morton's table salt or something, then that's that brand's company of doing it. Whereas there's others, but I guess there's probably a lot of subtleties to that. I may not know all the details, but the difference between a natural salt that comes from the earth and a synthetic, same with like sugar, like the sugar that's in fruit is very different than white refined, you know, crystallized powder sugar. And
only because of concentration, Geo.
And on the body, there's a dramatic difference between the white table salt, what it does to the body, versus a sea salt, which is not unhealthy, but a white salt is very unhealthy.
You know, I personally haven't seen any evidence that would suggest that there is a difference other than maybe toxins from caking and bleaching. Like, as where I am, if I want to go and buy sodium chloride, it's made from sea salt, and they've done nothing to it other than mineralize it. They don't need to bleach it. Sodium. Potassium chloride is good as well. That's another good table salt, or something that's very beneficial for people to sprinkle their food. I've got a mix that's half sodium chloride because it's pretty important to get your potassium in as well as your sodium. And a lot of people don't get that.
Okay. Well, I got you on that. Well, I guess, like I said, I guess my understanding of it is that eating a chemically derived, purified, synthesized type of a white salt has all kinds of different health effects, negative health effects on the body versus just like a sea salt or something like a salt that comes naturally. In terms of like blood pressure, strokes, heart attacks, leaching of calcium from the bones. It's like a chemical that is dangerous to the health.
Yeah, if it's toxic, it's toxic, Gio. I agree. If it's sodium, it's sodium then. I don't even think it's possible for them to create a synthetic sodium.
Well, it's like
could they?
Cocaine, like the coca leaf contains cocaine, the alkaloid cocaine, but in the coca leaf, cocaine is completely healthy for you. Actually, has all kinds of beneficial effects on blood pressure in the body, and when it's naturally in the leaf. But once they extract it into a white powder, the cocaine, you know, drug or whatever, then it becomes highly, highly toxic to the body.
Yeah, but I mean, I would suggest that it's maybe part of the process and not the actual molecule itself. Unless, of course, you're having it at concentrations that you couldn't normally get out of the plant, in which case, of course, that can be the case, where just at those concentrations, the dose is the poison, as you're aware. Anything can be good or bad. But are you suggesting that maybe that synthetic sodium, I don't know how they'd produce it. Maybe they can derive it from other sources other than sea salt. Maybe the process of doing that, adds something to it which causes an issue. But as far as I'm concerned, like Na plus is Na plus, and they both want to attract the same amount of water molecule. So it's just a case of, if maybe the synthetic sodium you're suggesting is attracts more water, that would cause a bigger issue with water retention and blood pressure. It's a bigger, I don't know, bigger atom or some shit. I don't know, a bigger ion. I've got no idea. I can't think of how that would work.
Well, there could be a lot of subtleties to this. I mean, there could be some conspiracy involved because of the way these companies that are actually making the salt. I mean, I think it's a huge part of the medical food conspiracy. Essentially, the deceptions within the food world is that, though, like if you just compare in general, like a natural sea salt, unrefined, unprocessed natural sea salt versus, a white salt. I agree with you that like the anti-caking agents, those can have aluminum in them, and all of that. And then the bleaching and whatnot could have some kind of byproducts. But my understanding of it is that what it ends up as, once it, even if the anti-caking agents are not a part of it, just this, and when I say synthetic, I don't know that they're making the salt synthetically, but they are like kind of like when you make cocaine out of coca leaf, like you do have to do a whole chemical reaction to get it into that final just pure NaCl kind of just conclusive result compound. And that compound essentially acts like a toxin or almost like a drug to the body. Like it causes it, instead of just having the effect of what some salt would have, that it actually has like a whole host of added negative effects on the body, sort of like side effects that are problematic. And so people like eating white salt, all this sort of processed salt that people are using has these effects that big pharma wants to make people need blood pressure drugs and all these other, and have heart problems and things.
That's very possible, man. They're doing all sorts of shit fucking to us. So it's quite possible they've created a monster, GMO style fucking salt molecule that is fucking us up. That, I mean, thankfully I keep away from that shit.
Yeah,
I mean, they've had to pack sodium in fucking foods for a long time to sort of balance out the sugar and shit, and vice versa, sugar to balance out the salt. Because half of the foods they fucking have got no flavour until they add all this shit. So people have just been ingesting huge amounts of sodium without even fucking realising it, not even tasting salty food. So there's half the issue with America and Australia and all these people with high blood pressure, packing in way too much salt and not pissing it out.
Right, but like if my understanding, like let's just say if all these like fast food companies or just whatever else, if they just instantly replace the salt source they were using with like a natural sea salt, then at least the problems that the salt is causing would just instantly go away. So there is like I think a conspiratorial part of it. And like you said, yeah, like some kind of like, it's like a monster, industry of like whoever's making these, salts as it were, that are going into a lot of these different products. So yeah, well, like what that is compared to like another form of salt that might be extracted more naturally. There's a lot of probably subtleties, but yeah, I think a lot of the salt that's being sold as this mainstream, it's like a toxin right up there with the white sugar thing.
Yeah, I mean, similar to heme iron versus the plant-derived thing. A lot of people just assume iron's iron and whatever, but when you do look at it on that sort of close-up scale, it is a very shape. Obviously, you handle it differently. It's looking for a certain shape, and here comes this other shape. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the shape I'm looking for. And I'm sure, like you're suggesting, potentially this sodium ion or whatever it is they've created is a similar beast, or like, let's just say radioactive cesium, going into our bones, calcium, or strontium doing the same thing, or something like that, or radioactive iodine, or even fluoride, going into our body instead of fucking bromine.
I saw this thing about Rastafarians. I don't know that much about it, but they call it being vital, and they eradicate a lot of salt out of their diet, I'm not sure what that's about, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I mean, I think my mum was always interested in health. She tried paleo diets, Britican, finding out her blood type, vegetarian, eating different meats. She was always interested in stuff like that, trying different things. But she kind of said to me one day, there's no unanimous agreement between any of these naturopaths or nutritionists or fucking dietitians. Everyone's sort of got their own, they've all got their own viewpoints. But I wonder what the true human diet really is, like there must be some kind of universal, like a set of fucking minerals and vitamins that are essential to us. You know what I mean? Like it seems like hard science there, but I think it's an interesting topic anyway. I'm interested in it. Fasting,
They know it, mate.
purification.
Just like the shape of the earth, they know exactly what we need, and that's why there's the agendas at play, mate. They push veganism, they push vegetarianism, they push soy, they push let's get rid of cows, they push all the fucking things they push are the opposite to what we need as a species.
Yeah.
Everything.
Or that inversion, right?
Yep, exactly, mate. Fuck yeah.
Fucking upside down world.
Clown world, man. Fuck. That's all it is. And then you've got all the fucking people who are fucking got the ball and chain advocating for it all. Please, master, we want a bit more freedom. Fucking yeah, it's crazy. Cow and a hamster wheel, people.
I mean, I'm a little bit embarrassed to say this, but I've been without work lately, and I got in a little bit of debt because of that. And when you don't have much money, you kind of hand to mouth sometimes. Like a couple of days, like I was able just to live on, say, like a date, maybe a can of tuna, some distilled water, some yogurt. I mean, real basic stuff and not much. I'm not talking like a big portion. But I haven't lost weight. Like I'm not, anemic or fucking parched. I feel pretty good, all things considered. So it really got me like wondering about this whole fucking 3 meals a day or 5, however many, always eating, fucking digesting. I was like, what's really going on here? Do I need all this food, really? I love food too. Like I'm a bit of a foodie. I love food. All the different flavors, but anyway, I just thought it's just got me in a deeper contemplation, getting out of gems, being in debt.
Good.
It gets you fucking, Yeah, I needed
Get you
that.
thinking.
Needed that, man. I was fucking a bit in a toxic spiral, I can acknowledge it. But that's
toxic spirals are no good.
It's recognizing it, right? And then adjusting.
Oh, exactly.
Owning it, learning from it. It's all being valuable.
Acknowledging too if someone else is telling you. Like you might not think you're spiraling or fucking whatever, but if someone else fucking that cares for you, comes up and fucking gives you a little bit of advice, then it fucking really pays to listen to that shit.
That's the difference, mate.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people. I know we've all got a lot on our plates and stuff, and that zero fucks attitude is creeping in more and more as we go through. But I think some of us in here are a little. I don't know. It's like I don't want to say a family. I was going to say family. That's why I stopped. But
Oh, Mel.
You know, there's some kind of kinship, right? Some kind of bond, like we're going through life together in real time. So,
Oh, it's like verbal pen pals, really. People used to do this shit fucking years ago via fucking letters.
yeah.
It's just an extension of that shit, and it's good. Well, we can't all be at the pub, and if I could be at the pub more, then I'd be sitting around chatting to different people. But this is sort of like the virtual pub.
Yeah.
It's good.
It is
Different
good.
people pop in at different times. They sit down for a beer. Fucking no one's ever shouted me a beer, I must. But yeah, like yeah, it's good. Different people from all over the world. It's like a backpackers bar.
Yeah.
And a pretty good radio station. I must like when you just need some background fucking nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I nearly said to whoever, I think it was Left Lane or Mole Man, they were saying something about water taking the shape of the container. And I was just going to go, oh, wow, we could do this in 2 moves. So you're acknowledging there's a container. You know what I mean? Like, bam, bam.
Yeah. Yep. It's either there or it isn't.
A basin with a big open ceiling.
Well, you mean I can only pick one? It's either there or it's not.
It's hard to get past the Earth not being a basin or some kind of container. Hard to get past that. But what the sky is, and if it's got a lid, that's another thing, right?
Show us your lid.
How crazy would it be if
Where's the lid?
you're just on the
Look at the
outside of
middle
the
of that.
wall? There's no lid.
Yeah.
And the
Have to
sky's all
be
just
outside the stars or whatever. I mean, something's got to be keeping all this gas and fucking superfluid in, Kosho.
yeah, I
law of
agree.
attraction.
Something's got to be doing it. Something.
But
I
as
saw
for
this
the waters
device.
above, and yeah,
There's a device I saw yesterday called a quantum gravitational mod. What is it called? Quantum gravitational something or other. And it's supposed to be able to map the inside of the Earth. Just came out with
crazy.
this-
These wacky humans that come up with all these gadgets.
That's right.
That sounds interesting.
Very fun.
Imagine if we're just at the bottom of a really briny fucking lake or something. Think about that. You know how like there's different lakes within lakes, and there's like hypersaline water that divers can go into like separately from the other water, and it has like a full layer separation. Imagine if that was fucking like how the whole Earth fucking sort of started, because there's a landmass sort of down there, fucking, and like organic shit on that land, fucking that starts fucking, you know, breaking down and creating gas, and then that gas forms like a bubble, and then as that forms a bubble, it creates obviously more gas, more shit going on, more space gets opened up, and then we're in that fucking bubble. That's us. We've got the hypersaline water, which is the sea, but up above is the more fresh water, and that's that. The weight of that is being pushed up by our gas bubble, which in turn pushes back, creating the pressure. There you go.
Your plums are in a bubble, White.
We're just at the bottom of a fucking hypersaline lake, and you guys don't even fucking know it. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Bandit.
levels and layers.
Yep. As the below, so above. It's just not as saline. I think someone cut that bit out of the book. Context.
Oh, what?
Chinese Whispers does that.
You got to be joking me. I'll get rid of that one. Thank you very much,
What have you?
Brenda.
Did she send you a cockpick? Oh, fucking sorry.
Just putting bullshit in.
I'll take that back. Jesus.
Just putting bullshit in text about Merle.
Oh, Jesus.
Gone.
I thought she was banned.
Got rid of that.
Shit. What's going on there? Who's doing that? Someone's moving house.
Hit a big bump.
Scusa.
Oh, went quiet all of a sudden.
It did.
Gee. Could be a
Is that
sign.
because you popped in, or?
No, I've been here. I was on mute. I'm driving home with my daughter.
Hopefully she's interested in the ozone therapy. Or you're telling her to tune
no,
out.
she was
Don't
not.
you listen to this nonsense. It's only a Google away.
It is. A lot of things are a Google
That's
away.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Rui's still trying to get his head around plumb bobs. He's got a while to go yet. Play some poker, shouldn't I?
Mm.
How about this method to measure plumb bobs? Take plumb bobs and attach lasers to them, and so they're shooting the laser up into the air, and then measure the distance between the laser up at altitude.
Okay, I'm going to measure that. With a ruler. Rui, that's how you do it. With a ruler.
Okay.
You got the same problems, Gio. We got
Are you
gradients
smoking,
of
Bandy?
atmosphere.
I'm about to.
Gee. It'll kill you.
Okay, and that being a problem, why?
Yeah.
Macca's will kill you quicker, Rui.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your concern for my well-being.
Thank you.
But,
In fact, Macca's will kill you significantly.
I'm quite happy with my gene pool and how it performs.
That'd be a good thing to know.
It all depends on the quality. I mean, if you're talking tobacco, I mean, the thing is, certain tobaccos, if they're natural and heirloom and don't have a lot of additives, tobacco itself is not a harmful plant at all. Like if it's organic, clean tobacco, meaning without pesticides and herbicides and stuff, then there's no health risk at all. In fact, it's actually good for you. Believe it or not, it's actually even good for you to smoke. It's actually good for the lungs. But it's just all the toxins and issues that are the problem.
I smoke good old Port Royal myself.
Is that like a pre-rolled cigarette, or is that just like a tobacco?
That's just a tobacco.
Like a loose.
roll.
Does it have additives? Does it have additives, or is it only tobacco?
Well, they don't list any additives on the packaging. Let me have a look. No, I don't know actually. But I think it is better than the tailor-made.
Yeah, they just get you with the paper.
That's all right. I use Bible paper.
There's a brand.
Nice.
There's a brand in the States called American Spirit, and they have an organic one, and they also have just a regular. But yeah, it's like a lot of people I know, smoke it and whatnot because it's pretty popular as a fairly natural one, meaning that it's really only tobacco without additives. The thing is that they used to be really like way more better than they are now, but they got bought out by, CJ Morris or whatever. They got bought out by one of those huge tobacco companies. So they still sell it as like additive, and then they have their organic one too, like additive free, and they have their organic one too. But as I've used it, like since it changed over, I think they're definitely soaking it in some kind of a chemical that makes you more addicted. So it's kind of sad that it used to be good, and then now they ruin the American spirits.
I actually bought some tobacco seeds about 12 months ago, and they got confiscated on the border.
You're kidding,
No, I'm not.
man. I've bought many a contraband and not had it confiscated once. You poor bugger.
Yeah, I've bought plenty of seeds too, my friend. And
Yeah.
they have not been confiscated at the
Okay,
border.
so it's just the tobacco, is it? Interesting.
Yeah. Well,
Was
they
it
did
one that was a particular pest, maybe?
No, they
Like,
did
is it a
label.
weed or?
No, they labelled them tobacco seeds. Go figure.
Oh, right. That'll do it.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah.
gutted. I was gutted.
Classic.
But yeah, it is interesting that the fine for growing tobacco is a federal crime compared to because of the taxes or the lack of taxes, I should say, that you pay with it. Yeah, it's a federal crime. They come down on you like a hammer and nails.
Yeah, it points very much towards the the narrative that A, it interrupts finances for people, and B, there's probably some medicinal quality to it that they don't want you to have, just like Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Just like good old Mary. In fact, tobacco is probably Mary's sister, really, in terms of, I don't know what she was called, Susan, Mary and Susan, I don't know.
My father back in the day used to chew tobacco.
Oh yeah.
Plus, he's the only fellow I've ever seen. He used to be driving the tractor, and he'd have his tin of tobacco, right? And he'd pull out his paper, open up the tin, pull out the tobacco, roll the smoke, all with one hand, all one-handed. Yep, never seen that before in my life, and I was mesmerized as a kid watching him roll his smokes.
Can you do it now or not?
No. I've
Nah.
tried a couple of times, just mucking around, but no, he used to do it all the time. He'd be milking the cows because generally one hand was always wet. You're mucking around all the time. So he'd roll a fag, have it hanging out of his mouth, keep on going.
Yeah, there was a time when I was like that. Pretty much everything I did had to have a rollie. I used to call them quirlies.
But he used to buy the tobacco in tins, like this little round.
Yeah, okay.
Tin. Yeah.
Oh, the good old days.
They're still here. They're still here.
Where's the spittoon? Those chewing tobacco people, fucking nuts.
So what's the topic been for today? What excitement have I missed out on?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Quite random. Quite random, actually. No, lots of just little random. Someone tried to come in called Yo, and he didn't remember. He's got the name Yo, and he could not. You'll remember this, Bandy, but he could not remember the Coca-Cola yo-yo teams that used to come around to the schools.
Yeah.
Do you remember them or not?
Yeah. No, I was actually in for about 5 minutes when he was here, and I've heard him troll pretty hard over in another server actually, and I must say I was pretty impressed how he baited you all into playing his game.
Hey, I called troll straight out. I asked him the questions. He fucking didn't. He obfuscated, and then I said troll, and then everyone else took the bait. Go back and listen to the recording.
I'm innocent.
I fucking said it straight up. Yeah. I don't get trolled like that. I was even singing a song. Yeah, trolling, Geo server. It's in the background. So there you go.
Yeah. Yes. Come on, guys. Please, please convince me. Please, I'm going to give you a go. Please convince me.
Yeah, he flipped at the end. He was flat at the end.
Oh,
Definitely.
all he wanted to do was come back with the usual rhetoric, all right, just to combat it all. That's all he wanted to do.
Oh, you got to give him an A for effort, though.
I was gonna I wish I didn't. I was gonna post a 5.5 hour video and link him to it and say you wanna you wanna be convinced, here you go. Watch this.
And yeah, you should have done that, but then put like 12 different timestamps that he's got to go and find, and then just make them like random spots. So he'll try and get the context, but there just is no context to get. That would be funny. Sorry, that's a bit loud. Doing the chore.
And oh, has he gone? Has he? Is he gone?
Who?
Oh, he's gone. Oh, Rui's gone. I was going to ask him, why is he here today?
Probably just to talk shit with eggshells.
Clock on, clock off.
Morning, Ralph. Who here loves cheese? A good, you know, crumbly cheese.
Blue cheese. Oh my God, yum.
Yeah, there's some cheeses that are pretty fucking.
I don't mind a blue cheese. Don't mind a camembert or brie.
You're a
Partial
soft cheese, man.
tasty. Actually, any cheese. Actually, any of them.
I love it. Never think about it. Fucking yeah, load me up with cheese.
We quite often have a like a cheese and fruit platter, but
Okay.
instead of having crackers, we use the fruit, and Sharon, she'll slice up the fruit, like the apple or the pear, really
Yep.
thinly, so it's like a little cracker, and then whack the cheese on that. Another bit of fruit. So you make like a cheese sandwich with the with the two finely razor thin and crunch. Oh, yum.
Yum.
Yeah.
Yum.
Yeah. And we'll go through,
Yeah, when the missus.
13 or 14 blocks of cheese a night. Maybe not.
Yeah, the missus and I, right, when we go to watch a movie at the cinema, we'll pull out like a cheese and meat board. So we'll have like some different jerky, some different meat, and some fucking cheeses all on a board with a knife. Fucking the looks we get, man. Everyone else has got their Maltesers and popcorn. It's pretty funny.
Nice. Yes. Mine, she'll make rum balls, chocolate balls, little pastries. We take that in.
Mm. Rum is tasty.
Mm-hmm. Kahlua balls, Contro balls.
You said that with passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you grunted that out. That was a grunt. I said rum's nice. You like, yes.
Thank you very much.
As a matter of fact, got one.
No, not just yet.
So it's just you that likes cheese. Are we the only ones in here?
No, but the room has dropped off a little bit. There's only, I don't know, what is there? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. 2 of them are on deafening and mute. One's probably asleep and still here. Howie's probably in the back of his cab trying to sleep, perhaps.
That's funny to think about. Everyone in different phases of life.
Still on the road, Bandy.
Hey, Howard, how you going, bud?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Can't complain. Life is all good in the hood.
Right on.
Yeah. Same channel, different day, pretty much.
That's right. Solving the world's problems.
I do that every day, Howard. I do that every day. I leave the world up to me, and it'll be a better place.
Right.
For
Fuck
you and for me and the entire human.
You'd be a great dictator, Bandy.
Oh, I would be. Iron fist.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. My way or the highway. And see, look, and I've got a fair bit of experience in controlling small nations myself.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, with 7 kids, fuck her now. That's a small nation.
Exactly, right. And I have learned very quickly that you have to give the illusion of democracy, right? But lead as a dictatorship, right? That's the only way anything can work, right? Only way.
Yep. Let them think they're making choices.
Get them involved in the decision
that's very true.
process. Get them involved in the decision-making process, right? Hear their voice, but then ignore it.
Pretty much. Here's your 4 choices, all of which you're very happy with, and then you allow them to make a choice, thinking they've got control.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah. I used to say quite often. I used to say, "I'm the king. It's my castle." Right? You want your own rules in your own castle? Out you go. Away you go. See how you fare.
Yep. Good luck.
See how you fare. Right?
Yeah. Welcome back anytime under the same rules. Yeah.
It was like all of them when they all had part-time jobs, right? I made them give me, right, a third of what they made, right?
Okay.
Like for room and board, right? To teach them very young that life isn't free. Well, I didn't keep it.
Sure.
I didn't keep it. I put it in a bank account for them, and you know, when they turned of age, I handed over the bank account to them, and you know, each one of them just looked at me with this snarly look, right? But it was to teach them responsibility, and life isn't free. You know, there's a price, and you know, you have to learn. You got to learn to budget, and you know, learn to put some aside for a rainy day and all that sort of stuff, and be careful. So you know, I thought that was a very important lesson. You know, at a very early age to teach them. Now, even when they were doing a paper round, and they got like $11 a week for doing a paper round, right? I'd take $3, right? And they'd have 8.
Fair enough.
Man, I look back and how cruel was I?
Well, not really. It is a lesson, and it's not like you were spending it. You know, there was a method to the madness, the
But
perceived
you know what?
madness.
They learned very quickly that they didn't actually miss it. Why? They didn't miss it, right? Because they learned.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm getting $11, but I've only got $8. So now I've got to do what I want to do with the $8. And they learned very quickly how to do that. So yeah.
Well, that's how governments get away with increasing taxes. Because at the end of the day, the people, or kids, will just learn to deal with what they've got left and manage and budget accordingly, and because that's life. You move on. But like I said, you'd be a good dictator. You'd be a good government. I'm not sure I would be. I've got some pretty out there some views with some shit, you know, and they definitely rub most people the wrong way. Like, you know, okay, I won't even talk about it. But yeah, let's just say I've got some views that are a bit different, and I'd probably not enforce them, but I'd be like, yeah, everyone sort of needs to really start thinking this way because, you know, it's either my way or the highway.
All right.
So I reckon you'd be better than me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know what you're referring to there, or with one of them anyway. Yeah, see, because I kind of think a similar way with what you're thinking about. I think, but that's for me, right? Not for anyone else.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a dictator. Exactly, my. It's not for me. But you know what, Bandy? Without speaking directly about it, like let's just say, for example, the same phenomenon was observed in monkeys or like dogs, for example, and we saw the trending. There would be an investigation into what was going on. Like, what's causing this to happen? Just like there was when frogs started showing different things. They looked for some chemical in a river. It wasn't just accepted that that's just a natural progression. Like,
No,
but anyway.
Yeah, it was a change of the environment that they were in.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think it's got to do with a lot of things. I think it's got to do with the environment, with whatever you're putting into your body, plus also too the media, the social media, and how that reprograms your brain as well. I think there's a lot
very
to do
powerful.
with that as well, and how that acceptance, all that, everything's just normal these days, and you see it, in a lot of programming on the social media, and how it's promoted. Actually, how it is promoted, but yeah. What's the here we go. What's he got to say for himself, the old? President Joe Biden has shrugged off fears that tensions between Washington and Moscow over the Ukraine crisis will escalate into nuclear war, denying that Americans have no reason to be concerned about such a conflict, even if nuclear war does break out. Damn.
What a fucking idiot.
What a fool. What a fool. Does he know who he's talking about? You're not talking about Kim here. You're not talking about Kim. You're talking about a country that has probably just as many as what America does.
Yeah, Russia's been at it for a long time.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
guy's a fool. He's a
I would be all for a complete total ban of nuclear weapons. Complete total ban of nuclear weapons. And go back to hand. I mean, we use our airplanes and our technology, but nuclear weapons should be completely abolished.
Yeah, that ain't ever gonna happen, Howard. If they're true, I'll put that caveat in. If they're true, but that ain't ever gonna happen. And even if they did agree for the ban, they would hide them somewhere. Can you imagine America letting some foreign agency come onto American soil to check for weapons of mass destruction? Can you imagine that? How it ever happening? Not a chance. Not a chance.
But to be honest, I'm not expecting or really looking for it, but I won't be surprised if I saw a flash on the horizon. I mean, apparently, Putin, the way he invaded Ukraine, he's unprovoked. I mean, I don't even, he didn't have a good reason. So evidently, he's off his rocker.
He has been spruiking his reason since at least 2014, Howard. At least 2014.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he just doesn't want another country to do something he doesn't want them to do. But they're being an independent country. It's like, I don't know.
He doesn't want NATO on his doorstep, and that's fair enough. That is fair enough. Right, I've got no problem, and that's what he's been trying to negotiate. And America have slowly but surely been pushing NATO closer and closer to his doorstep, and he has said no more. Now, how long is he going to try and negotiate? Right up until NATO is right on his back doorstep? Not a chance. Not a chance. And plus, you've got the issue with the Nord Stream pipeline energy supply that America ain't too happy about. Plus all the mineral deposits. It's a fight about everything. It's a fight about everything. And he all he's doing, right? And like I said, I don't necessarily agree with what's going on there, but he is standing up to a bully, right? And which, unfortunately, by the looks of things, Howard, a lot of innocent people are dying because of it. Regardless, that's the end result. A lot of people are going to die or have died already, and more will die because of what is happening. And I think it is a fair and reasonable stance that NATO isn't on Russia's doorstep. And if that could be negotiated, I think this conflict could be put to bed fairly easy, fairly quickly, regardless of the energy control issues. I think the rest could be negotiated more diplomatically. But yeah, the NATO thing has to be addressed. And yeah, like I said, I think he has a fair and reasonable cause to have concerns about that. But that's just me. That's just my take on it.
Yeah.
Plus, he's trying to as well, protect the Russians in Don Das or whatever that have been persecuted for many, many years. Which, that may have been a political move to recognise Don Das as a sovereign state, so he could do what he can do. Who knows? But I think there's way more behind the scenes that we don't know about it too, Howard. Like, we're only told what they want us to hear, or what they want us to believe too, and people are picking sides, and a majority of people are picking the Ukraine side, most definitely, because of what they're reading and how everything's been written up. And it seems like most of the Western world are rallying together to put pressure on Russia. That's what it seems like. Except China and India, they are not coming to the party, which is interesting.
Well, I'm not surprised that China would. India, I'm surprised at it. I don't know, they're just remaining neutral, I guess. But you got China and you got North Korea, and now I wouldn't have categorized Russia. I mean, I'm ignorant, I guess. I mean, I was shocked at all this going down. I was like, holy shit, what's going on? Because I don't watch, and I just pick up a little here and there just by talking to people and whatnot. But so I was shocked that this was even that it's even happening. I didn't have any idea that tensions were that bad. But there are countries that we're concerned about that I certainly want to live by their rules. I mean, we're over here in the free world, and I think we have no idea what it's like to live under those regimes and how controlling they are and all that.
No, not at all, Howard. And maybe while all this attention is on Ukraine, perhaps China may make a play for Taiwan, Howard, and try because Taiwan has been in China's sights for quite some time. So maybe while all the attention is on Russia and Ukraine and what's going on there, they may slip in the back door and try something with Taiwan. Don't know. It's a possibility, I think.
Yep. We haven't heard much out of Kim Jong Un though. I don't. What is he up to? Do you know?
He launched some missiles about a month ago, testing them out again, which seemed to, because I remember how just before the 2016 election and just after it, he was launching quite a few, and the world was trying to step in. Trump went over there to try and settle things down and whatnot. But yeah, since the pandemic, we haven't really heard too much about North Korea. They haven't really been on the front page, because I do remember back then, North Korea was on the front page quite a bit with all their testing and the potential of what they could and couldn't do, and how far their missiles could reach and all that sort of stuff. It seemed to be the talk of the town at one stage.
Right. Well, it seemed to calm down after Trump went over there and visited. It seemed like he kind of died off after that. But and he's been quiet ever since, it seems like. But now, like I said, I've not been watching any news or anything, so I don't know exactly what's there. And it's a shame. I mean, to me, the media has there is no honest journalism anymore. It's all propaganda from one side, and it's obvious. and it just it just takes away your faith in their reporting. Are they telling you the truth? So,
Yeah, true that. True that. They try and paint a very clear picture, and it generally, when you see anything from the media now, Howard, you could probably read whatever story it is or listen to whatever the story is and just go, you know what, 180 degrees, that's where the truth is. That's where the truth is. It's completely the opposite. That's how I kind of look at it these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is a bit, it's a sad reflection on the state of journalism, as you know, because I think at one stage there was an era where journalism, especially honest journalism, was almost like a very noble cause, because they were out there to give the people the truth.
Yes.
Sometimes risking their own lives.
Yes. Yep. Exactly, Mel. Exactly.
I believe that bringing the truth through journalism is, I think that's their sole responsibility. I mean, what else is there for them to do? I mean,
Yep. Report what's really happening. That's
yeah.
their job.
Yes. Exactly. Not to play out a narrative, a predetermined narrative.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like I forget what it was. Trump said something, and I can't remember what it was. And his very next sentence was negating actually what got reported. So they cherry picked that one phrase that he said and omitted the last sentence, and they reported it. That Trump said this, and made it sound crazy. But his very next sentence, negated what they were saying, and that's just pure bald-faced lying to the public.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of the public are actually starting to see through it too, Howard. Like I saw an article the other day on CNN, one of your news networks over there, and the confidence in their reporting has absolutely plummeted over the last 5 years. They showed this graph, and it is it's hit rock bottom. And I'm surprised that they're even still on the airways, to be quite honest with you, because there are YouTube channels that get more views than what CNN do now. It was absolutely surprising when I think CNN over in the States, and also too they had the international CNN channel that you used to be able to get, was held in quite high regard at one stage.
Yeah. What do you think of Sky News Australia?
Look, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But yeah, I still see them pushing a narrative. But I watch them. I watch Sky News. I watch RT, and I watch Al Jazeera, and try and get all those three viewpoints and kind of divide it by three, and that's somewhere where the truth is sometimes, if you know what I mean, Howard.
Yeah.
But when was it? Yesterday or the day before? RT here in Australia went down. You couldn't access their site. Apparently they got hacked and stuff. But they're back up and going now. So I don't mind RT's documentary channel. They have some really good documentaries on there, and they're worldwide too. You know, they've got bases in France, one in Germany. They've got one in America. You've got quite a few American journalists, well-renowned American journalists that work for RT. Larry King used to, Chris Hedges, with Peter Lavelle. There's a fellow by the name of Lee Camp. There's a financial guy. You know, the RT American version is quite good. And you know, they criticise, you know, both. You know, they criticise Russia and America and any other country doing the wrong thing, but you know, RT is spruiked as a propaganda state-funded machine.
Well, Russia today, you know.
Yeah. But so if that's the definition of a channel that is purely propaganda, well then, you know, that would go for the same for your state-funded TV stations, Howard. The same here with Australia. We've got ABC, we've got SBS, like they're state-funded. So these two, you know, if you want to use that definition of propaganda, would fall under the same umbrella.
Well, you got to watch what they say, and you know, you can discern, you know, you can figure out if they're pushing an agenda or not.
Yeah, I think it's easier now because there's just such a wide variety now of sources, and sources just being independent people that find anomalies in the news, and you know, with the era of the cell phone and people taking pictures, small video clips and whatnot, uploading them to whatever they upload them to, and people seeing these things, which, you know, gives a different narrative to what we're being told, is very, very interesting. You know, I noticed with some of the footage on Channel 9, they were showing some pictures and stuff on a news footage, and the way they show the pictures, you know, it's a quick flash. You know, here's, you know, Ukrainian soldiers, or here's some Russian soldiers. They're all holding machine guns, and someone happened to take screenshots of them, right, on their TV or whatever, analyze the screenshots, and they're cardboard cutouts. Like, they're not even real machine guns. It was quite funny.
Wow.
And this just came from a normal person, just a, you know, a normal Joe Blow in the streets.
Well, it's going to be interesting how it plays out, and I hope they get it figured out pretty quick.
Hopefully for the innocent people, Howard, most definitely. Hopefully they get sorted out, and hopefully there's no more killing. And, and innocent lives lost.
Yeah, well, they talked about that orphanage that got hit, and so many children were killed, and a hundred or so injured. And, you know, that's infuriating to that they would actually bomb an orphanage. And I think that story came out to be true, but then there was follow-ups that the Russians were actually shooting women and children that were fleeing and things like that. I don't think there was anything to that, but just there's so much bullshit coming out. It's hard to figure out what's real and what's not, and it sure leaves you puzzled. You know, you don't even know what opinion to form because you don't know what the truth is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. You know, I say it's always the innocent people that suffer in these things, Howard, and it is outrageous. And people are being led to be outraged, which I've got no issue with that whatsoever. But on the flip side of that, Howard, on the flip side, you're outraged, right? And people are talking about these things, right? I saw something on my partner's Facebook page about the orphanage, and there were comments, and people are just disgusted, and they want, basically Russia just, nuked and flattened, for these things. So these are the sort of comments, that they're leaving.
Yeah.
And my comment back to this is like, with the conflicts that are in Syria and Iraq and Afghanistan and Yemen and these sorts of places where terrorists are targeted, right? They've been in schools, they've been in hospitals, and these places have been bombed because the terrorists were there, right? And innocent people were killed because of American bombs, right? Where was the outrage then? Why weren't these stories on the front page and leading the news? Where was the outrage towards America with these sorts of things? And
Right.
I'm not trying to say America is any worse or any better at all. I just find it funny how a narrative is pushed to generate hate, right, and to get people on side so they can support an effort against Russia at the moment. Because Australia 2 days ago announced aid for Ukraine, and not just any sort of aid, lethal aid. Our Prime Minister pledged lethal aid to Ukraine to help out. Like, that is outrageous. Outrageous to say that, right?
What way? I mean, is he sending people over? Or?
Money to buy armament, and if it gets to that point, troops will go over and assist. Yes, most definitely. Yeah. But generally, the aid that we give to these countries, Howard, have caveats. Like, they can only be used for specific things. But all the caveats are off, and the money is, and the aid is said to be, for lethal aid. That's what our Prime Minister said. It was in all the newspapers. I can share a link and whatnot. But take my word for it. How that's exactly what he said, and I just find that outrageous, really, to say these sorts of things. But with posting of articles of and the way they frame things, it gets people on side that they won't question it, they won't object to it, and they'll go along with it.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I would be opposed to American troops going over, but except for the fact that there would be repercussions to that.
That'd be a declaration of war, then, Howard, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's what I'm sitting here thinking. There's more to that statement. There's a whole lot more to just saying, yeah, we should send people over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, then I might see the flash on the horizon.
Like sending aid, like sending guns, sending tanks, sending planes, whatever the case may be, that's one thing. But when you send personnel, right, to be handling those planes and those guns and those tanks, that's a declaration of war right there.
Yep.
And there's no turning back from it then. No turning back.
No, if you send 5,000, you might as well send 50.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to need them.
I think it would take a lot more than 50,000 to be quite honest with you, Howard.
Probably so.
Yeah, you know, was it the Second World War? Russia lost near on 20 million men fighting the Germans. Nearly 20 million. Right? So 50,000 ain't gonna cut it.
Well, I wonder what is going to cut it. I mean, Putin, even if he decided that I have fucked up and I need to pull out, he can't. You know, he's committed, and you know, there's a lot of Russians that are against what he's doing.
Yeah, I read a poll in the Moscow Times, and it had where is it? Moscow Times, and it was about 70-30, so 30% were against it and 70% were for it, thereabouts. So it was around about that figure. So, you know, it seemed to be like, you know, a fairly high percentage, you know, were against it. And maybe the closer it gets to their doorstep, maybe the more will be against it. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
But look, yeah, I suppose one thing's a good thing. They're in talks at the moment, trying to negotiate some sort of whatever you might call it, ceasefire or resolution to what's going on. So hopefully they can. Time will tell. Monday's a long way away, Howard. So bombs can go off between now and Monday. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
Mm.
You know, you can get the real. You know, I guess that you know the presidents are addressing their people, and that's being broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
So surely there's some truth in that. You know.
Yeah, I watched the one with Putin, where he, you know, pointed out exactly his side of it or Russia's side of it, in a very clear and concise way. I don't know if you saw that. I haven't seen the Ukrainian one yet, but I presume they both got very different takes on it. But I noticed that Russia's been kicked out of the UN talks at the moment.
Yeah,
So
I think every is choking on them. Economically, I think Canada has closed their airspace to any Russian air traffic. You know, all kinds of things like that. So they're
yeah, I think the whole of Europe has closed their airspaces down to Russian traffic. Canada, as you said, I don't know if America has. I haven't heard anything there. But you know, Russia has done the same back, tit for tat. They've closed their airspace down to all aircraft other than Russians. So, yeah, and that just, and you know what that does? All that does is probably once again affect the innocent people, Howard. Like if you want to leave, now how do you leave? If you want to leave, like you know, do you walk? You know,
true.
Because I don't think you're going to be catching a bus through Ukraine or anything like that. You know, It is once again the innocent people that are going to suffer.
Yep.
And I don't know if the technology they have in like radar and all that sort of stuff can distinguish between civilian aircraft and military aircraft. I've got no idea if they have that capability. You know, do they just, or can they mask a civilian aircraft as a military aircraft? They've probably got that capability too, can't they? Just
Yeah,
change
they
it.
could.
Yeah,
They could
change.
squawk their identity frequency, and that gives
Yeah.
traffic control. It sort of tells them who they are, but I don't know all the details of what military part has on that. Speaking of, I'm going up in the air my first time Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Happy days.
Yeah,
Well,
my intention is to take off and land the plane. If he'll let me, I'm going to try it.
good stuff. Well, when you're up there, Howard, don't forget to take a camera and take a picture of the curve for us all.
Yeah, you do. There you go. Yeah, I've got my window mount and everything. I'm going to roll it. I'm going to record it, and I've got my YouTube channel, which I've never put anything on, but I think that possibly might end up being some trucking / flying content.
Nice. Well, I'll have a look at your first flight, and touch wood, right? You don't crash land. I think taking off will be the easy part. It'll be the landing that will be a bit bumpy.
Yeah, the taking off's the easy part. You just hang on.
Yeah.
So do it and it goes. But man, I mean, through the years, I've had a couple of the serious flight simulators, and God, I don't know how many hours I've got on the simulator, and that's not flying a plane, but they do say that Microsoft simulator is kind of the real deal.
Right.
And
Okay. Yep.
so I'm pretty confident that I can land the plane, but that's totally ignorant to say because I've never actually. I mean, I've flown. My partner, my contract partner that I drive for, he's got 2 airplanes. So I've actually flown before, but I've never landed.
Yeah. Well, luckily for you, Howard, that all those simulators work on flat and motionless planes, so you'll be right. I've got utter confidence.
Hey, I got to swap headsets here. I'll be gone for just a minute.
Yeah, no problems, Howie. No problems.
Okay. Yeah. I was talking to Blue today. He's a flight instructor, and
Yeah.
he's on the other end of the state, and he's like, God dang, he said, I wish he was over here. I'd teach you. And I said, well, I tell you what, I'll be coming to see you, I promise. So I'm gonna. I think I'll at least plan my final check ride will be a cross country navigation solo. And it's a triangle, and one leg has to be a minimum of 100 miles. So I think my town to Knoxville is going to be my long leg.
Nice. Well, tell him to put the kettle on for you, Howard.
Yeah, put on the kettle, and I want to go to UT and actually touch the Cavendish apparatus.
Oh yeah. It's a beautiful bit of kit that he built, I must say.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful. It's a beautiful bit of kit.
Yeah, yeah, all hand done. I mean, that really is a piece of work. You know, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm really impressed by that. But you know, Blue, man, uh, he's got engineering history that people don't even know about. That he's got patents on things that are in use, that are actually being used in industry. And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean, he's kind of the shit. He just doesn't brag about it.
Mm-hmm. I remember about 4 or 5 years ago when I first was in a hangout with Blue, and I think it was on I think his name was Crash RC
Yeah, I
Remote
remember him.
Computing. Remember him? Yep. It might have been one of his hangouts, and anyway, the hangout had finished, and it was just Blue and I left in the call, and so we both turned on our cameras, and I showed him around the shed, and he showed me around his shed, and different bits and bobs that would made and whatnot, and yeah, he's a very skillful fellow with some of the stuff that he has built and whatnot, and he went up to his computer and pulled up his photos and showed me all these bits and bobs that he built over the years, and yeah, he does have quite a impressive catalogue of stuff under his belt, most definitely.
Yeah, I think it would be an honor to actually meet him. You know, I think a lot of that fella.
I get on really well with him. I really do. When we're not talking about, the
Yeah,
obvious topic, right?
yeah. You get along. There's a lot of people that like you, Bandy, on both sides. But I mean, you know, there are some really despised people in the community. But I would say probably you're one of the best liked from within this community on both sides. I don't know of anyone that would say anything bad about you.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, well, I'm not here to make enemies, Howard. Probably a bit like you. We just hang out on a day-to-day basis, and yeah, I like getting involved. But I'm not going to. I've had my moments, Howard. Like we all have. I've had my moments.
Sure.
But they are very few and far between now because, it does more harm to yourself than it does anyone else, really, when you get worked up into a state.
Yep.
That's for sure. So, but yeah, I put my 2 bobs worth in, and at times I will argue things with a bit of vigor. I did with Bob about a week and a half ago. He was in here, and we had quite a vigorous conversation, Howard. And he ended up just throwing in the towel. It was funny, actually. I broke him.
What was that conversation about?
It was about the speed of light, Geo, and how far does light travel, right? Especially from stars, right? So, yeah. I go, well, how would we know that, right? With what sort of medium it's traveling through? You know, it must slow down. Sorry, Geo? Oh, you're breaking up a bit, Geo.
No, it's just that I'm in my car and there was a background video playing.
Okay.
But well, yeah, not a contentious topic at all. I mean, you guys probably just agreed on all of it, and it's probably just it's settled science. So we measured the speed of light with a nice little speedometer. It's 35 miles an hour. That's it, and everybody agreed. So it's good.
Yeah, apparently I'm a science denier, all right? What else? I pointed out to him that the speed of light actually isn't. It's the two-way speed of light. It's not the one-way speed of light, and we don't know how far light travels in a medium. Where he would contend it travels forever. And I said, well, no, not quite there, Mr. Bob. Woo up. How do you know it travels forever? Well, it does. Well, yeah, no. Because it's going through a medium, so it's getting affected by that medium, ain't it, Bob? So it has to be slowing down because we know, depending on the medium that light goes through, right, that it actually does change speed. So if it continues to go through that medium, it would continue to slow down the more of that medium that it has to pass through. And even if that space, and even if that medium is very, very minute, it is still a medium that multiplies. The more of it goes through, right, it just gets more and more and more. So it's going to get slower and slower and slower to the point where it doesn't travel anymore. So can you show me any evidence at all, Mr. Bob, where this light will travel through a medium for an infinite amount of distance? But I'm just a science denier. Whereas the speed of light in a vacuum is at 300,000 miles an hour, and the speed of light in water is 225,000 miles an hour. So right there alone, we know that it is slowed down 75,000 miles an hour, Mr. Bob. So, and that's only over such a short distance. Now imagine if that was over, say, a kilometre long pool, how much would it have slowed down? Would it have slowed down to maybe 150,000 miles a second or an hour or whatever it is? Who knows? Because we have not tested it. So it's not that I'm a science denier, Mr. Bob. It's just that I have not seen the science to support your theory.
Just a fucking science denier.
I am
Bandy.
Science denier. That is Mr. Bob. Because he couldn't bring the science. All he could bring was a picture of a telephone box over a lake to prove that he's measured curvature. That's about all he's got. frequency, quantum locking, electromagnetism explains everything that we see above our heads.
Without a doubt, Vandy.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And we have the science to back it up.
You sound as though you've had a referendum down.
Sorry, mate?
You sound as though
Oh, you're not coming through very clear. And I think it's you, not me. What's up, Geo?
Right, you got me, Bandy? I think I'm fucking in Wi-Fi zone.
Yo, yo.
Yo, yo. So what I was saying before is it sounded like you had a bit of a revelation. Quantum locking, all the stuff you pointed out.
Mate, tell you what, I yes, you know how I've been on this magnetism kind of trip for about a month or so.
Sure.
Yeah, like with the stars and all that sort of stuff. I've just been, just watching stuff and trying to absorb what I can. And I tell you what, I might not know much about it, but I'm over the line. I'm over the line. Like, that's exactly what it is. I'm certain. I am absolutely certain that it is magnetic fields, right? The quantum locking explains how the sun and the moon move, right? Quite
Yep.
easily. Quite easily.
Okay.
And yeah, everything from lightning, the way that works, Earth, being a big ground and all that sort of stuff, and ions and through the air and everything, and yeah, what else did I mention? I'm sure I mentioned something else. Can't remember now, but I'm kind of excited about it. And I don't care.
Sounds like it.
And you know what? I don't care if I can't explain it because I've worked it out.
There's too many things that suit it very well to discount it as a possibility. That is for sure.
Yeah. And it is, the more stuff I watch, the more it gets me over the line. And I just got to the point. Now. Like, I don't need to see anymore. Like, I'm gonna obviously look at more, and whatnot, to try and understand it a lot more. But yeah, like I said, the electromagnetism, quantum locking. I'm sure there was something else I mentioned. I can't remember now. Now that's bugging me. There were three things, distinct things. Yeah. Oh, damn. Anyways, neither really here nor there. Oh, frequency. Frequency was the other one.
Yeah, frequency, magnetism, quantum locking.
That explains everything. Don't need any more than that. Don't complicate it.
Oh, pressure. Pressure.
Yeah, we only need the three things. It's a nice.
Oh, they come together to create pressure? All right.
Sorry?
They come together to create pressure? I thought pressure would be a force thing.
Well, no. Things can only move because of pressure, but all these things, right, will create forces, right?
Nice.
Because obviously, you got winds and all that sort of stuff. So the way the sun and the moon move around the earth, heating and cooling, creating different temperatures, different thermal patterns. This creates pressure for the winds to move. Tides are explained by electromagnetism as well. Yes. I'm there. I am there. I'm all over it now. All over it. You can shove your gravity up your clacker. Right? And
that'll cause an awful amount of clenching and puckering up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, an awful lot of pressure, that's for sure. But yeah, those things. Even the the stars being a frequency sonar luminescence. I was onto that, or I was thinking that years ago. Star in a jar type of thing. But yeah, now the more I look into it and more stuff I've seen, it just everything just adds up. The patterns, what they look like, and stuff, the way they move. Yeah, it's all frequency, electromagnetism, quantum locking, all combined into one. How we got here, I've got no idea, right? But this is where we
Of
are.
course.
This is how it all works.
Yeah, how the fuck we got here is a question that I'm not really too sure we'll ever know.
Yeah, well, I lean on the creator or a creator because it looks like things were created. Like I said, an apple seed, mate. Get someone to make me an apple seed from scratch, and you know,
Yeah, but it's still a mystery, man. Like even a creator part, that's still a fucking mystery.
like
We're
who
still never going to know who the creator was or what the creator was, or
no,
whether there's one or.
and who created the creator, blah blah blah, all these type of things. Yep, don't need to know that. We don't need to know everything. We only need to know what we know. All right, quantum locking frequency.
We don't need to, but we only don't need to because we can't. If we could know, we would need to know.
Yeah.
Dear.
Yeah, so bugger debating straight lines anymore. This
Yeah,
is
it's
where
very pointless.
this is where it's at. Right, this is where it's at.
I mean, again, I would ask for something definitive, but it can't come, so it seems to be one of those things, Doesn't matter what people present or talk about, what story they want to offer up, it really is a hypothesis. Nothing's
If you
ever
want
going to be.
Yeah, so if tides can be explained by electromagnetism, right? Okay, which they can be. So the star trails look like a magnetic field, right? Especially at the equator, right? That you get them converging and diverging. It looks like a definite magnetic field. So if there are waters above, because I've never been a believer in waters above, right? Never been a believer in waters above. But anyway, I may be over the line with that too. Who knows? All right, because of all this sonar luminescence and
Big fucking day for you, Bendy.
I know, right? So if it is waters above, right, and they're affected by a electromagnetic field, okay, which creates paths for these sonar luminaries to travel through, right? That could explain that too. All right, here we go. So
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I'm all
Quantum
over
locked in the
Yeah, I told you I'd worked it out, mate.
positions.
I'd worked it out. It only took a matter of time. And I reckon, you know what? It irks me with the whole waters above, waters below. It really does. Because I'd really like to see some definitive evidence of that. Maybe go for a bit of a swim up there, take the boogie board.
Stars. It's the stars. We're looking through water to the stars, Bendy.
Well, you know what? That's what some of them look like when you zoom right up to them. They look like light
Exactly.
shining through water. And when you look at some of them, what are they
Explains
called?
the twinkling much better.
Yeah. But what do you call that? Oh, is it sonar resonance, where you play certain frequency with water? No. That's luminescence.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And certain frequencies create certain shapes and patterns. Exactly right. Well, the same thing happens with water too. And if you look at some of these stars zoomed up, right, and yeah, the globers will say, well, that's because the camera isn't focused properly, blah, 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 blah. But they seem to have a certain sort of pattern about them as well, the way they twinkle when they're zoomed right up to them. I don't know if you've seen, you know,
Cymatic.
someone on the
Cymatic?
yeah.
I can't
Cymatics,
remember.
I think. Yeah. That sounds a little bit familiar. Exactly. So yeah, it kind of has that appearance to them. Like at first, when you look at them, you
Fucking
don't
oath,
notice.
Andy.
So there you go. See, I've had quite a few revelations today. So out there in YouTube lands, get all over it. Oh God, light water. What? If I hold my hand an inch above the surface, it is above. The atmosphere can be above. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Water's above what? Wow. Water's above me. Light water above me.
Water's above
Wow.
gas. There's gas
Yeah.
pressure that's holding the water up, and the weight of the water's creating the gas. Same
Yeah.
shit.
Now, who knows what this separation is? Right, that's separating it. Got no idea what that is. If that is some
It's just the
sort
gas
of,
pressure.
well, could it be gas pressure? Could it be like a superfluid of some sort that's held up
What that
there?
we're in?
No,
Oh,
that's
right, that's up there holding it up.
yeah,
It could be.
yeah, that's creating the actual barrier, so so we're not rained on constantly, if you know what I mean. Because something has to separate it. Something has to separate it. So yeah, so
I reckon just like an air bubble in water, it's just air. Just air separating. That's what I reckon. I don't know what the fluid is. I don't know that it's water. Or it could be like, you know, really cold fucking helium or something. Hydrogen.
well, isn't that what a superfluid is?
Yeah, but you can have many. I think it's cold. Super cold.
Yeah. And then so it could be this. And actually, one thing that's really interesting, you know, when these rocket launchers, especially the latest ones, when they go up really high and they focus in on them and they go, oh, it's hit its sonic boom, and they have this big plume of what appears to be gas coming out the back of them. You know the ones I'm talking about? And
Yeah.
and it actually looks like, right, it has the appearance that you're looking at a boat, right, in water, skimming across the water, and it's the weight behind the boat.
Yes, definitely. That whole weight thing looks very, and same as the lunar wave. That definitely looks like a fluid, you know, wave rolling across the moon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because we were talking about the lunar wave, I think the other night, and yeah, I can't remember who brought it up. And I've heard, you know, a few explanations for it, like a jet stream, and you know, this and that. But yeah, so I still don't really have an explanation for that. I don't really care because I'm not, you know, that's neither here nor there. That's like a little side note, that one. But those rockets that look like they're skimming across the top of water, boom, happy days. Happy days. I think we have nutted it all out. We can pack up our bat and ball and we can all go home now. On to the next
No,
thing.
we just get to watch the fucking ballers descend and spiral now over the thought that we've nutted it out and they're not needed.
Yeah. Well, we have been watching that for a number of years now, haven't we? Really, watching them spiral,
True.
trying to back up their claims with absolute rubbish.
Oh, don't know how they're sleeping.
So I was sitting under an apple tree and an apple fell on my head and I have nutted it all out. Boom.
I'm pretty sure there's well-established theories about all this, baby.
Hey,
Electric
Mate.
universe. I reckon there's about seven legitimate theories of what's going on that, might not explain everything fully, but explain things to a point that you've got to go, fucking hell, there's something to that.
Yeah, but see, my theory is the best because it's so vague without detail, it covers it all. Right. So you can't pick too many holes in it.
Now, we'll bet you they'll say that frequency is dependent on gravity or fucking some shit like that.
Oh man, you can have your bloody gravity. Bloody hell. Things go down and things go up. Up and down. Down and up. It would be interesting.
It's all in the hip.
It still would be cool to be able to debunk their curve and debunk their gravity with plumb bobs or pulling a line or whatever the case may be. It'd be pretty cool to be able to do that and just shove it right in their face. But I think that is a pretty monumental task. But at the end of the day, all they've got is words, right? So we just have to combat words with a bit of science, because we ain't science deniers, right? As it was pointed out to me that I was.
Of course.
I'm all over the science now, right? I'm all over
Pseudoscience deniers every day of the week.
I'm all over the science now.
You are quantum locked into that science.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna go out
That was a very excitable fucking draw on that cigarette.
I'm gonna go buy myself a little white lab coat now. I'm officially a scientist.
I like that.
I've got some magnets to play with on my fridge.
I think technically, if you just ask a question, you're a scientist. Questioning the nature of reality, you are a scientist by definition. Physical nature. Sorry, I should add that. Investigating the physical nature of our reality, you are a scientist. Boom.
I am. Boom, exactly. That's interesting, Lightwater, what he's just posted. Very interesting. Atmospheric waters. Just saying. Above and below can be discerned. There we go. So interesting. So I think what Lightwater is getting to here, that the waters above, waters below. So from our feet downwards, right, where water is, right, from puddles to ponds to oceans, right, all that is down, right, okay, and everything above our feet is air, but also water, okay. So,
well, nitrogen is.
Yeah, but we won't worry about that. So if this is the magnetic field of the Earth, there are waters below the blue part, the negative part, yeah. So the oceans, etc. Fluid, water, and waters above in the red part, the positive. The atmospheric waters, just saying that above and below can be discerned. I like that. Lightwater is a wealth of information, I must say. He is always posting stuff that is worthwhile reading and looking at. You should come in voice more often, Lightwater, and share your wisdom verbally, because I do not do it justice. Well, you know what time it is, Wyatt?
Fucking, it's past that time, Bandy.
It is, right, because I've just had a revelation.
You are
Right,
running late.
Right,
All right.
I'm about to celebrate. Celebrate. Celebration.
No doubt. Look at that was party time in your voice before. That's why I'm surprised you waited till now to celebrate. Roll a big fat one, mate.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, don't give yourself enough credit, Lightwater, but I accept it. I accept it. I definitely read your stuff. Yes, I am going to celebrate because it deserves a celebration. I was always looking at these things, Wyatt, you know, in bits and bobs, on and off. Oh, hold on, got a phone call. I'll be back.
Light water. Is that opposed to heavy water? Like deuterium? Is the opposite to deuterium? What does light water mean? Weird. Nice, fair enough. You're taking, explain it.
Yeah.
It is. Whew. All right. Anyone in here yet? Still just
running over the same old. Oh, what we found. Same old fear. Wishing.
Really, I was meditating.
Oh, what's going on? It's pretty quiet here tonight. What's going on? Or is it still a bit early for the ruckus?
Ukraine's fucking with everyone. COVID's over with, now it's just Ukraine.
God damn. Oh, man. It's quite amazing how so many people are buying the mainstream narrative, really. What's your take on it?
Look, pretty much the same as yours. I mean, I don't really necessarily take sides, but I can appreciate Putin doing what he's doing, but I don't think he's a good guy.
No.
I think there's two evils battling. One's a little bit more evil than the other side. And this particular battle is probably slightly more justified on Russia's side than the other side.
Yeah, I kind of lean that way, to be honest with you. Right, I really do. Right, and I tell you what, that gets me a bit of flack, like leaning with a communist nation, so to speak.
Of course, mate. Yeah.
But and I'm not suggesting for a moment that yeah, and neither are you, that Putin is a nice guy at all. But yeah, I think this has been brewing for many years, many behind the scenes, and I think it's been pretty much ignored, and now push has come to shove, and this is where we're at. But tell you what, it might give China an opportunity actually to seize Taiwan while all eyes are on Ukraine and Russia.
You never know, mate. I know I've heard through the grapevine that there's some pretty big laws being passed, like why this is all going on. They like to play tricks like that,
Yeah, while no one's looking. Yeah, look over here, look over here. Why you don't look over there?
Yeah.
I really think all these games, like I'm convinced that there is already a one world order, a one world government. I'm convinced of it, right?
Yeah, it's just not fully consolidated, mate. That's all.
And it hasn't fully revealed itself. And these sorts of things, I think, it's like a game of chess. Like they're playing these things out where people will eventually get on their hands and knees and beg for a one world government. Like that's what they want the people to ask for it so they can implement it. And then once it's implemented, it's too late then. But yeah, the one world government, one world currency, which is pretty much on the cards to be here, probably soon. Digital currency, social credit scores, all that sort of stuff. It's all married into one. It's all nefarious and evil. And you got evil. You got one evil side playing against another evil side, but in the shadows, the two evil sides are working together to put on this illusion that is being played out on the stage that we call the world.
That's it, mate.
It's pretty
The
simple,
world
really.
stage.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, right? It's not really all that complicated. It's
And it's expected. That's what people will do. They'll organise, they'll conspire, they'll gain an advantage, and it's just fucking. We're at this point in history where it seems though the advantage is pretty much like thoroughly worldwide. There's a few rogue little nations, I believe, or states, or there was. a few of the leaders of some countries that went against this COVID narrative and refused fucking, vaccinations from Pfizer and all that sort of stuff, they were very quickly fucking assassinated and fucking taken off the face. Plenty of evidence of that. So there are still a few, black sheep fucking with things, and whether they're pawns, scapegoats, deliberate, controlled opposition, I don't think we'll fucking ever know.
No.
But I don't even think themselves that they would end up, like if they were part of it, they obviously didn't think they were being used the way they were. Like Scott Morrison, for example, he probably thinks he's up there with whoever the powers that be, and he's got a seat pretty on the fucking table when it all fucking goes down. But at the end of the day, he could be fucking just taken out like a pawn. The country could fucking hang him fucking next year for all we know.
Yeah.
And the fucking world powers shit.
Oh, he's part of the club, but he's not up there in the club.
That's what I mean. He could just be a pawn, like Epstein, like people.
Yeah, but he's
full of
evil. He's evil, that fellow, I reckon.
Of course he is.
Absolute evil.
But that's how they get you to do all their dirty work. They get you over a barrel with the evil shit that you've done, and potentially they maybe even set you up to fucking catch you doing it.
Yes, yeah, groom you. Yeah, definitely groom you. And then then they've got you, and you have no choice. You have to play the game. Right? You've got no choice.
Or fucking check out or play the game.
Yes. But anyway, all that's irrelevant when it comes to frequency, electromagnetism, and quantum locking. Everything else just pales into insignificance at the moment.
When it comes to buying milk for the coffee, none of it fucking matters at all. Unless, of course, I've got to take a wheelbarrow full of cash to the shop to get fucking. Inflation is fucking upon us, mate. I don't know that it will get that bad, but it's not unheard of.
Hey, well, petrol's starting to get a bit expensive.
Oh, dude, everything is. Not sure if you do the shopping, Bandy, where you are, but fucking hell, mate. Everything's getting very expensive and shrinking in size. So you're actually getting less now for more money.
For more.
It's not just inflation; it's fucking shrinkflation.
Yeah, and they're very sneaky the way they do it. 10 grams here, 20 grams there. It was about where we were going back to Victoria. Anyway, like fools, we stopped in at McDonald's, right? Like fools. We should have just got an egg and lettuce sandwich at the servo. Would have been so much better. But anyway, the missus wanted a strawberry thick shake, so we went to McDonald's, and I can't remember what it was. It was either a quarter pounder or a Big Mac. And anyway, I've opened this thing up, and because we're just driving along, anyway, Mrs. has opened it up and passed it to me, and I've looked at this thing. I'm going, I didn't order a cheeseburger, did I? Like this, it was so small. It was unbelievably small. Like compared to back in the day when you got a quarter pounder or a Big Mac, like the quarter pounder, the patties were outside the bun type of thing. Like, they were huge. And Big Macs were Big Macs. Right now they're
two
like,
hands.
Pretty much. Now they are just so small. It's insane. But the amount of extra money they must be making now, because initially it takes a bit of investment in retooling the dyes to make all their patties and their buns and all that sort of stuff. Measurements for their their sauces and all that. They would have had to retool all that sort of stuff. But once you got that sort of investment done, a couple of days trading, you probably paid for it all. Probably not even that, really. Probably a day's trading, you paid for all that investment quite easily. But it's the same with whatever it is, canned food, chocolate bars, you name it. Packets of anything. They are getting smaller and smaller. Except when you're buying things. I haven't noticed things like rice and sugar. You can still like buy 500 grams or a kilo or 2 kilo um, packets. They haven't gone down to 480 grams or 950 grams, for argument's sake. They're still all pretty consistent. But yeah, it's definitely things like chocolate bars and canned foods and whatnot. Seem to be getting a little bit smaller. Oh, celebration time.
Breathe in deep.
What?
Nothing. You getting ready for bed or what?
Oh yeah.
Good. Brush your teeth, please.
What's Don dropping? I know what that is. What Don has dropped. Did you see those pictures in the chat that Don dropped?
Here we go. I better look in chat then, hey?
Yeah, that first one that he dropped is what Whitset dropped when he came in and was speaking about the North Pole being electromagnetic and having an electromagnetic field around it. And basically you can't penetrate. You see where you got the black around that central toroidal field looking thing. That even if we wanted to go there, we physically couldn't get there, and that's the picture that he dropped at the time. Or it actually might even be his picture. It's not too sure that Don has copied. It's a theory. Don't know. Obviously
It'd be fucking interesting to come across like magnetic flux that big and what it would do to you and that sort of stuff. Whether it would prevent you fucking going through it or what. Yeah.
Well, you reckon it'd have to be pretty powerful, wouldn't you? It'd have to be pretty powerful. Oh, who knows? Ferrocells. Yes, yeah, Geo. Yep. Like it's an interesting theory, the North Pole thing that he did drop, and there is obviously we're obviously in a magnetic field, right? And it seems to start from the center, because everything points towards the center.
And have you ever seen the photos of like slow motion, I suppose, or high speed camera footage of lightning, like whereby let's just say it's a golf field and someone and lightning.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually see the ionizing, like the ionizing of air going up from like the trees and the people's heads towards the sky, like before the lightning hit that. Have you ever seen that?
I saw some footage about 8 or 10 months ago now. Super slow-mo image where it actually appears like the lightning starts from the ground and goes up.
Yeah, well,
Not,
that's the way it sort of appears.
yeah. Not the other way around, the way we think it works, because it obviously happens so quickly. We just think it's coming, from up to down. Yeah, but seeing this footage, and it was, he just had a normal camera, but how he was able to roll between two frames of it, it definitely looked like it started from the ground up.
Yeah, what I've seen is like the clear indication that the pathway for the lightning is established before it obviously fucking earths out or shorts out, and it fucking like between the ground and that fucking sky, there's all these paths of ionized air. You don't know which one it's going to go down, or path of least resistance, but it's got all of these fucking options that it's presented with, and then it fucking just goes boom and earths through one of them. It was fucking amazing footage. I remember seeing like there were 3 trees in the background and like people on the golf course, and I don't know if it was a golf course or something, but there was a sporting event of some kind, and like these trails just literally coming out of everyone's heads and the top of the trees. It was fucking like just the opposite to what you're taught.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really, when you see some of these things, and it makes wow, yeah, like I said, it what you're taught and what you think, you go, gee, well, that's just been turned on its head.
Yeah, well, I suppose maybe it hasn't been on its head as such, but at school you get taught these things, and you're never shown footage like I'd seen. So it's possible that footage had just never been taken before or witnessed, and it was a case of they just assumed these things happened. But to see it is fucking very different. It's amazing to think how powerful the negative sort of force of the clouds is to repel the negative ground force enough to fucking create the positive.
Yeah.
Like differential. It's amazing. Such a scale. You certainly feel it in the air though, don't you, when it's a fucking like fully charged up storm?
Oh, you can feel your hair on your body move around, can't you? Like you definitely feel it. Exactly. What do you think about because now I've gone down this track that I'm going down. What do you think about the quadrupole theory?
Yes, I've been very interested in that since I saw Cammy present it. Bob Nodell's Cammy.
Oh yeah.
She presented something quite a long time ago, and
okay,
that does fucking that does like explain a lot of things, although it's got its own little, you know, intricacies that suggest it's probably not exactly like that. But yeah, there's fucking a lot to that magnet and the quadrupole thing and the way everything works.
I can get my head around the whole toroidal field, magnetic field, a lot easier than I can the quadrupole, because it's like, you know, there's four definite points in it. You know, does that mean there's 4 north poles or 4 south poles pointing in all very different directions? See, that's what I can't wrap my head around. Like, if there's quadrupoles, so
Go and check out Cammy's model. If you got the time or the inclination, just go and, you know, suss out some of her videos. She goes through a few things.
I don't even know if I'm subscribed to her. Let me have
Yeah.
a look.
Well, look, what I've heard from her is all through her presenting Globebusters. I'm not sure if she's got her own channel.
Oh, okay, so it'd be on Globebusters. Maybe
yeah, she may have her own channel. I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Hey, God.
Hey, bud.
Maybe if Geo is listening, he might be able to drop a link or something. Hold on. Going to Globebusters. Let's see. Globebusters. So much easier to go in here, and we'll go search and see what happens if I put in quadrupole. See what hits we get. Do that again. That didn't work. Repole. 1. No, nothing with Tammy. Just the 1. What's this got in it? No. Yeah, no, nothing. Nothing.
So if you go to Globebusters channel, do they have other channel? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I went to their channel. Actually, I'll go into the channels.
Who's the I know Bob's got like a cider he's living with, something like that. I can't remember his name, but I'm sure he would have a channel. And I know him and Tammy sort of do a fair bit of stuff together. It might be in there. But anyway, just talk through some of the Globebusters shit. I know none of them would be titled, you know, Tammy does a presentation. It's sort of like halfway through a show, she does something and says a bit. But it is very interesting.
Yeah, I just went to their main channel. Now I'm checking out the other ones and just searching the word quadrupole, but yeah, I'm getting no hits, and if Tammy does have a channel, it's not listed in on the Globebusters channel. So
Under that, no.
got everyone else like, you know, Taboo and Iru and Jaren and Witsit and Good Times for All and Aisling and whatnot, but not Tammy.
I think it's Cammy with a C.
Oh, Cammy. Okay, then. Whoops. Sorry, Cammy, if you're listening. My bad. My bad.
She might fucking on Rockfin too. Everyone's over on Rockfin now.
Are you on Rockfin?
Like I was.
Yeah.
There's a couple there following other than the flat Earth stuff. It's just the actual fucking app itself doesn't. I probably.
Yeah, I can't remember. I signed up a while ago for it, and I can't get into it now because I forgot my password and all that sort of stuff. But there was Rockfin, there was Lighthouse, a couple of others that was supposed to get around the YouTube algorithms at this stage. But see, all those platforms too, like even though they might be good now, right? I can see these things too being taken over and compromised, you know, eventually.
Good Times for All channel. Have you watched much of that?
Not much of his stuff, no.
He's the fucking offsider. No, I've never watched much of his personal stuff, but I've seen a lot of. I'm just looking at his channel now. I've seen a lot of what he presents in Globebusters.
Yeah.
And some of that's pretty interesting. He seems a pretty switched guy. He seems first thing. Which is all part of that frequency.
Mm-hmm. He has
It's all part of it.
a mixture of things on his channel, doesn't he? The power of plasma. Do, 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 do. Thank you, Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, he's got a video down there. He's got, does this MIT professor confirm electrogravity? He's got a lot of fucking videos. Sure.
Yeah.
More than me. I've got fucking sweet 0. My first video is going to be a fucking line test on a beach, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe one before it, fucking showing different bits and pieces.
It'll probably get.
That.
I'm gonna gather it'll probably get. I'm gonna say 5,000
Just
views.
being recorded. Oh, is that all? Really?
5,000. Yeah. Well, look, I want to say it goes viral and you get like 5 million, buddy. right?
No, it won't go viral.
Well, TikTok it, right? TikTok it.
TikTok it. I'm not up with all that trendy shit, man.
Neither am I. My kids always send me TikTok clips, and I've always I can't do it on my phone. I've always got to open it up on my computer because I don't have a TikTok account, and my Facebook account has been inactive for God since I opened it. Never use it. Never.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I have a business page, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm. My missus does enough. Oh, is that what he looks like? Good times. Interesting. There you go. I've seen him in
Just your
chat.
average dude.
Yeah, that's all. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Mike?
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be surprised. Just a dude with a beanie.
Yeah. You know, I see him. When I've been tuning into whatever program I've been watching, he's always typing something in the chat. What's up with Arwen these days? Anything exciting with him, or still being Arwen?
Yeah, he's an interesting character, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't mind him actually. I don't mind Arwen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's up to. Oh. I remember when there was a bit of contention over how to say his name at the start of it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I just say Arwen, like it's spelled.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, Arwen, if you're listening, buddy. But yeah, it was watched back in the day, he'll just sit in front of the screen and he just bounces off the chat really, wherever the chat leads him. But a few of the times I've tuned in and he has been raging like there's been no tomorrow. It's just like,
Oh, dude, yeah. Very short fuse.
Yeah.
He comes across as the sort of guy that would like if he looked across the path or across the way or a field or something, he saw two people laughing, he would just assume that it was about him. You know what I mean? What are you laughing at? What is it?
I don't know if he's that paranoid, but yeah, I've been witness to a few of his ragings, which have been entertaining. I must say, entertaining. But
I'm sure he's been picked on like fuck by the ballers.
Oh yeah, because he has some out there ideas, right? Like all of us have out there ideas, and which goes against the heliocentric model, and because they are just ideas, he is definitely picked on and bullied, for lack of a better word, about his ideas.
Oh, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, bully.
Tell you what, I would have bullied old Newton with an apple falling on his head.
Yeah, well, I mean, he did. I think fucking people did bully him about it. I think there was a lot of people who questioned the bullshit at the end of the day. Well, people always like this whole gravity thing, and the whole apple falling down. Like, why do people just rule out the fact that it took energy to get the apple up there and produce it? And that energy then has to be cancelled out by it falling to the ground. Why does there have to be extra energy to come into? I've
So
never
are you,
fucking stood that.
so are you saying that Apple holds some sort of potential energy?
Well, the whole tree to get up to the point had to fight against fucking, the equilibrium balance to fucking even get up there. There was energy put into it, like the growth of the tree.
Had to fight
Yeah,
against
and then the rotting and the decaying of the stem is what enables that potential energy that's in the whole tree to then be released in a portion of it called the apple, and it falls to the ground. It's like if I lift a 1 kilogram weight to a certain height, there is only that energy that I put in to get back out. You know what I mean? And that can be calculated and checked and verified. I put a certain amount of effort in, and I can only get that energy out. You can't get more than that out. So therefore, the energy that it took to move it is the energy I put into it.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I get that. And I went down that rabbit hole. Oh God, it would have been 4 or 5 years ago in Gems when I first signed up there. But then I kind of went off it a little bit myself.
To know why, because no one's ever steered me away from it.
I'm on it, but I'm not on it. If that makes sense, because look, to me, well, yeah, I suppose why does it fall down and not up? Well,
Oh, that's just a direction.
Yeah,
that's just a directional bias. But the force to accelerate things is that potential energy.
And it
That's
gets
all it is.
released.
And
gets released when that apple ripens and that stem gets weak, and that energy or the mass overcomes the strength of the stem and releases.
yeah, potential energy turns very quickly into kinetic energy and accelerates its way down. And the kinetic energy formula is based on height, right? So the amount of energy as it goes down actually stays consistent, like the force stays consistent, i.e. 9.8, because it's based on height, and the height's getting shorter as it goes. So even though the energy is dissipating, the distance is getting shorter, so the calculation stays the same. It's 9.8 all the way down. Boom, it's the ground.
Which
that is the force.
KE equals half mv2.
Yeah, half mv2. What did I used to post? I used to post.
No, sorry, half mv squared, not 2. But it's squared.
Yeah, I can't remember what I used to write. I used to fucking write this ages ago in Brandon to everyone going on about gravity. I'm like, what do you mean gravity? And I'm like, fucking, don't you mean this?
Yeah, and this, at the end of the day, this whole gravity formula of 9.8 meters per second squared, right? This magical number ain't really all that magical, really. It's really not all that magical. It's you take something up, you drop it, and you time it, and you do that a few times. Really not. So you take it up a meter, you drop it, you time it, take it up 2 meters, you drop it, you time it, so forth and so on, right? And that's how you get your number. Fairly simple to get, really. It's not really all that it's not really complicated to come to that figure.
Have you watched Brian Mullen's Balls Out Physics yet?
I want to
sent you that link. You really need to fucking watch that.
I know. I want to say yes, but I'd be lying. I haven't.
It's like you'd have to watch it probably 5 times. In all honesty, there's a couple of them there that
Get you really thinking. You've got to really think about shit.
Is this the fellow that tried to rewrite the gravity formula or whatever it was?
He didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't try and rewrite it. He just pointed it out for what it was.
Okay then. Okay then. So yeah. Okay then.
Right.
Cool.
Same with Cavendish and weighing the Earth, that sort of nonsense. He points it all out fucking brilliantly.
Yeah, well, Cavendish is
Hence,
ridiculous.
yeah, but like, watch it, Andy. He points it out in ways that you don't hear people talking about, and
Okay.
there's a reason he got attacked like fuck, and you don't hear
Mhm.
about him anymore.
No, no. It's getting pretty old now, those videos, aren't you?
Big G, little G.
And he's
Yeah,
actually
you'll have to go
spoken
back.
about still quite a bit, isn't he? You know, you hear his name quite often
Yeah,
mentioned.
yeah, I'll bring it up every time I get. I think you'll have to go back to a link I sent you. The balls out
Yeah,
physics, because every
yeah,
time
no,
I
I've
search
definitely
for it,
got
it's
him.
changed.
Yeah, I've
Good,
definitely
good.
got the links. Um, right there.
I'm gonna have to watch them again.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about nine of them thereabouts. Yeah, and he's just a
Oh,
nice.
nine. Really? Fuck, maybe I haven't watched them all. I thought there was
Yeah,
only 5.
yeah, no, there's 9. Or yeah,
Okay.
9. Yeah, he has planes flying on a spinning ball, spinning atmosphere, the gravitational constant.
That's a good one.
Yeah, centripetal force, gravity, and the sun. We have Virgin Galactic Telecom and thermal radiation, propulsion in space, propulsion in a vacuum chamber, conservation of momentum in space, and perspective. So he pretty much
Nice.
covers all the topics that are covered.
Yep, he does it so well that they attacked him. He lost his job and fucking almost lost his family, from what I remember, because of all
Yeah,
the harassment. And fucking just bailed.
yeah, that was criminal. That was absolutely how that went down.
Oh, it's the definition of doxing, isn't it? Really? I mean, they might not have put his personal information online for everyone, but they fucking attacked him personally.
Well, when you go into someone's private life, and even if it's disguised as being innocent just to check someone's qualifications out, which is what I've heard, right? That's all it was innocent as that. To me, that's just, all you're doing is meddling in someone's private affair. You don't agree with it, come up with something else to attack it. Don't go into their personal life to attack them. It's
Yeah, attack it academically, like show where he's wrong, and be definitive about it, so that there's just no more question about it. That's the one thing that's always just made me prick my fucking ears up, man. Where people have an opportunity to present just the information and let it speak for itself, and they don't. They've got to either ad hom, or they've got to obfuscate or attack the person. Like, it's just, yeah, it's so obvious to me.
Oh yeah, and totally. It's well, you do that here in this country. It happens in this country. Someone did that to you, meddling in someone's private affairs.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it might be a big country, but that the distance won't stop someone sorting out if they know where you are.
It ain't really that big, mate. Not really that big.
No, everywhere's a day or two away.
Yeah, everything is accessible. Everything is accessible. Damn.
there's a concert coming up in a few weeks that I've really wanted to go to for ages. It's the Stone Temple Pilots with a new singer, and like for ages I thought like impression I wouldn't be able to go because that's fucking tickets.
Oh, cause
And but yeah, just recently I found out that they're not requiring it anymore.
thank you
So I'm
very
like
much for
going,
coming.
oh, I'm cheering. Yep.
Let your head down, so to speak.
No, I'm stoked.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, and I was quite content to miss out on it, although it was going to piss me off. But
Yeah.
yeah, anyway.
Damn. The Russian Ice Hockey Federation has just been sanctioned and suspended.
Of course, mate.
Damn.
I got a fucking a message from someone this morning that their bank, I think it was Beyond Bank, NAB, I can't remember which one, but a bank in Australia, sent emails out to all their customers this morning saying no transactions will be accepted, no overseas transactions to Russia accepted moving forwards.
Oh, from that very moment.
Yeah, from that very moment, from that particular banking institution, if anyone wanted to send money, you know, or has Russian accounts or whatever, nah, not happening.
So now, so if you did have legitimate money, now your funds have been frozen.
Pretty much, that's the vibe I got. Maybe not frozen, but not being able to be transferred to Russia, like to and from.
Well, you may as well freeze them. Technically,
Yeah, well,
if you got no access to them, and see, and this just affects. Like, I can understand them, say, freezing assets of, say, Putin or Lavrov or any of the politicians, any of the generals, you know, these sorts of people, you know, that have clout, right? Because they know who these people are, or they know where they hold their wealth. Just freeze that. But why are you affecting normal Joe Blow, right? Well, it's not right.
Propaganda.
It really ain't right, because what they want, because what they're trying to do, obviously, is get the Russian people themselves to revolt against Putin, right, and take it into
Of
their own
course.
hands. Right, that's what they're trying to do. Which, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know if they'll be successful. Right.
Well, it's mainly about the propaganda to make the rest of the world think that they're doing all these things to try and stop Russia and make Putin think twice and back down. When at the end of the day, the only things they're doing affect the little people, which will never stop anyone doing anything. So it's all just, you know, posturing and all. Look, that's why there's cardboard cutouts of shit bandy and stuff.
Exactly.
It's all just for the media.
Exactly.
And, you know,
Exactly.
all the silver spoon fucking people to lap up.
Yeah. And I don't think that, you know, I do think things will probably be worked out, negotiated somehow. But, you know, if there is, say, two evils, you know, playing against each other, let's just go down that road, right? That what we're seeing is what we're seeing, okay? Putin would not have made a move unless he was willing to follow through with it.
Of course, mate.
Right?
But if it's all part of a script, then you know whatever move that you're making is how it's meant to go.
Exactly.
So there is no concern potentially from either side about how this plays out, because it's going to play out how it needs to play out.
It's funny. Jeremy last night was saying just nuke Russia, just 50 million nukes and just flatten the base. You know, send over 50,000.
Really?
Send over 50,000 troops, right? You know, all it would take would be 50,000 troops. And I go, Jeremy, I said, you got any idea about what happened in World War II? I said, Russia sacrificed 20 million men to beat the Germans. 20 million. So you think your 50,000 is going to have any effect? It's going to take a few more than 50,000 to make an impact.
Stalin was very different. But yeah.
You know, I realise that, and the war back there was also two very different, you know, hand to hand rather than, you know, these long range missiles. But you know, Russia's close enough to America too to launch what they want to launch and have an impact.
Yeah, look, there's no positive outcome for anyone sending fucking troops over. Like that's the last fucking thing in it.
Well, all these countries,
Especially a foreign country. Jesus.
Well, all these countries, right, that are sending military aid. You've got Australia, you got Canada, you got Finland, you got Switzerland. Switzerland are sending aid. Right? So I thought Switzerland was supposed to be the ultimate neutral platform. You know, but you know they're
Oh, they've
sending.
blocked Swift. They
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
send
yeah,
troops.
yeah. You know they're sending armaments and also to ration packs and all that sort of stuff. All these countries are getting involved and posturing like, you know, we're all one big pack. So just be wary of the pack that you want to take on. But you know, and Russia is a huge place, and to fight Russia on their own turf, right, even if it is in Ukraine, it's still their own turf, and it's going to be a very difficult thing to do. Very difficult.
Yes. It's gonna not. I mean, look, if they actually fucking go at it and they use their big weapons, it's not gonna be pretty for fucking anyone.
No,
At the end of the
no.
day, you know,
Yeah.
if those weapons do what they do, even though I do believe there are very, very disastrous weapons, even if fucking nuclear.
Yeah. Now, whether or not you believe in nuclear bombs or not, they have very, very, very big bombs.
Fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
So, and they cause a lot of damage, and the little bulletproof vest or the little helmet you might be wearing is going to be useless.
Yeah, I had a friend who went and travelled all around Russia, especially in Chernobyl, and spent a bit of time with some people that fucking like sleep out in there and do some stuff. And he I mean, and I trust him like thoroughly. He can confirm that, you know, the dust that is all around that joint, the dirt, the fucking foliage, is definitely fucking emitting something, because the same devices that you might wear somewhere else around the country, you can take those same devices into this area and they fucking react like fuck. So there's definitely something going on with regards to, you know, ionizing fucking radiation air in that particular fucking zone. Whether they can create a reaction with it in a bomb, I've got no idea, but there's definitely fucking, you know, radioactive isotopes, and, you know, that definitely causes fucking damage to your system, ingested or exposed to it for too long. Yeah, who knows? Although all of those nuclear tests that you see footage of from back in the day, like, it basically turns out to be fucking miracles. Like, when you really look at it and analyze the way the fucking houses get blown over and the trees get knocked, all that sort of shit, it basically is just fucking miniature. And there's almost no fucking denying it. Now, my grandpa fucking apparently, you know, was subject to fucking testing it, and he died riddled with fucking cancer from my memories of what happened to him, which makes sense if he was exposed to testing. But I think it was just more exposure to depleted uranium, because they were fucking around with that and putting it into bullets and ammunition and just in general fucking industrial uses. Personally, I don't think it was from nuclear bombs. I think they were just testing early atmospheric shit, and they were using radioactive isotopes that ended up fucking spreading all around the country, as opposed to dropping nuclear bombs and oops, the wind was blowing the wrong way.
Yeah. Well,
Contaminated
look at
cement.
the ammunitions that they use, where they use dirty plutonium. You know.
Oh yeah.
To
Terrible.
to encase it, and this stuff just causes so much damage. And what's that? What's that?
That's the
bomb?
armor piercing stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And what do they call them? The bombs that explode just before they hit the ground and they go out in all directions, indiscriminate like, and just rip everyone to shreds. Just like a just like a mine almost. It is.
Scatter bomb or
Yeah, I don't know the name of it, but these things. I tell you what, we are so lucky where we are that we have, never really experienced anything like this. Like World War II, when the Japanese decided to try and come here, and they bombed Darwin and came around to Melbourne and stuff like that, was a very, very small dose, Still scary, for us as a nation. And my grandfather served up at Darwin there before he went over to Crete, actually. And it was shocking, but to live over in some of these war-torn countries, some of these African countries, God Almighty, like it'd be petrifying. It'd be absolutely petrifying living in some of these places.
Fuck yeah, Bandit, yeah. I mean, even though, there is a lot of propaganda, and sometimes things are made to appear worse than they actually are on the ground. There's obviously cases where it's the other way around. But there's always fucking innocent.
Yeah,
That's the worst part of it.
Yeah, whether your side is the good guy or the bad guy, right? It doesn't make any difference if you're just a little farmer or a little baker, or whatever, and you've got nothing to do with this, even though you might be on the right side or wrong side. It doesn't matter which. It'd still be absolutely petrifying to live through this. And
I don't think for 1 minute, though, Bandy, that like someone like Putin, fucking even Trump, fucking Obama, like I don't think anyone who's got fucking any human DNA would, for argument's sake, bomb a hospital because they knew there was a terrorist for, and then like just call everyone in their collateral damage. I personally can't see anyone doing that. Like if you've just found the guy and he's in a hospital, like send a fucking team there to take him out.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason to fucking blow up a hospital full of people because of one terrorist that you've been looking for. Like with all the tech in the world, like that just seems so far-fetched to me. Like I'm not saying hospitals haven't been blown up. Surely, someone's gone and blown a hospital up and then blamed someone for it, or maybe something's accidentally been hit at some point, through shelling, and it was never meant to be, or fucking something like that. I'm not saying it's never happened, but I don't think it's ever been intentional just to take out one fucking guy who fucking take a bomb on it.
No, you don't think?
I don't see how it could ever be justified. Like, how could you ever turn around and tell the public you made a decision to do that? Like, yeah.
Well, there were reports 18 months ago over in, no, it's longer than that now, when they were looking Saddam and Bin Laden, that that there were hospitals and schools bombed because apparently these people were using the schools and the hospitals as human shields, right? And the same sort of thing is being reported at the moment in Ukraine. Okay, exactly the same stories are coming out of Ukraine. that these people are using schools and stuff as human shields. Well, and I had this discussion with Riding yesterday. And I said to him that, you know, these, if this is happening, right, if it is happening, it's nothing
Yep.
short. It's nothing short of execution, right? Nothing short of execution. You can't spin it any other way, right? And
Yeah, I think I was party.
yeah, and he tried to spin it. Oh no, looking the fellow in the eye and hanging. Thing. I go, that's bullshit. I said, if you know that you are going to bomb a hospital or a school, right, under the disguise because there's terrorists there, and there is a potential of being civilians there, and you can wash your hands of that because it's acceptable casualty of war. I said, that is execution in anyone's book, with anyone that has
Yeah, see,
any
I don't.
morality whatsoever.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
execution, right?
I don't think any leader worth their salt would risk the the
Blowback.
the repercussions, the blowback from the public of doing that. Send a crack team in there. Like, apparently these people have people all over the place.
Well,
fucking call up your crack team and send them in like shit.
Do you think, White, that we get away with it because we were part of it? We were part of the allies, so we support these actions. So that's why I say we, right? So do you think we get away with it because it's not at our back door? It's so far removed from where we are. That's why we get away with these things.
No, I don't think they happen, Ben. I think we're fed a whole heap more lies than we even believe. And these, like, again, I don't think they actually bomb a hospital. Like, has a hospital been blown up? Maybe, I don't know. But I don't think they go out of their way to kill one man because he's a terrorist under that narrative and blow up a hospital full of people and then try and palm it off like it was the right thing to do in some way, shape, or form, and we get away with it because it's not on our door.
Yeah.
I think it's just all propaganda.
Look, you may be right. You may be right. Like there has definitely been footage of these things apparently happening, right? And you've seen the footage too. Like, you're not a fool. You would have seen, photos and video clips of this sort of stuff going on. And whether or not what is reported is actually true or not. How do we ever know? It might just be propaganda. Who knows?
It's hard to know. We'll never know. That's the hardest fucking part because they almost want you to have an emotional attachment, choose a side. That's obviously the narrative. That's the aim of the game. Play the and get people to fucking pick a side and then argue at the dinner table about what's going on in Ukraine instead of fucking, sensible shit that's going on around in your actual world that you might have an impact on. It's just the whole thing. Everything about television and the radio and everything that fucking comes from it, just for that purpose. Control the way we. It's that fucking simple.
Here we go.
I don't even go as far as saying it's half truths anymore. I think it's like 30% truths now.
Yeah.
And triple speak, not double speak, because that still represents half fucking truth. So it's triple speak. Triple speak. You like that, Geo? Triple truth, triple speak.
Here we go. On October 3rd, a USA 130 gunship attacked a hospital. 12 staff members and 10 patients killed.
So did they target and attack the hospital, or was it because it's from a ship they went to blow something up and something went astray and destroyed a hospital. That's what I was getting at before. I'm not denying that shit gets blown up, but
Okay.
was it intended?
Well, it's an AC-130 gunship. So whatever that is, I don't know.
Oh, airplane. That's an airplane.
That's an airplane. Okay, and so it's an airplane.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one article. Okay, because I just typed in, have America ever bombed a hospital? So this is what these. So now we've got Doctors Without Borders.
The fucking front.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's not doctors in there that do good work, but fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, another one in Afghanistan. Killed 30 doctors and staff members and patients.
Hey, Bandy, what's your thoughts on this adrenochrome?
On what?
Okay, so you've not heard of adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome. Adrenochrome. It's basically like powerful, like a source from fucking tortured people, right? Like, so they torture someone in the midst of the screaming and the fucking agony and the most scared and all that sort of shit. They harvest the blood from these people, and it's got fucking shit in it that's apparently very stimulating, right? And it's sold to the elites apparently, so the conspiracy.
For cultish rituals.
Well, I don't know if it's for cultish rituals, but they may use cultish rituals to get the blood out, but then the stuff's consumed. Why, really? The feeling. So I was just wondering if you haven't delved into it, you probably don't have much in it, but I know there is such a substance, but whether it's harvested and used, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I haven't. Yeah, no, I haven't really come across that one, right? To be honest with you.
Never gone down that rabbit hole. Fair enough.
No. And look, I may have heard people talking about it, but yeah, possibly might not have even taken much notice when they were talking about it. Yeah, because depending on whatever's spoken about, I might tune out and watch something else or do something else type of thing. Talk to the missus or whatever. Yeah, look, and if there is such a thing, I'm sure it is used. I'm sure it's used if there is such a thing. What are your thoughts on it, seeing as you brought it up? Funny. Like that's going to work. Funny. Nice try. Ukraine calls for no-fly zone. Russian bombardment. Well, that's going to work.
In the jam room, jamming it up. Yeah, I don't know, Bandy. I've looked into what it was a bit about, but I've never really like too much thought into whether it's actually. Adrenochrome. It sounds a bit like hypno. Hypnotoad. I'd probably give it a go though if I had a little vial in front of me, just to see what it's like.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Ukraine has just called for their airspace to be closed down, closed for Russian craft to stop bombardment. Well, because that's going to work. they're going to obey these imaginary lines in the air.
Shut down the airspace, so that'll sort it. If all the propaganda is true, Bandy, I would not want to go up against some of these weapons that Russia have developed, and they're just the ones that we see, let alone the ones that we see. And I know America are the same, but I think the Russians are just sneakier, so they would have known what the Americans have got, and therefore they'd be on top.
Yeah, I know it was a couple of years ago now on RT where I saw some stuff on their nuclear armed drones that apparently can fly indefinitely, and they also have nuclear armed drone
Submarines,
warriors.
don't
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And these things
Capable of causing tsunamis anywhere.
Yes, exactly. And these things indefinite range, or they can pretty much just go around forever. Yeah, and you know, places like Russia and China, because they're probably so secretive, what they have shown, what they've developed, and what they have developed, probably pretty much like America too, to be quite honest with you, is yet to be unveiled. And hopefully, this ain't the time that these things come to the light of day. Really,
Remember Operation
Paperclip, yeah.
Yeah, the one where they took the Nazi specialists and gave them jobs fucking throughout the US, Europe, right? Imagine, well, not imagine, but I've got a funny feeling because pretty much there was apparently some, whether it was a deal or not, I don't know. But whoever got there first got the choice of the premium fucking scientists and shit. And maybe that's been the connection with Russia the whole time. Maybe they got the fucking all the brains, right, out of fucking Nazi Germany, including like the ones that were in charge of fucking the so-called tech fucking Hitler had going on and shit like that.
Yeah.
So maybe fucking the rest of the world and all those other fucking scientists have been trying to fucking basically get back that tech and that knowledge to Russia after Nazi polished.
Possibly.
Because there's always been this love-hate relation, obviously part of the stage, obviously. But if it's not, there is a true fucking let's get the Russians and they're bad. It could just be because they got shit that they want.
Yeah. You know how they, if we do believe in nuclear bombs, but you know how they have this publicly accessible list of who has what nuclear bombs and how many?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why the hell would you tell anyone how many of what you've got in the first place is beyond me. It's like, yeah, here we go. This is exactly what we got. What? You got to be joking me.
Yeah, here's what we'll admit to having, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I was trying. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you want to tell them you've got something, so that it's a bit of a deterrent, but then leave it a bit of a mystery, so that they're not sure if that's all you've got. Because otherwise, you might not have the upper hand.
No.
But at the end of the day, if any one of them are testing them, and any of the tech around the world that we've heard of is true, they should all be monitoring each other when they're testing. So they know exactly when the other one tests something. Surely.
Well,
how could you not? They're all that big. Like,
register something. You can see these things from satellites from outer space. Can't ya? They've got drones up there flying all over the place. People do, taking pictures all the time. That's for sure.
of course they do. They got blimps up there, mate, floating around, constantly shooting.
Whatever they are, blimps, whatever it is, they got something up there.
It's bloody.
Beep 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 beep.
Blimp, blimp, blimp. Yeah.
Be interesting one day if someone could get their P900 and take a picture of one of these really big balloons that are there.
No, you won't. You won't see them.
You
won't see them.
do you?
Well, they're mirrored, so you're not going to see it like in the angular resolution. Like you might see a little glint, like a little shine, a little shimmer,
a little sparkle.
Yeah, a little sparkle, but that's all you'd see. If they launch them from fucking the desert in somewhere, you'd never even see it go up either.
No.
Or Antarctica. Yeah, there you go. That's the real space program out there, mate.
Possibly. Some
It's a bit late for a steak, mate. Do you really want one? Or you want some eggs? Either or. It's any time of day.
What's happened to everyone? We're holding down the fort here, mate. We scare everyone with our antics.
No, I honestly think it's Ukraine, man.
Really?
Like, I mean, it might just be a pure coincidence as well, but I mean, I just think it's escalating according to the media, taking.
People are glued to their idiot box, getting the latest updates.
Yeah, I think so.
Might be right.
What are the other servers doing? Are they still pumping like normal, or?
I don't know. Check in a minute.
How many servers are you in, by the way?
Oh, not that many, to be honest with you. This one, Gems. I am part of Nathan's one, but yeah, I don't go over to them hardly. Like, I might go over to Gems for maybe 5 minutes, but click out of there, and that's about it. Just kind of just hang out here. If there's people here, happy days. If there's not, I don't know, put some music on or watch something. All good in the hood, but I don't know, a lot of the other tend to get a little bit, I don't know, aggressive these days. I'm just no longer in the mood for it.
Yep.
I think Merle might be coming to the same realization. Years of
I hope so. It'll do him well too.
He's doing himself a disservice by being over there all the time and being in battle mode all the time. It's not good for your mental health. It really ain't.
No.
So he has been here the last, chilling out, just hanging out, which is a good thing.
Yep.
And myself and a few people have said exactly the same thing. You can't. You can only complain about something for so long, right? And say that they're the problem. But at some stage, you've got to point the finger at yourself and say, well, I'm the one that's in the situation. So who's the problem really? And
Oh, it takes a bit of tango.
and just disengage from it. But I don't know, let me see.
Agree to disagree. I think that's going to be my new name.
There's actually a YouTube channel for that.
Oh, really?
And anyway, speak of the devil, I just clicked onto that other channel, and yeah, guess who's in there? Merle,
Jeremy?
you're a
Oh, Merle. Oh, right.
He's a glutton for punishment. A glutton for punishment.
I think you're right, though. I think he is coming to that conclusion that probably not doing him the best and could probably limit his time there. I think someone actually needs to build a giant hamster wheel for a cow. See how much power that thing puts out.
Pump out a bit of amperage.
Oh, mate, I think you'd be able to power up fucking a few homes, not just your own. I mean, just think, with every recharge of your like your cattle prod, they've got a good 10 zaps in them. You could probably get the power going all day.
Pretty much.
You'd have the leanest beef. Creamiest creamy milk. So you get fertilizer, you get milk, you get butter, you get cream, you get methane gas out of it, so you could even run your fucking stove.
and it powers your house with electricity.
Exactly right.
Like,
And
how
then
does that compare to a solar panel? What does a solar panel do for you?
gives us no power bills. We get credit, but that's about it.
That's it.
Yep. And then when the cow gets a bit long in the tooth, right? Bang.
Oh,
Swap them
fuck yeah.
over.
Boom. Yep. That is the most sustainable, renewable freaking energy / food / lifestyle that I think you could ever fucking think of. Just whack a cow in a giant hamster wheel with a fucking little milking station in it. Someone needs to like CGI this up with a cow, like a big Jersey cow with a big full udder getting milk in a hamster wheel. Like it's real.
Yeah.
That would go viral. That would actually go viral if it was done well enough. It looked like it was really happening.
You get all the cow activists on your ass.
Oh, you would too, but you know what? Bugger them.
Yeah, cow cruelty. You'll be labeled.
Do you know how many Indians would have one built overnight? They can reproduce anything overnight if they want to. Indians are amazing.
In their land room, they'd have one.
No, I know. I'm sure you've seen plenty of those videos where they'll like recondition a head from a big Caterpillar engine, like in the dirt pit, in like a dirt fucking hole in the ground.
I know. It's amazing. It's amazing what they can do. The ingenuity of them.
But yeah, it is. That's necessity, though, isn't it? It does drive ingenuity like that. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that my grandfather, just after the Second World War, there was diesel shortages, and he had to convert stuff over to kerosene. I'm pretty sure. He did that.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, with a lot of his machinery, converted it over like just a home job. There was something he had to do. I can't remember because I was only a little tacker back then. And then the farm was sold. When I was 11 or 12. So I've only got vague memories of kind of helping him out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely converted stuff over to Kero to get it going, get stuff going.
Yeah, I was I can't remember if I researched it at school or out of school originally, but I remembered it a little bit later. That's the fuel or oil embargo in Germany years ago, like looking into that and how they had to adapt to that, and they ended up running their cars on wood through gasification, and so they've got all these cars, like even in museums now, where there's these gasifiers hanging off the back of it, where you chuck some timber in, ignite it, and off it goes, and you can run your combustion engine on fucking the fumes of wood, right? Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, so I built one of these. Got a lawnmower engine running on it, and then got a little Suzuki actual car running on it. I put it in the Ute part of the Suzuki and ran the Suzuki on it, which is pretty bloody interesting. But the Indians, right? The Indians have thousands of these gasifier units in places where there's no grid, and they have these things just running off organic matter. Quite often it's like some base product of another industry, like some husk product or something like that. And they feed this shit into the gasifiers and they power these generators. And so they don't need fuel. They don't need, they need matter supply. But at the end of the day, that can cow shit. You can just dry the cow shit out and then feed it into the gasifier. It's fucking amazing. And here we are shutting down coal plants for whatever else when we could be gasifying that coal. and it's like it burns completely clean. Like there is no emission.
Mm.
What's this?
Find it amazing, which I didn't actually know. South Australia apparently being the greenest